Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories just for you. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. Right. We'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after a short break. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Cleopatra, twilight sovereign of a vast empire in decline, and one of the most powerful women in all of history. Born into an ancient kingdom already centuries old, Cleopatra came of age in a gilded Egyptian palace, its emerald courtyards bordered by sandstone columns and grand halls fragrant with incense. From the beginning, Cleopatra was more than a ruler in waiting. She was a survivor in a family where crowns were claimed just as often through treachery as through birthright. By the time she had ascended to the throne, Egypt was a kingdom in peril. The encroachment and influence of Rome was seemingly unstoppable, reshaping the world far beyond its borders. Yet in the shadow of this looming threat, Cleopatra held her own with confidence and a steady, unwavering grace. Her intellect made her a formidable adversary, able to engage generals and scholars alike in their own native tongues. Later accounts would reflect that the contact of her presence was irresistible, that she was dangerous and bewitching. But power comes at a cost, and noble agreements shaped in the cool hush of marble chambers often unravel on the battlefield. Yet against all odds, Cleopatra held power for decades. But what calculations must have weighed on her mind as alliances formed and disintegrated? Could she hold her kingdom together against the rising tide of Roman ambition? Or would she also be swept away? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll marvel at the commanding presence of Cleopatra, a queen for the ages whose courage and resilience lay not in the might of armies, but in the certainty of her own resolve. The Nile moved steadily through the heart of Egypt, a deep blue ribbon weaving endlessly through the golden, sun-baked sands of the river delta. Along its banks, the city of Alexandria rose, a jewel of Hellenistic learning and commerce, where the young Cleopatra VII spent her formative years. She belonged to the Ptolemy dynasty, founded centuries earlier by one of Alexander the Great's generals, a lineage grown old and complex, but still holding the scepter over a vast and precious domain. The air she breathed in the palace courtyards was a mingling of salt from the harbor, the rich aroma of spices traded from distant lands, and the gentle smoky scent of cedar and incense used in the rituals that bound the crown to the gods. She was raised not just as a princess, but as a political instrument, one who had to be as sharp as she was graceful. Her education was deep and wide, covering the history of Greece, the mathematics of the heavens, and the philosophies of the ancient world. Importantly, she mastered the art of communication. She became fluent in the dialects of the Ethiopians, the Medes, the Hebrews, and the Parthians, 9 languages in all, they say. A remarkable achievement that allowed her to speak directly to her subjects and to visiting dignitaries, fostering an immediate connection that was rare for a ruler of her time. Her mind was always working, always assessing. She wasn't simply reading a text. She was learning how to read a room, how to perceive the subtle shifts of loyalty and ambition in the faces around her. This skill was vital, for the family she was born into was a viper's nest. The Ptolemies had a bloody history of sibling rivalries and courtly intrigues, where succession was often decided by treachery rather than peaceful inheritance. The crown she inherited with her brother was already brittle. Egypt itself, though wealthy, was struggling under the relentless, growing influence of Rome. The legions had conquered territories far and wide, and their shadow stretched even to the prosperous quays of Alexandria. The kingdom was an apple ripe for the picking, and the Romans were circling. Yet, even in the face of this immense historical pressure, Cleopatra displayed an unwavering composure. She was trained to rule, and she did so with a steady assurance. Later, the philosopher and historian Plutarch would offer a lasting impression of her persuasive power. He explained that her voice was like an instrument of many strings, capable of adapting its tone and force to suit whomever she was speaking with. This early training in language and observation would soon be tested in the most dramatic of ways, as the forces within her own family and the colossal power of Rome conspired to take her crown. Before long, the quiet tensions within the royal household gave way to open conflict. A faction within the court, led by her brother and sister, gathered strength, poisoning the atmosphere and making her position untenable. Rather than wait for the inevitable, she made a decisive and practical choice. She would leave. This wasn't a panicked flight, but a calculated withdrawal, a strategic step away from a treacherous court. She retreated into Syria, where she began to assemble a loyal mercenary army, gathering the resources and allies necessary for her return. She was a queen without a throne, but never without a plan. Meanwhile, the politics in Egypt tightened around the ruling clique, becoming increasingly hostile to her rightful claim. Then, a massive shadow fell over the eastern Mediterranean. Julius Caesar, the preeminent Roman general, arrived in Alexandria. Caesar was not there to solve a family feud, but to settle a far larger debt involving the previous Ptolemy king. His presence was overwhelming, instantly making the squabble for the Egyptian throne a matter of Roman concern. Cleopatra, aware that a direct military assault might fail and that time was against her, decided to pursue a strategy of personal diplomacy and daring. She knew that to approach Caesar openly meant risking capture or assassination by the faction holding the palace. She had to bypass the military blockade and the enemy eyes. This led to her legendary staged entrance. Instead of arriving with a triumphant procession, she chose stealth over spectacle. Historical accounts vary on the exact method. Some chroniclers speak of her being smuggled wrapped in a long linen sack. Others suggest she was rolled in a carpet, but the core truth remains the same. A powerful queen deliberately reduced herself to an object, trusting her life to a single, loyal servant. The danger of discovery was immense, yet she proceeded with unflinching nerve. When the linen was unrolled in Caesar's presence, the Roman general was confronted not by a desperate fugitive, but by a sovereign with supreme self-possession, ready to plead her case in his own tongue. The immediate impact of this meeting was profound. She won him over, not with beauty alone. Later accounts would focus on her charm and charisma rather than classical looks, but with her intellect and force of will. She presented her case with legal certainty and a clear vision for the stability of Egypt, a stability that Rome itself needed for its grain supply and geopolitical influence. Her brother and the surrounding faction were outraged by her sudden appearance and the influence she instantly commanded. They began to rally their own forces, realizing that the queen who had slipped away had returned with the most powerful Roman on earth at her side. The daring move had worked, but it had also guaranteed a war for the city. The sudden alliance between Cleopatra and Julius Caesar immediately ignited the city. Her brother's forces, backed by powerful Roman officials stationed in Egypt, could not allow the Roman general to simply re-establish his rival on the throne. The ensuing conflict became known as the Alexandrian War. It was a brutal period of street fighting and siege, turning the grand cosmopolitan capital into a battleground. The Roman forces under Caesar were relatively small, and they found themselves pinned down, reliant on the strength of their defenses and the strategic genius of their leader. The fighting was especially fierce around the bustling harbor, where the conflict had a costly consequence. In an effort to prevent the enemy from using the Egyptian fleet to launch attacks or blockade the Roman position, Caesar gave the order to set fire to the ships moored at the quay. The flames, once kindled, spread with tragic speed. The fire was well attested in the historical accounts of the time, and while it achieved its military objective, it also resulted in the loss of vast amounts of valuable Egyptian property, and critically, historical documents. This event is sometimes linked to the legend of the Great Library. For generations, people believed that the vast repository of ancient knowledge was lost in a single catastrophic night. However, contemporary scholarship offers a more nuanced and perhaps sadder truth. The library, while certainly damaged, likely suffered its decline over many centuries through repeated shifts of power, lack of funding, and gradual destruction. The image of the single, devastating fire is dramatic, but history is often made of slow erosion. Through the chaos and the haze of burning vessels, Cleopatra remained in the city, holding to her position. After several tense months, Roman reinforcements arrived, finally tipping the balance. The forces opposing her were defeated, and the young king Ptolemy XIII, her brother, was killed. With the opposition dismantled, Cleopatra was secured upon the throne, now nominally ruling alongside her even younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, but in practice holding the real power in Egypt. Her political gamble had succeeded, and the cost had been steep, paid for in the city's treasure and the blood of its people. But the crown was hers, and she had demonstrated a level-headedness that transcended the simple image of a charming queen. She had proved she could govern during wartime. With the Alexandrian War concluded, a fragile peace settled over the Delta. The immediate threat to Cleopatra's rule had been eliminated, and she now focused on the delicate task of strengthening Egypt's position in a world increasingly dominated by Rome. This period was not one of grand campaigns, but of meticulous statecraft and domestic stability, with Julius Caesar remaining in Egypt for a time, ostensibly to ensure order. Their time together led to a development of immense consequence. Cleopatra bore a son, whom she named Ptolemy Caesar, quickly nicknamed Caesarion, meaning Little Caesar. In Egypt, she affirmed the child's paternity, a move that secured the legacy of her dynasty and connected it to the most powerful man in the West. This connection was a powerful political shield, intending to place Egypt beyond the reach of any lesser Roman governor. However, the matter of the child's father was far more contentious in Rome. While Caesar never publicly acknowledged the boy as his heir, Roman law and tradition made that highly complex. He also did not deny him. The ambiguity quickly became a force in Roman politics. In Alexandria, the birth was welcomed as a dynastic victory, but in Rome, it whispered of danger. The notion that an Eastern queen could bear a child with ties to Caesar hinted at a future that many in the Senate were unwilling to imagine. When Caesar eventually returned to Rome, he took Cleopatra and a young son with him. Her presence in the capital caused a considerable stir. They resided in Caesar's private villa across the Tiber, a clear sign of their closeness, even if it was not formalized by Roman law. The Roman elite, accustomed to conquering foreign powers, found themselves deeply unsettled by a foreign sovereign who commanded such influence over their foremost general. For Cleopatra, the stay was a vital political education. She saw the workings of the Roman Republic up close, observing the shifting alliances, the deep conservatism of the Senate, and the immense yet volatile popularity of Caesar. She had played her hand masterfully. Egypt was stable. She had a powerful Roman patron, and she had an heir with the most valuable name in the Mediterranean world. As the Roman winter of unease began to thaw, she knew the foundations of her power were stronger than ever, but she also understood the depth of the resentment she had stirred up. The Roman calendar turned, moving inexorably toward a fateful day. The Ides of March, the 15th day of the month, arrived in 44 BC, and with a terrible swiftness, the Roman world was shattered. In the city's forum, Julius Caesar was struck down by a cabal of senators who feared his ambition and believed they were restoring the Republic. It was a single, violent act that sent shockwaves across the Mediterranean, fracturing the political landscape entirely. Word of the murder reached Cleopatra in Rome with shattering speed, and for her, the impact was immediate and devastating. The foundations of her strategic alliance had been violently removed. Her protector and the father of her child was gone, and the power vacuum he left behind was terrifyingly immense. With a speed and clear-headedness that defined her rule, she made the immediate, necessary decision. She would return to Egypt. There was nothing left for her in Rome but danger and the hostility of a shattered elite. She departed with her son, navigating the treacherous passage back to the relative safety of her own kingdom. Back in Alexandria, the crown was once again under immense pressure. Her political position, so recently secured by a Roman sword, was now vulnerable to any of the new, competing factions that immediately sprang up in Rome. The queen adjusted with a sober assessment of her reality. This was a time for prudent management. She ordered the inventory of her ships and the tally of her treasury, ensuring that her kingdom's military and economic strength was fully known and prepared. She had to reweigh all her alliances, studying the new cast of Roman generals and senators who were vying for power: Antony, Octavian, and the assassins, Brutus and Cassius. Egypt's security lay in choosing the correct side, or perhaps in choosing to remain neutral for as long as possible. History itself seemed to lurch after the assassination, plunging the Mediterranean into a moment of global uncertainty as the various claimants to Caesar's legacy mobilized. Cleopatra used that pause with great skill. She focused on securing her borders and maintaining the economic stability of the grain supply. She ensured that Egypt remained whole, a steady light in a sea of Roman turmoil. She understood that her kingdom's value lay in its reliability and wealth, and that if she could hold that together, she would always have something of value to offer the eventually victorious Roman power. The Ides of March had brought death to Caesar, but for Cleopatra, it brought a renewed cold clarity to the enduring challenge of keeping her kingdom alive. After years of Roman civil war that followed Caesar's death, the political landscape slowly resolved into a confrontation between two main powers: the avenging leaders Mark Antony and Octavian against the forces of the assassins. With the defeat of the assassins, the Roman world was essentially divided, and Mark Antony took charge of the eastern provinces, which included Egypt. In 41 BC, Antony summoned Cleopatra to meet him in the city of Tarsus, in what is now modern-day Turkey. The summons was ostensibly to answer for the kingdom's allegiance during the recent conflicts, but it was also a test of her power and compliance. Her response was not an immediate, hasty arrival, but a carefully orchestrated, strategic display of majesty. She would not arrive as a subordinate, but as a sovereign courted by a powerful ally. The journey up the river leading to Tarsus has become one of the most enduring images of ancient history. Cleopatra transformed her entrance into spectacle, an assertion of power made without a single word. Plutarch, painting the scene with simple, vivid strokes, described the spectacle. The stern of the ship was of gold. The sails were of purple, a color reserved for royalty and power. The oars, he wrote, were silver, moving to the rhythmic time kept by flutes and pipes, pushing the vessel forward in a luxurious procession. The air itself was thick with perfume, wafting from censers on the ship, reaching the crowds that gathered to witness this unbelievable sight. This pageantry was far more than mere showing off. It was a demonstration of the economic power of Egypt, a clear signal that the queen had the wealth and resources to be a vital partner. The negotiations were framed before a single word was spoken. Antony, expecting to receive a humble supplicant, was confronted by a dazzling, confident queen who was prepared to engage as an equal. The meeting quickly moved past the issue of past allegiances and toward the future. Their partnership began to grow, built upon a mutual understanding of military aims. Antony needed Egypt's limitless wealth and grain for his planned campaign against the Parthian Empire in the east, and Cleopatra needed the protection of a powerful Roman. As their relationship deepened, they established a household that set its own unhurried rhythm on the edge of the Mediterranean. It was a union of two formidable powers, both accustomed to command, forging an alliance that was personal and political in equal measure. This partnership was an audacious challenge to the old Roman order, and a powerful assertion that the East, under the steady hand of its queen, would have a massive role to play in the new world being forged. Over the next years, that shared life became a dynasty. Their household was enriched by the births of 3 children, their twins Alexander and Cleopatra, and later their younger son Ptolemy. The couple spent several years consolidating their authority over the eastern territories of the Roman world, culminating in the boldest statement of their power, a grand public ceremony in 34 BC, later known as the Donations of Alexandria. This event was a carefully staged public ceremony in the great public hall of Alexandria, the Gymnasium, designed to announce their children's and Egypt's place in the global order. Antony formally recognized Caesarion, Cleopatra's son by Julius Caesar, as the true son of the great general, thus placing him directly in opposition to Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and Antony's rival in Rome. The queen and her children were bestowed with immense titles and vast territories. Cleopatra herself was declared Queen of Kings, a phrase that would linger on Eastern inscriptions and, critically, in Roman anxiety. Her children received kingdoms and domains spanning from Armenia in the east to North Africa in the west. The sheer audacity of the grants sent a clear, undeniable message to Rome. The Eastern world had its own center of gravity, and it was located in Alexandria, not on the Tiber. It is worth noting that this magnificent pageant was both symbol and strategy. The donations were not a whimsical act of provocation, but an attempt to stabilize the sprawling borders of the East, delegating authority to a trustworthy network of client rulers, most of whom were her own children. It was intended to signal confidence and secure a stable eastern frontier, thereby serving a practical Roman need. However, the action was instantly and vehemently interpreted in Rome as an unacceptable provocation. Octavian and his allies seized upon the donations, portraying Antony as a man corrupted and controlled by a foreign, Eastern queen. They painted the queen as a threat to the very stability of the Republic, arguing that she intended to move the capital to Alexandria and rule the world from the banks of the Nile. The carefully calculated pageantry had provoked exactly what it was meant to prevent: a final, terrible confrontation with Rome. Cleopatra had used her children's futures and her kingdom's wealth to build a solid strategic foundation, but the relentless pressure of Roman ambition and the political needs of Octavian's faction made war virtually inevitable. Despite the noble intentions behind the arrangements, the grand titles of the donations simply served to make the inevitable battle for control a matter of personal and ideological survival for the queen. The simmering tension finally escalated into open conflict. Antony and Cleopatra prepared to face the formidable forces of Octavian, and the final reckoning came to a head at the narrow straits off western Greece in the naval battle of Actium. The historical record shows that the decision to engage in a sea battle was not easily made, and it was certainly a choice born of imperfect options. Antony's strategy was beset by difficulties. Some sources speak of disease sweeping through his massive camp, weakening his land forces. Other factors included the comparative strength of Cleopatra's well-provisioned fleet and the enormous treasury she had brought with her. The naval confrontation, though riskier, offered a chance for a decisive, rapid victory, or failing that, an opportunity to withdraw and fight another day with their wealth and power intact. On September 2nd, 31 BC, the two colossal fleets met on the water. The battle itself was a massive, confusing melee. Octavian's fleet, commanded by the brilliant Agrippa, was composed of smaller, more maneuverable ships, while Antony's fleet featured larger, heavier vessels. The outcome became clear during the height of the engagement. The strategy of Antony and Cleopatra failed to achieve a decisive breakthrough. In the midst of the chaos, with the main forces still heavily engaged, the Egyptian squadron, carrying the royal treasury and the core of the couple's personal guard, withdrew from the battle and sailed south toward Egypt. Antony followed swiftly, an action that was immediately seized upon by Roman propagandists as an act of cowardly desertion. The queen and her general were sailing home, leaving their allies and the remainder of the fleet to their fate. The withdrawal was devastating. The remaining land forces, left undersupplied and uncertain of their leadership, soon laid down their arms, effectively ending the challenge to Octavian. Roman poets and historians would subsequently dwell endlessly on the defeat. Horace, writing in the triumphant glow of the victory, gave the queen a memorable, casually cruel label, calling her a fatale monstrum, a deadly wonder. But that sort of tired malice tells us far more about the Roman need to demonize their enemy than it does about the actual woman who fought to save her kingdom. Actium was not simply a loss of ships, it was the total collapse of their alliance's military power. The vast dreams of an Eastern empire centered in Alexandria were suddenly over. The only thing left to do was prepare for the inevitable arrival of the victor. After the crushing defeat at Actium, the couple returned to the city of light and libraries, knowing their time was severely limited. This period became one of sober, methodical preparation for the end. Cleopatra, still thinking like a ruler, turned her focus to the most immediate practical concerns. She immersed herself in the ledgers of the treasury, moving and arranging assets to keep them from Roman hands. She oversaw the fortification of the city, not with the belief that she could win, but with the hope that she could buy time. Above all, she focused on the safety of her children, knowing that their fates were the final, non-negotiable pieces of her legacy. Mark Antony, his spirit broken by the defeat and the subsequent disintegration of his remaining forces, faced his final days with a despair that eclipsed his former grandeur. As Octavian's legions finally closed in on the city in 30 BC, the inevitable confrontation occurred. His final mortal wound belongs to the chronicles. What endures is the truth of his loss and the collapse of his greatness. Reports from the time suggest that he was brought to the mausoleum the queen had constructed for herself, where she and her most trusted servants had locked themselves away. He reportedly died in her care, held in her arms, and the palace that had once been the center of world power grew very still with grief. Even in profound mourning, Cleopatra's resolve did not falter. She continued to act as a sovereign, even as the walls closed in. She entered into a series of delicate, drawn-out negotiations with Octavian, who was now fully in command. She tested his terms, attempting to bargain for the lives and titles of her children. Her immediate goal was to secure a future for her dynasty, even if her personal future was lost. She knew the value of the Egyptian treasure and used it as her final bargaining chip, arranging its security and disposal in a way that granted her the most leverage possible. Octavian, however, was unyielding in his demands. He was determined to display his ultimate victory over the East. He granted her no assurances beyond the vague promise of a safe retirement for herself. The final decision had been made in the halls of power long before, but the queen kept arranging and planning, searching for any advantage to protect her line. A mother and a ruler, fighting to the last moment with her mind and her will. With all avenues of negotiation exhausted and the finality of Rome's victory apparent, Cleopatra made her ultimate, definitive decision. She would not be paraded. Octavian had intended for her to be the crowning spectacle of his triumphant return to Rome, a living symbol of his conquest of the East. The queen, however, arranged her own spectacular, deliberate exit from the stage of history, one last act of sovereign refusal. She retreated to her mausoleum, the monument she had built that was both a tomb and a treasury. Her final arrangements were made with the same poise and attention to detail that had characterized her rule. She ensured that she was dressed in her full royal regalia, arrayed as a queen, a quiet, powerful detail noted by the historian Cassius Dio, and a fitting image for our closing moments. The manner of her death remains an enduring mystery, a topic debated by ancient writers and historians for 2 millennia. Was it a venomous snake smuggled in a basket of figs, the bite of which granted her a relatively painless passage? Was it a swift, potent poison administered with a hairpin prepared by her physicians? The exact tool is unimportant. The intention is what truly matters. She chose her time and her terms, denying Rome its final, most cherished prize. With her death, the last great Greek royal dynasty in Egypt came to its end. Her eldest son, Caesarion, the hope of the dynasty, was swiftly cut down by Rome's orders, eliminating any threat to Octavian's legacy. Yet, the bloodline of the queen was not entirely erased. Her daughter, Cleopatra Selene, was taken to Rome, but she eventually grew up to marry a powerful North African king and rule as queen. Her mother's steadiness and royal resolve were carried westward, a subtle yet powerful continuation of her influence in the world. Octavian, now Augustus, absorbed Egypt directly into the Roman Empire, exploiting its immense wealth to solidify his own power. But even as the political landscape changed forever, the city of Alexandria continued on. The great Pharos, lighthouse of Alexandria, threw its pale guiding arm over the dark water. Yet Cleopatra herself never truly vanished. Centuries have passed, empires have risen and fallen, but Cleopatra endures. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Rasputin, a wandering mystic from a Siberian backwater who rose to gain a perilous grip on the heart of a crumbling Russian dynasty. He was born in a remote village far to the east of the Ural Mountains, a place of splintering wooden cottages, long winters, and hard-worn lives bound to the land. From these frozen beginnings came a man unlike any other. Drawn to visions and long bouts of prayer, Rasputin wandered far from home, leaving behind fields and family for monasteries and holy pilgrimages. His presence was strange, his gaze unsettling, and his faith fervent. But by the time he reached the glittering streets of St. Petersburg, Rasputin was already cloaked in rumor. Some called him a healer, others a fraud. But to the Russian royal family, desperate to save their only child from a deadly illness, he seemed like God's divine providence incarnate. Rasputin was soon welcomed into their inner circle, offering prophetic words, long prayers, and a mesmerizing steadiness that seemed to soothe the boy's suffering. As Russia strained under the weight of war, famine, and unrest, Rasputin's influence only grew. Whispers followed him everywhere. Alliances formed and crumbled. Attempts on his life were miraculously evaded. But how did this lowly peasant managed to spark intrigue, adoration, and dread across such a vast empire? How did he secure the absolute confidence of one of the world's most powerful monarchs? And how far would others go to stop him? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the path of a notorious mystic's unlikely rise to influence. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow Rasputin from the frozen ruts of a Siberian hamlet to the opulent fading light of the Imperial Russian Empire. Far to the east, where the vast Russian landscape stretches into endless frozen plains, a small settlement called Pokrovska rested by the Tura River. It was here, in the cold heart of Siberia, that Grigory Rasputin entered the world in 1869. The centers of power, the glittering palaces of St. Petersburg, felt a world away, a dream perhaps, or a rumor carried on the biting winter wind. His beginnings were humble, rooted in the hard soil and the unrelenting cycle of the seasons. Life here was simple, demanding, and utterly devoid of the ornate complexities that define the distant imperial court. His early years unfolded in the rhythm of peasant life, farm work, the herding of animals, and the deep communal bonds of the village. Yet, even as a boy, a certain restless energy marked him out. He wasn't content with the predictable horizon. The world, he seemed to sense, held a much larger role for him than merely repeating the lives of his fathers. It was a time of deep spiritual exploration in Russia, and the landscapes themselves seemed to encourage introspection. The long stretches of unforgiving terrain, the way the snow muffles the sounds of the world, all conspired to turn a young man's thoughts inward, toward the heavens and the mysteries of faith. He was known for an unusual intensity, an almost magnetic presence that drew people in, though he was often rough-hewn and lacked formal education. He possessed a native intelligence, an instinct for the feelings of others that went deeper than words. Accounts suggest that even in these formative years, he exhibited an unsettled conviction that he was somehow chosen, set apart, for a journey beyond the familiar boundaries of the village. This conviction wasn't born of arrogance, but of a deep, internal curiosity about the meaning of existence, a curiosity stoked by the sermons and rituals of the Russian Orthodox faith. He grew up seeing and hearing the things that the common folk held dear, the saints, the icons, the power of prayer over everyday misfortune, but he was also exposed to the stricter, more severe aspects of faith, the self-denial and the wandering holy men who drifted across the vastness of the empire. These pilgrims, carrying nothing but their faith and a few possessions, represented a path outside the strict confines of village life. They showed that a man could simply walk away from the expected, guided by an inner compass, seeking illumination. The Tura River provided a backdrop to these contemplations, freezing solid in the long winter and thundering with meltwater in the spring. It was an environment that demanded endurance and respect, shaping a personality that was both resilient and deeply attuned to the natural world. He was a man of the land, yet his curiosity kept tugging beyond the narrow concerns of work and weather. The young peasant, known then only to his neighbors, was unknowingly preparing for a future that would weave his fate irrevocably with that of the mighty Romanov dynasty. The world he knew was small, but the journey ahead was vast and unforeseen. At last the moment came when the familiar simply could no longer hold him. As a young adult, Rasputin made the decisive choice to leave the life he was born to. This was not a flight from hardship, for the life of a pilgrim was filled with its own unique trials: cold, hunger, and endless walking. Rather, it was a search for something more profound, a path to spiritual clarity that he felt could only be found outside the village's narrow confines. His journey was a vast, undirected drift through the sprawling, often untamed heart of the Russian land. He walked from one settlement to the next, stopping at isolated monasteries and humble roadside chapels. Along the way, he took in the varying forms of Russian Orthodoxy, the formal liturgy of the major churches, and the more ecstatic, folk-tinged practices of the secluded communities. During these wanderings, he turned inward, letting days of fasting and prayer blur into nights spent beneath a sky so wide it seemed to press gently against the edges of his thoughts. It was during this period that the intensity of his presence began to truly solidify, shaping the persona that would eventually captivate the imperial capital. Stories began to form and follow him like dust on the road. People spoke of his hypnotic eyes and the compelling nature of his enigmatic pronouncements. He didn't preach in the polished, educated manner of an ordained priest, but spoke with the unvarnished authority of someone who had seen visions and wrestled with spiritual truths in the raw, unmediated expanse of nature. He was said to possess an unusual power to discern a person's inner struggles, offering advice that, though sometimes cryptic, often struck a deep chord. One of the pivotal stops on this wandering path was a remote monastery in the Ural Mountains. While he may not have stayed long, his time there deepened his understanding of religious life and further honed his identity as a pious wanderer. The experience solidified his reputation among the folk as a man of unconventional but authentic holiness. This wasn't the holiness of a learned scholar, but the earthy, visceral spirituality of a peasant who claimed a direct line to God, a type of religious figure that held immense appeal for the common people, who often felt distanced from the formal church hierarchy. He carried an aura of the wildness of his origins, a man both deeply devout and strikingly unconventional in his habits. This dichotomy of the sacred and the profane was part of his early allure. He was a creature of paradox, and it was this complexity that made his presence so memorable, so talked about, in the small towns and hamlets he passed through. Nothing he did yet was grand or politically significant. It was simply the slow, inexorable gathering of a personal, almost mystical force. He was merely a man following a powerful, unnamed calling, unaware that his wandering would one day lead him straight to the heart of the most powerful family in Russia. The long journey of this wanderer finally led him westward, from the simplicity of the steppes to the stunning cosmopolitan sprawl of St. Petersburg. The year was around 1903, and when he arrived, he carried little in the way of worldly goods, but he possessed something far more valuable in the capital, a modest but compelling reputation. He was introduced into the complex social circles, not as a politician or a courtier, but as a holy man, a healer from the depths of Siberia. This title alone gave him a unique entry into the drawing rooms and salons of the city's elite. St. Petersburg society at the turn of the century was a strange mix of old-world piety and new-world ennui. The aristocracy, feeling perhaps a deep sense of spiritual emptiness beneath the surface of their luxury, often dabbled in mysticism and the occult. They sought out psychics, faith healers, and exotic holy men, hoping to find genuine spiritual fire outside the increasingly rigid formality of the state church. Rasputin, with his unpolished manners and his rough, compelling magnetism, offered a genuine article of that spiritual curiosity. He was the real thing, a man who smelled of the road and the earth, yet spoke of God with an intense, unwavering sincerity. His presence was immediately polarizing. When he spoke, his words were simple, often laced with peasant idioms, but there was a weight to them that held the room. He spoke not of theological doctrine, but of personal sin, repentance, and divine grace, touching on the deep, superstitious beliefs common throughout Russia. Circles within the established Orthodox Church took immediate notice. Some high-ranking priests were intrigued, seeing in him a man of genuine folk piety who could perhaps reconnect the church with the common people. Others were deeply suspicious, viewing his behavior as unorthodox and his burgeoning following as a potential challenge to their authority. They found his blend of spiritual fervor and earthy behavior unsettling. Nonetheless, his name continued to circulate, often between the ladies of the court. He became a fixture in the salons of figures like Militsa and Anastasia, the Montenegrin princesses who had married into the Romanov family and were known for their deep interest in mystical practices. They were captivated by his claimed ability to see the future and his prayers, which they believed held genuine power. It was here, in these rarefied but spiritually anxious environments, that the former peasant began to forge the connections that would lead him to the very apex of power. He was an unsettling figure in these elegant rooms, a force of nature dressed in peasant clothes, yet he possessed an unmistakable power. He was a mirror reflecting the anxieties of a society poised precariously between the ancient and the modern, trapped between inherited hierarchies and a world beginning to pull them apart. As one noble later recounted in a letter to a friend, this starets was an outrage, and yet one cannot help but listen to the man. This ability to both repel and draw in was his greatest asset. The foundations were laid, his reputation established, and the door to the most important residence in the empire was about to open. The whispers and curiosity of the outer court were merely prologue to the one event that would irrevocably seal Rasputin's destiny, a summons to the Alexander Palace. The reason for this extraordinary invitation was rooted in the most personal and painful secret of the Romanov family. The Empress Alexandra and her husband, Tsar Nicholas II, lived under the constant and crushing burden of their only son's health. Alexei, the young heir to the vast Russian Empire, suffered from hemophilia, a condition that made even a minor bump or fall a potential death sentence. The knowledge that the fate of the dynasty rested on the health of this fragile boy was a source of relentless dread for the royal couple. They had desperately sought help from Russia's most eminent doctors and foreign specialists, yet no one could offer relief or a cure. The Tsarina was particularly consumed by a ferocious desire to protect her son, and her despair made her vulnerable to anyone claiming to possess a power beyond conventional medicine. When the name of the Siberian mystic reached her, a man described as having miraculous gifts of healing, she felt a flicker of hope she could not ignore. The first meeting between Rasputin and the royal family was marked by immense tension and expectation. Yet, when he was brought into the presence of the ailing Tsarevich, something unforeseen occurred. His manner, though unpolished, was profoundly calm and self-assured. He didn't rush or appear intimidated by the opulent surroundings or the majesty of the imperial family. He simply sat, spoke softly, and prayed with the boy. To the astonishment of the Empress and the bewilderment of the doctors, Alexei often seemed to improve after his visits. Bleeding episodes would slow, and the boy's pain would lessen. No one could scientifically explain this phenomenon. Perhaps it was the simple comfort of a man who exuded an air of certainty, or perhaps it was the power of suggestion, deeply felt by the highly anxious mother and her son. The core fact remained: where all others failed, he often brought temporary relief. The Tsarina, a deeply religious and fiercely protective mother, came to a profound and unshakable conclusion. This man was a messenger from God, sent to save her son, and by extension, the Romanov dynasty. His presence in the palace grew from curiosity to necessity, transforming the unkempt Siberian into a confidant who held a unique key to her emotional and spiritual life. With the Tsarina's trust now absolute, the boundaries of the palace seemed to draw back for him alone. This self-taught holy wanderer held his place not by charm or strategy, but through the fierce hope of a mother who believed he could keep her son alive. His origins ceased to trouble anyone close to the throne. In those tense, gilded rooms, he provided what no doctor could. It was this raw and unbreakable bond that gave him his power. With his position in the Romanov household cemented by the health of the Tsarevich, Rasputin's influence swiftly moved beyond the nursery. The former peasant now held a degree of access to the rulers of 1/6 of the world's landmass that was denied to most ministers and generals. It was a situation unprecedented in modern Russian history, and as his access grew, so too did the intensity of the speculation surrounding him. The Tsarina began to seek his advice not just on spiritual matters, but increasingly on political appointments and affairs of state. She viewed him as a prophetic voice, an emissary from the Russian people who could offer the pure, uncorrupted wisdom she felt was missing from the self-serving counsel of the court nobility. He, for his part, operated with a curious, almost fatalistic blend of humility and brazen confidence. He genuinely believed he was playing a divinely ordained role, using his influence to protect the Tsar's family and the integrity of Russia itself. Whispers began to ripple through the vast bureaucracy and among the military commanders. Ministers found themselves dismissed and replaced with men recommended by the Siberian mystic generals. Noted that the decisions of the Tsar, particularly after an audience with him, sometimes seemed to be influenced by his unconventional counsel. The nobility, already resentful of the Tsarina's German heritage and her perceived isolation from Russian society, found in him an easy and obvious target for their indignation. The idea of a coarse peasant holding sway over the destiny of their empire was deeply offensive to their sense of order and privilege. The man himself moved through the palace with a strange detachment. He possessed a keen, earthy intelligence and an uncanny ability to read people, a skill honed on the Siberian roads. He could be charming and persuasive one moment, then rough and intimidating the next. He amassed a following of genuine believers who sought his intercession with the imperial couple. He was constantly besieged with requests for favors, positions, and audiences, transforming him into a de facto political broker, operating outside any formal structures. In her letters, the Tsarina often defended him with fierce devotion. She wrote that his presence was essential to her son's well-being, and that those who spoke against him were simply envious courtiers attempting to manipulate the crown. Her complete faith in his sanctity allowed his influence to deepen even as the political storm around him intensified. Her journal entry around the time of the war simply said that the man was their pillar of strength, and she trusted his judgment in these dark days. The true danger was not necessarily his advice itself, but the perception of his power. To the outside world, a foreign-born empress and an isolated Tsar were being led astray by an uneducated, controversial figure. This growing narrative of dark and manipulative influence at the heart of the empire steadily eroded public confidence in the monarchy, just as Russia was preparing to face its greatest ordeal. His position was immensely powerful, yet also incredibly precarious. The year 1914 ushered in a vast, tragic storm that would change the course of history. This was the Great War. Russia plunged into the conflict with a burst of initial patriotic fervor, but the early campaigns were marked by brutal, crippling losses and woeful military mismanagement. The immense pressure of the war effort, the endless drain of men, resources, and morale began to crack the foundations of the ancient Russian Empire. In 1915, the Tsar made the fateful decision to travel to the front lines and personally command his armies, leaving the Empress in charge of domestic affairs in St. Petersburg. This move had the immediate consequence of leaving the government largely in the hands of the deeply unpopular Tsarina, and by extension, her polarizing counselor. The reality on the home front quickly became grim. Food shortages became endemic in the major cities, particularly St. Petersburg, where long lines for bread became a daily symbol of the government's failure. The transport system buckled, industry struggled, and inflation soared. Military defeats continued, and the casualty lists grew longer. The country was experiencing immense collective suffering, and the people desperately sought an explanation, a source of blame for their misery. Rasputin was an easy, visible figure to blame when the nation felt adrift and betrayed. The narrative of the Empress being manipulated by a shadowy Siberian mystic gained traction everywhere, from the breadlines of the capital to the halls of the Duma, Russia's parliament. It didn't matter what his actual involvement was in specific policy failures. What mattered was the perception that the imperial couple were being led by a corrupt, ignorant charlatan. In Nicholas's absence at the front, Alexandra listened to his advice on everything from cabinet appointments to the logistics of supply lines, convinced that he alone possessed the spiritual clarity to guide the nation. One of her letters to the Tsar reveals this desperation, where she insists that the man's advice comes from God and that all ministers should listen. The political instability deepened as various officials, chosen on his recommendations, came and went in rapid succession, a period sarcastically dubbed the ministerial leapfrog. This constant, disruptive turnover paralyzed the government, making effective management of the war effort nearly impossible. The public and the court alike saw this chaos as direct evidence of the malevolent influence at work behind the throne. He had become a lightning rod for all the anger, fear, and frustration boiling over in a country under existential strain. His name was no longer a subject of drawing-room curiosity. It was a curse word, spoken in hushed but furious tones across the land. The very foundation of the Romanov rule, the divine right of the Tsar, was being undermined by the figure who was meant to be its spiritual protector. Russia was sliding toward upheaval, and his place at the center of power could not last. As Russia descended into the chaos of war, Rasputin's reputation grew darker and more lurid beyond the palace gates. His perceived political influence was only part of the problem. The other was a ceaseless tide of unflattering and sensational personal rumors that flooded the capital. These tales painted a picture of a man who used his spiritual authority and his proximity to the throne to indulge in extravagant and deeply unsettling behavior. Stories of his excesses in taverns, his drinking, and his questionable interactions with his female followers became the common currency of St. Petersburg gossip. Though many of these stories were undoubtedly exaggerated, some even fabricated by his political enemies, they were ruthlessly effective because they seemed to confirm the worst fears of the nobility and the common folk. They fed the idea that the Empress was being manipulated by a false prophet, a man who was spiritually bankrupt despite his claims of sanctity. The very ambiguity of his character, a complex mixture of genuine, earthy piety and a susceptibility to earthly pleasures, made him the perfect subject for this kind of sensationalism. His frequent, intense contact with the court's most powerful women only added fuel to the fire. His enemies, both in the church and in the court, used these rumors to systematically undermine the Empress and the Tsar. They understood that if they could destroy the public's belief in the holy man's character, they could destroy his influence over the throne. The most potent tool in this campaign was the printing press. Journalists and political adversaries ensured that every alleged indiscretion was amplified and broadcast. He was caricatured in the press as a satanic monk, an agent of the enemy, and a seducer of the Empress herself, a particularly damaging claim to the royal family's reputation. The widespread publication of these stories created a psychological distance between the monarchy and its people. Even those who had never laid eyes on him felt they knew the type. A man who had stepped too close to the flame of power and had been corrupted by it. He became the personification of all the corruption and decline they sensed within the imperial system. The irony was that the very figure the Tsarina believed was an instrument of God, sent to save the monarchy, was instead blamed for everything that seemed to be going wrong with it. The resentment wasn't confined to political enemies. Even certain members of the extended Romanov family began to view him as a dangerous infection that had to be purged to save the crown. They saw the public's rising tide of hatred and correctly judged that if the man remained, the monarchy itself was doomed. His life had become a matter of national crisis, a grotesque spectacle that eclipsed the more serious matters of the war and the collapsing economy. The atmosphere of crisis, fueled by military defeats, bread riots, and the toxic cloud of rumor surrounding the palace, finally gave way to a decisive, desperate action. A small, determined group of nobles, entirely convinced that the fate of the Russian Empire hinged on the removal of the Siberian figure, began to plot his death. They viewed this act not as murder, but as a patriotic, necessary surgery to save the Tsar and the ancient institution of the monarchy from certain ruin. The leading figures in this conspiracy were drawn from the very upper echelon of the aristocracy, including Prince Felix Yusupov, a fabulously wealthy, complex figure, married to the Tsar's niece, and Vladimir Purishkevich, a fiercely conservative member of the Duma, who was known for his fiery, passionate speeches. They were men driven by a profound sense of duty and alarm. They believed that Rasputin had become the single greatest threat to Russia's stability, a symbol of the rot that was allowing the country to lose the war and drift toward revolution. Their plans took shape in the shadows, driven by a belief in their own historical mission. They came to believe that cutting out the source of the Empress's sway would pull her back from state matters, allow the Tsar to reassert control, and finally open the path to the wartime reforms they felt Russia desperately needed. The complexity of their task lay in the near impenetrability of their target, protected as he was by the deepest faith of the Empress. The plot was elaborate, almost theatrically staged, reflecting the melodramatic sensibilities of the aristocratic conspirators. The chosen venue was Yusupov's palace in St. Petersburg. The strategy was to use the alluring presence of Yusupov's wife, Irina, to draw Rasputin to the palace under the pretense of a private meeting or a late-night social call. They felt they needed to lure him away from his usual, somewhat predictable routine. The tension within the group was immense, a mixture of fear, religious conviction, and political fervor. They secured what they believed were the necessary means for a swift and absolute end, preparing a selection of pastries and wine laced with a massive dose of cyanide. They saw themselves as heroes, not criminals, taking a great, fateful risk for the survival of their country. The last stage of the plan involved setting the scene, ensuring the victim would feel secure and unsuspecting. The conspirators arranged for the meeting to take place in a newly furnished room in the basement, complete with oriental carpets and a crucifix, designed to put the spiritual man at ease. The political stakes were as high as they could possibly be. They were convinced they were seizing Russia's future back from a fraud, not realizing their intervention would do nothing to preserve the throne, and in truth, would only accelerate its collapse. The final dark act of this extraordinary life unfolded on the chilly night of December 29th, 1916. Rasputin was successfully lured to Prince Yusupov's palace on the Moika embankment. The pretext was a late-night gathering, and he arrived full of the unshakable self-confidence that had carried him from Siberia to the heart of imperial power. He was brought into the basement room, an intimate setting where he was offered the poisoned treats. What followed has become one of history's most embroidered and sensationalized accounts, blurring the line between fact and legend. According to the conspirators' later versions, the cyanide-laced cakes and wine had astonishingly little effect. They watched in horror as the man consumed the lethal dose, yet appeared to suffer nothing more than mild discomfort, occasionally wiping his brow. This apparent invulnerability deeply unnerved them, leading them to believe that he truly possessed some demonic or mystical protection. Driven by panic and a conviction that their patriotic duty demanded immediate action, Yusupov returned with a revolver. The details are messy and contradictory, but the simple truth remains. A shot was fired. Even after being shot, the legendary accounts claim he was not immediately subdued. Purishkevich, arriving after the initial shot, found him still moving, attempting to escape the palace grounds. He fired several more shots, finally bringing the unlikely mystic down. The conspirators, still highly agitated and fearful of his supposed resilience, took his body, wrapped it in cloth, and drove it to a remote stretch of river outside the city, in a final desperate act to ensure his demise. They dropped the body into the icy, fast-moving water, believing the weight of the cloth and the cold would secure their secret. But the secret was short-lived. The body was discovered a few days later, and the autopsy report only deepened the mystery. There were severe bullet wounds, and no clear sign that the poison had truly taken effect. Some later accounts even claimed he might have drowned after being shot. Whether the bullets or the icy water dealt the final blow remains disputed, and that uncertainty only fed the legend that had already begun to grow around his name. The immediate reaction was a brief, violent sense of relief among the nobility, and a curious mixture of fear and fascination among the common people. The conspirators believed they had saved the Tsar and the dynasty. Instead, they had merely removed the scapegoat. Less than 3 months later, the February Revolution swept away the Tsarist regime. The empire he had been so tightly woven into collapsed swiftly after his death, proving that the rot was far deeper than one man's influence. His dramatic final night became an unforgettable moment in the twilight of Imperial Russia. In the years and decades that followed his sensational end, the man from Pokrovskoye did not simply fade away. He was transformed. He became a figure onto whom people could project their greatest fears and most compelling fascinations. The story of Rasputin endured, precisely because it sat so perfectly in the space between verifiable history and intoxicating myth. To his immediate enemies, he remained a villain, a symbol of the Tsarist regime's weakness, corruption, and fatal reliance on superstition. They painted him as the malevolent force that drove the monarchy to its ruin, a convenient explanation that helped rationalize the vast and complex tragedy of the Russian Revolution. This interpretation served the political needs of the moment, simplifying the collapse of a 300-year-old dynasty into the machinations of one wicked man. To others, particularly those outside the political sphere, he became a scapegoat, a simple and uneducated man, caught in the machinery of a failing empire he barely understood. They saw him as a genuine mystic, whose gifts were ultimately misunderstood and exploited by a desperate royal family and an envious court. His legacy is an enduring reminder of how individuals can become symbols far larger than themselves. His presence in the palace highlighted the deep divide between the isolated, European-styled court and the vast, deeply superstitious Russian peasantry. He was a bridge between these two worlds, and his death was a violent sign that that bridge had been burnt. The story contains all the elements that grip the human imagination: miraculous healing, deep political intrigue, and a dramatic end that defied the easy closure of a simple death. To this day, he is remembered less for his actual deeds and more for the legend that surrounds him. His gaze, his alleged invulnerability, and his connection to the fall of the Romanovs have ensured his place in the historical imagination. His story is dark and strange, almost a fairy tale. He remains a figure who challenges our understanding of power, how it can be attained not just through force or inheritance, but through charisma, faith, and the desperate vulnerability of the powerful. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the Radium Girls and mankind's earliest foray into the bizarre and uncanny age of radioactivity. At the close of the 19th century, a hidden world was suddenly revealed, energetic rays that could pass through flesh, substances that glowed bright without flame. Scientists in gleaming laboratories uncovered novel substances that defied the laws of nature. And with their discovery arrived a deep sense of awe and excitement, a feeling mankind had stumbled onto something immense. Indeed, a new era was dawning, radiant, luxurious, full of promise, and according to the experts, entirely safe. It wasn't long before the brilliance of this discovery found its way onto department store shelves and into medicine cabinets. It even found its way onto clocks and watch faces, applied by young women with remarkable steadiness of hand. These were the Radium Girls. They worked with delicate precision, painting tiny numerals and clock hands with a luminous paint. By day, their brushes formed ghostly circles of light. By night, traces of their creations glinted vibrantly in their hair. It shimmered on their hands and clothing. This was the telltale spark of radium dust, and it clung to them like starlight. But who were these young women? And what was it about this profession that would leave an indelible mark on flesh and bone? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll step into the glow of a new era and the boundless promise of modern science. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow the Radium Girls into this fateful moment in history and the shadow it left behind. In the year 1895, a discovery unfolded in Germany that would completely rearrange how humanity saw itself. Imagine a time before this, when the inner workings of the body were hidden by skin and muscle, a domain of guesswork and philosophy. Then came a man named Wilhelm Röntgen. He was investigating mysterious rays emanating from a glass tube veiled in black cardboard. One evening, across the room, a screen coated with a shimmering chemical began to faintly emit a soft light whenever the glass tube was energized. He realized these rays, which he called X-rays because of their unknown nature, were passing through solid matter. He placed his wife's hand, with her wedding ring upon it, between the source and the glowing screen. For the first time, not just for his wife, but for all of mankind, a living skeleton was revealed in a ghostly, luminous image. It was a moment of profound wonder, a glimpse beneath the veil of life itself. The invisible had been made visible. Doctors were immediately astonished, seeing a path to diagnosing breaks and ailments without ever having to make an incision. Showmen, too, were quick to see the novelty, offering public demonstrations where people could queue up to see the bones in their own feet, often for a small coin. There was an immediate rush, a frantic embrace of this new, potent energy. It felt like a benign magic, a new tool wrested from nature, and humanity, in its excitement, charged ahead. People were so completely captivated by the novelty of seeing their own inner structure, their very bones appearing on a glowing plate, that they overlooked the faint tingling on their skin after a long exposure, or the curious stubborn burns that sometimes appeared on those who worked closest to the tubes. It was the age of rapid scientific progress, where the thrill of discovery often outpaced caution. The X-ray was a glorious, undeniable fact, and in the dazzle of that first light, the unseen danger was entirely missed. This was the first great step into an age of atomic forces, taken with a bright, unquestioning sense of awe. This wonder, this belief in pure technological good, would soon set the stage for a much more potent and much more perilous discovery elsewhere in Europe. The world had seen inside the living body, but the true measure of the rays remained hidden, awaiting the isolation of a substance far more powerful than any tube could produce. As the marvel of the X-ray was still settling upon the world, an even deeper mystery was being explored in a modest, ill-equipped laboratory in Paris. This was the domain of a dedicated couple, Marie and Pierre Curie. Their laboratory was less a modern scientific center and more a drafty, converted shed, often damp and cold. Yet within its walls, they pursued a vision of science with an unyielding, almost spiritual devotion. They were drawn to the strange properties of a mineral called pitchblende, which seemed to emit a mysterious power that was far greater than could be explained by the known uranium within it. Marie, with her phenomenal intellect and boundless endurance, dedicated herself to the tedious, back-breaking work of separating and refining this raw ore. She would spend her days stirring enormous cauldrons of the black heavy substance, performing the painstaking chemical fractionations that gradually, over years, winnowed down mountains of raw material into minute amounts of a highly active residue. It was a labor of immense patience, a true test of human persistence. Finally, after years of this unrelenting effort, they isolated two entirely new elements. The first was named polonium, after her native country of Poland. The second, and far more powerful, was christened radium. When they finally isolated it in its purest form, it sat in a small glass vial, but it had an astounding, almost living quality. Marie once described its presence, writing that it seemed alive, with its own inner, perpetual light. Unlike the X-ray, which required electricity to be generated, radium possessed a power that simply was. It shone in the darkness, it gave off heat, and it seemed to defy all the known laws of physics. It could burn the skin with a touch, yet it sat so serenely in its glass container. They shared their remarkable discovery openly with the world, refusing to patent the process. They believed this great force belonged to humanity, and their focus remained purely on the scientific possibilities, convinced it would be a healing element. But as the couple and their colleagues carried small amounts of this material in their pockets, they began to notice unexpected changes. Their hands began to scar and crack. At times they felt a strange sense of invigoration from it, as if it radiated some kind of energy. They were pioneering a new path, unaware that time itself would keep a ledger of the cost. The discovery of radium swiftly migrated from the austerity of the laboratory to the glamour of the marketplace. This powerful element became the ultimate mark of modernity and luxury at the turn of the century. The public, still in awe of the X-ray, was utterly captivated by a substance that seemed to possess eternal vitality, a bottled miracle. Entrepreneurs, quick to capitalize on the promise of atomic energy, began adding radium to everything imaginable, claiming it possessed unparalleled curative properties. The glow of the new element became inextricably linked with the idea of renewed youth and robust health. Society embraced the atomic age, not with fear, but with an almost childlike, trusting enthusiasm. There were radium-infused health tonics, promoted as a remedy for almost every ailment, from arthritis to impotence. Beauty creams were marketed, promising to give the user a radiant complexion, convinced this novel substance would confer an inner vitality. Even common household items were not spared. Radium was mixed into chocolate bars, toothpastes, and even butter, all sold with the promise of invigoration. It was the ultimate fashion. To own something with radium was to be at the forefront of science and progress. Yet, this great rush into commercial exploitation was built on a foundation of blissful ignorance. The entrepreneurs selling these wares and the public eagerly consuming them were oblivious to the basic principle that the Curies themselves had understood. This power was so immense that it could not be ingested or applied without consequence. Regardless, the marketing was so compelling, the idea of eternal energy so seductive, that any hint of danger was simply dismissed. If the Curies were using it to fight cancer, surely it must be fundamentally good. The general understanding was so lacking that the only thing people registered was the word radiation and the sense of power and light it conveyed. This pervasive, reckless optimism created an environment where the most dangerous applications were considered the most beneficial. The high price and scarcity of the element only added to its allure, making it a status symbol. While the wealthy were sipping radium tonics, a far more dangerous use was taking shape in factories in a way that would expose working-class young women to it every day. As the First World War engulfed Europe, demand soared for watches that could be read in the pitch black of the trenches and the dark skies where pilots flew by night. This need created the American dial painting studios, workplaces that, at first glance, seemed truly magical. In towns like Orange, New Jersey, young women were employed to apply a luminous paint onto the tiny numbers and hands of watches. This paint was not ordinary. It was mingled with radium. The women, mostly teenagers and young adults, loved their jobs. The workspace shimmered like a perpetual faint fairyland workshop. The air itself sometimes held a faint shimmer of dust, and the girls would often use the precious glowing powder for playful, harmless pranks. They would paint small stars on their cheeks, dust their hair for a party, or even paint their eyebrows. They earned good wages, and the work, though exacting, was sociable. They laughed, shared stories, and sang as they worked. The technique they were taught and actively encouraged to use by their supervisors was called lip pointing or tipping. The brushes they used were incredibly fine, and to get the perfect point for the tiny numerals, they were instructed to place the brush between their lips, draw it to a fine tip, and then dip it into the paint. With every lick of the brush, a tiny invisible amount of the radium-infused paint was ingested. They were told the substance was harmless, a miracle element that was good for their health. One supervisor even boasted it would put a spring in your step. The girls believed this completely. They were handling what they thought was merely an expensive, fancy type of pigment. The danger was so completely unforeseen by everyone. The girls would even notice their clothes and hair giving off a faint radiance when they walked home in the dark. It was a novelty, a kind of ethereal beauty that marked them as special. Nobody knew that the element, once inside the body, did not pass through. Radium is chemically similar to calcium. So much so, the body mistakes this lethal substance for a building block. In this case, the radium began to be drawn to the women's bones, where it ceaselessly emitted its destructive alpha radiation. The material that made their work so beautiful was beginning to harm them in ways no one yet fully understood. The shimmering atmosphere of the dial painting studios slowly began to darken. Years after the women had first begun their work, a terrible and mysterious illness began to spread among them. The earliest, most disturbing symptoms often manifested in the jaw. Young women who had been healthy and vibrant began to suffer from aching teeth and persistent, crippling jaw pain. Initially, these issues were dismissed as poor dental hygiene or common ailments, but the symptoms quickly grew far more severe and utterly baffling to the doctors they consulted. Teeth would inexplicably loosen and fall out. Eventually, the jawbones themselves would begin to disintegrate, leading to a truly horrific condition that became known as radium jaw. But the decay was not limited to the mouth. The pain began to spread throughout the women's bodies. They suffered from debilitating fatigue, their bones becoming brittle and susceptible to spontaneous, painful fractures that would not heal. The companies, faced with a growing number of sick and increasingly worried employees, were dismissive. They attributed the illnesses to everything from syphilis to poverty, desperately trying to deflect any responsibility. They commissioned their own doctors, who produced reports designed to confuse and obscure the simple, terrible truth. The women's suffering was unique and deeply personal. Their bodies were not merely afflicted, they were, in a literal sense, becoming radiant. Medical examiners who were called in to study the victims were shocked to find that when they held a sensitive instrument near the women, it registered activity. Some doctors even reported that in a completely dark room, the women's bones emitted a faint, ghostly glow. This was the radium, lodged deep inside the bone matrix, still emitting its energy decades after it had been ingested. The women were facing an illness that medical science had no name for, and that their employer flatly refused to acknowledge. They were wasting away and facing unbearable pain. Yet there was no precedent, no justice, and no voice willing to listen. But among them were a few who would not let their story go untold. As the illness ravaged the dial painters, one young woman, Grace Fryer, refused to let her pain be just a private sorrow. Her resolve, even as her body failed her, became the rallying point for a momentous challenge. Grace was one of the first to notice the debilitating symptoms, and by her mid-20s, she was severely crippled, her spine curved, and her body weakened by the bone damage. Yet, Her spirit remained unbroken. She was determined to hold the US Radium Corporation accountable. This was an immense undertaking. In the 1920s, it was almost unthinkable for working-class women to sue a major corporation. They faced a battery of legal and medical obstacles. Lawyers were reluctant to take the case, as the science was so new and the companies had so much power to simply delay the proceedings, waiting for the women to succumb to their illness. For 5 years, Grace fought to find a lawyer willing to take on the seemingly impossible fight. Finally, she succeeded in gathering a small group of fellow victims, including Catherine Schaub and Edna Hussman, and found a determined legal advocate. Their case became a landmark in workers' rights, a moment where the personal suffering of a few was forced into the national spotlight. The legal battle was fraught with tension and heartbreaking difficulty. The women, already terribly ill, had to endure endless delays, medical examinations, and the company's aggressive attempts to discredit them. The press, initially sympathetic, was often confused by the science, but the sheer visual evidence of the women's suffering and their incredible resolve began to sway public opinion. Grace's steady focus never wavered. Her commitment was not merely about compensation, it was about the truth of what had happened to them. She and the others had been poisoned by the very industry that had promised them a good living. Despite their pain, they had to appear in court, often brought in on stretchers or in wheelchairs, a devastating testament to the element's lethal power. The case was ultimately settled out of court, just before a full trial could begin, and while the financial settlement provided some support, the victory was more profound than money. It was a public reckoning that exposed company conduct and forced change. Grace's stand, born of personal tragedy, forever changed the landscape of industrial safety and corporate accountability. Her belief that the truth, no matter how painful, still mattered, became the legacy of the Radium Girls. Meanwhile, beyond the factories, the tragedy was not confined to the women in the luminous studios. Across the world, among those who had first embraced the X-ray and radium with scientific zeal, a similar, terrible pattern began to unfold. These were the pioneers, the doctors, nurses and engineers who had celebrated the dawn of the atomic age, convinced of its healing potential. Perhaps the most famous of these early victims was Clarence Daly, a glassblower and assistant to the great inventor, Thomas Edison. Daly had worked tirelessly, helping to perfect the earliest fluorescent X-ray screens. He would often test the tubes on his own hands, immersing them in the invisible rays for extended periods. In the glow of the screen, he could easily see the bones of his fingers, a frequent and unquestioning subject for his work. Slowly, his hands began to suffer from stubborn, painful sores that refused to heal. The condition worsened, developing into a terrible form of radiation-induced cancer. The slow, relentless progression of the illness was heartbreaking. Doctors were forced to amputate one hand, then part of his arm, in a desperate, futile attempt to halt the spread. Daly's death in 1904 was the first widely publicized fatality from the new radiation, and it had a profound effect on his employer. Edison, shaken by the suffering of his dedicated assistant, admitted his own growing fear of the very rays he had helped popularize. "I am afraid of them," he admitted, vowing never to touch X-ray work again. This was a significant moment, the great symbol of American invention, stepping back from a technology he had once championed. In the years that followed, countless other medical professionals, radiologists, technicians, and nurses began to display the same devastating effects. Many succumbed to cancers, severe burns, and blood disorders. They had stood in the path of the unseen light, unaware that their daily exposure was slowly accumulating, irrevocably altering the very structure of their cells. They were the martyrs of science, paying the ultimate price for knowledge that had not yet been acquired. Their sacrifice, the doctors dying from the very tool they used to heal, was a powerful, disturbing counterpoint to the commercial hype. Their deaths were a necessary, if tragic, lesson that the forces of the atom were not merely a source of progress, but a power demanding the utmost respect and caution. The world was beginning to understand that the invisible light carried a terrible, unyielding weight. By the 1930s, the first rush of wonder had cooled. Hospitals and laboratories began to treat the new light with respect, turning curiosity into careful routine. What had once felt like magic settled into method. Protection became ordinary practice. Lead aprons and leaded glass screens were commonplace. Walls were thickened, booths enclosed, and the bright salts were kept in clearly labeled, shielded containers. Air and hygiene improved. Vented hoods drew dust and vapor away from the face. Wet methods kept powders from drifting. Benches were scrubbed on a schedule. Waste was set aside, counted, and recorded. Exposure began to be measured rather than guessed. Staff wore small radiation badges, personal dosimeters, and checked them. Rooms were surveyed with meters and simple wipe tests, swabs across a surface, caught contamination before it spread. Limits were set, then tightened as evidence grew. The working rule was plain: less time near a source, more distance from it, and more shielding where it matters. The result was not dramatic, but it was steady. The same radiology and the same research, done with far fewer injuries and a risk you could see and count. The lessons paid for by the radium girls and by the early practitioners helped the world learn how to work in the glow without being harmed by it. The narrative of radium and X-rays was primarily one of surface radiation, of atomic decay, and of the body's devastating mistake. But even as the world was processing the tragedy of the radium girls, the focus of physics was shifting to a far more profound and terrifying aspect of the atom, its very nucleus. In the quiet atmosphere of the years before the Second World War, physicists were moving beyond radium and materials like it to the fundamental structures of matter. The Curies had worked with decay. The new science would work with division. Two key figures, Lise Meitner and Otto Frisch, were central to this shift. Meitner, an Austrian physicist forced to flee the rise of Nazism, worked in collaboration with her nephew, Frisch, to interpret the baffling results of experiments performed by her former colleague, Otto Hahn. Hahn had bombarded uranium with neutrons and found much lighter elements, like barium, in the residue. The results defied existing knowledge. In a moment of deep, intellectual clarity, Meitner and Frisch realized the unthinkable. The uranium atom had not merely decayed, it had been split. They named the process fission. Their calculations showed that when the atom split, a small amount of mass disappeared, but it reappeared as a truly unimaginable amount of energy. The implications of Einstein's famous equation were suddenly made terrifyingly real. This energy was not the soft, perpetual glow of radium. It was the power of a bottled star. The early radium pioneers had faced a danger they could not see. This new generation was contemplating a force that could unmake the world. The discovery of fission was a moment of absolute scientific triumph, quickly followed by a chill of profound unease. Humanity had learned to tap into the engine of the universe, and the timing, as the world edged closer to a devastating war, was a source of grave concern. The knowledge gleaned from the radium pioneers, the need for shielding, for careful measurement, for caution, was about to become exponentially more critical. Fission was a force that made the subtle, creeping destruction of the radium look almost benign by comparison. The ultimate secret of matter had been unlocked, and no one was quite sure what lay beyond the horizon. The year is now 1939. The great global drama of the 20th century is beginning to swell, and the hard-won lessons of the past still flicker in the collective memory. The bravery of the Radium Girls, their struggle for justice, and the public acknowledgement of their suffering had not been forgotten. Their terrible ordeal had carved out a new, essential understanding of the corporate responsibility to protect its workers. The tragic burns of pioneers like Clarence Daly and the brilliance of the Curies, who had given the world both the light and the warning, provided a framework of caution. The initial, pure scientific curiosity that opened the atomic door had been replaced by a mature, albeit apprehensive understanding of the immense, dual-edged power now in human hands. But the new discovery of nuclear fission changed everything. That small, persistent glow of radium, which had once symbolized modern progress and health, now foreshadowed something darker and more profound. Scientists who understood the implications knew that the power of a chain reaction could be harnessed to create a weapon of a scope previously only imaginable in myth. The forces of the atom, which had first manifested as a curious light in a watch face, were now preparing to shape the ultimate human conflict. In laboratories scattered across Europe and America, research into uranium was suddenly classified, secretive, and deeply urgent. The light that had once symbolized pure discovery now hung heavy with the shadow of mass destruction. The story of the Radium Girls, of the pioneers, and of the Curies remains a timeless reminder that with immense scientific power comes an immense moral and ethical debt. Their stories tell us that progress must always be tempered by compassion, wisdom, and truth. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story behind the origins of Merlin, an arcane and obscure figure, born half man, half legend, amid the annals of Britain's forgotten past. This tale begins not in a castle or a royal court, but in the fragmented, fog-drenched centuries following the departure of Rome. Long before King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table entered folklore, the land was dominated by warring chieftains and ancient Celtic gods who clashed with a burgeoning religion from the East, whose followers called themselves Christians. Around this time, rumors spread of a shadow in the forest. Neither good nor evil, this enigmatic being roamed hills and forests, using strange magic to compel beasts and trees alike. Some claimed it was ancient wisdom that afforded these powers. Others insisted it was a gift inherited from beyond the veil. By the 12th century, a Welsh cleric would give shape to this character, naming him Merlin, advisor to kings, and the archetypal wizard of Britain's imagined past. Though we cannot be certain of its origins, the story of Merlin crosses familiar territory. The yearning for order in chaos, for hidden wisdom in uncertainty. But which of these accounts, if any, carries the weight of truth? And what is it about the story of Merlin that we find so compelling? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll explore the mystery of a strange child brought forth into a world steeped in superstition and uncertainty. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Merlin into a time of lost wisdom, ancient gods, and stories just beginning to unfold. The air in Britain was thick with the dust of fallen empires. For centuries after the legions of Rome withdrew, the island fractured, not into nations, but into a kaleidoscope of warring valleys and hill-fort kingdoms. It was a time of brutal, localized power, where a king's reach often extended only as far as his soldiers could march in a day. And in this age, poised precariously between the memory of Latin discipline and the rising tide of Saxon fury, the stories began. They were whispered in ash-darkened halls and around peat fires, tales of a boy born to straddle the divide, a child whose very existence was a contradiction. Historians tell us that this tumultuous era, the 5th century, was one where old gods refused to yield to the new Christ. The native Britons, holding desperately onto their Celtic heritage, saw the world as a place still teeming with spirits, the fae in the woods, the malevolent forces in the deep places of the earth. When a person showed extraordinary talent, or perhaps an unsettling madness, the explanation was never merely human. It was a divine inheritance, a stroke of supernatural power. The legend of the boy's genesis is saturated with this cultural tension. His mother was a mortal woman, a princess perhaps, or a consecrated maiden from an ancient lineage. His father, however, was said to be no man at all, but merely a spirit, or in gentler tellings, an emissary of the old natural deities. The storytellers needed a way to account for the boy's impossible brilliance, his terrifying second sight, and his unsettling connection to the earth itself. The only answer that satisfied the age was a birth that defied nature, a fusion of earth and ether. He was, literally, half holy and half cursed. This myth of origin is a perfect mirror of the island's own soul during that time. Christianity, fresh from the continent, sought to impose its neat order, its singular God and clear morality. Yet, the soil was still profoundly haunted by the spirits of the groves, the power of sacred springs, and the wild, unpredictable power of older pagan forces. The boy's dual parentage explained his unique position. He could speak to both worlds. He was the bridge, or perhaps the breaking point, between the light of the new faith and the persistent shadow of the old. His name itself, according to some traditions, derived from the wild places, linking him irrevocably to the untamed nature of his mythical father. In the smoky, war-torn Britain of his birth, such a child could never belong to a single tribe or kingdom. His very being was a disruption, a sign of the shifting sands beneath the feet of every king. His coming was not a blessing announced by angels, but a profound cultural truth made flesh. The age was desperate for a prophet, and in their desperation, the people conjured one, forged in the very collision of their opposing faiths. The result was a sorcerer, a visionary, a legend named before he ever spoke his first prophecy. His life would be a long, dangerous negotiation between his mortal blood and his mythic destiny. At the start of the 5th century, there was a king called Vortigern, a man whose reign was defined by paranoia and an increasing inability to contain the chaos he had inadvertently welcomed. To fight off the encroaching invaders from the north, the Picts and Scots, he had committed the ultimate political folly. He had hired Saxon mercenaries, granting them land in exchange for their blades. But the Saxons weren't merely allies. They were conquerors in waiting, demanding more and more as the years went on. Vortigern's grand project was a massive stone fortress, a symbol of his authority, meant to stand against both foreign invasion and domestic dissent. But the fortress was cursed. Each day laborers would painstakingly place stones, one on top of another. Every night they would collapse and fall to the ground. The ramparts crumbled, the foundations shifted, and the whole effort was doomed to failure. The king's terrified advisors, a college of learned men and magicians, offered the same grim counsel. Only the sacrifice of a fatherless child could bind the tower's foundations and lift the curse. Messengers scoured the land, finally locating such a child. He was brought before the desperate king, a figure of small stature, yet possessing an unnerving, adult composure. According to legend, the boy dismissed the king's advisors with a wave of his hand, declaring the fault lay not in the workmanship, nor in any simple curse. Beneath the foundation, the boy claimed he saw not solid bedrock, but a vast underground pool, and within that pool, 2 great dragons locked in eternal furious battle. One dragon, he proclaimed, was white, representing the invading, relentless Saxons. The other was red, the ancient noble colour of the native Britons. It was the struggle of these beasts, thrashing and heaving in their subterranean prison, that caused the king's tower to fall to the ground night after night. The collapsing fortress, the boy made clear, was merely the symptom of this great national conflict. Skeptical but terrified, Vortigern ordered his men to dig. The story tells that they drained the pool, and just as the boy had prophesied, uncovered the massive sleeping serpents. When they were roused, the two mythical creatures began to fight fiercely before the king and his court, fulfilling the dreadful vision in spectacular fashion. The boy's prophecy was validated in the most dramatic, literal way possible. This story, recorded centuries later by chroniclers, is far more than a tale of a magical youth. It's a powerful political allegory. The 5th century was precisely the time when the historical struggle between the native Britons and the ever-advancing Saxons reached its fever pitch. The myth of the dragons gave these tensions a face, transforming a complex, messy historical event into a clear, unforgettable image of primal conflict. The boy, by revealing the dragons, was not just saving a tower, he was articulating the hidden, seismic anxiety of a nation. The tower's collapse represented the crumbling of British authority, and the dragons were the true, monstrous engines of that collapse. It was a first, profound lesson in prophecy. True insight wasn't about seeing the future, but about understanding the present with such terrifying clarity that the consequences seemed inevitable. The child, barely more than a boy, had already mastered the art of myth-making as a form of political truth. The image of the boy standing before a terrified king is one piece of the puzzle, yet the history of Merlin is richer and more tragic than that dramatic court appearance. To understand the man he would become, one must travel north, from the comfortable courts of the south to the harsher forested uplands of what is now southern Scotland. Here, a different, older, and far more broken figure emerges from the wind-scoured hills. Myrddin Wyllt, the wild man. This figure appears in some of the oldest surviving Welsh poems, preserved in the medieval Black Book of Carmarthen, a Welsh manuscript. Unlike the smooth, courtly prophet, Myrddin Wyllt was a poet, and his prophecy was born not from divine foresight, but from sheer, unbearable trauma. He was present at the Battle of Afterrid, likely fought around the late 6th century, a clash of tribal kingdoms so brutal and devastating that it irrevocably shattered his mind. In the midst of the carnage, something in the man snapped. The overwhelming loss, the visceral horror of friend killing friend, drove the poet into a state of profound, shrieking madness. He fled the battlefield and abandoned civilization, retreating into the depths of the Caledonian forest. He became a hermit of the wild, a beast-like figure who lived on berries and nuts, conversed with animals, and wore nothing but rags or skins. His verses survive as a powerful, agonizing lament. These aren't the confident political forecasts of the court magician. They are raw, personal expressions of loss and foresight, tinged with the bitterness of a man who has seen the worst of humanity and can no longer bear its company. He mourned his lost companions, the fall of his people, and the beautiful, terrible power of the natural world that had become his only refuge. His madness was a lens through which he saw the truth. The trauma of war had transformed into a terrible clarity. This deeply human, profoundly wounded figure is the raw material from which the kingmaker was eventually crafted. Over time, as chroniclers sought to weave a grand, unifying narrative for Britain, Myrddin the Mad Poet was blended with Merlin, the court prophet. The historical trauma of the 6th century, the ceaseless tribal warfare that shattered kingdoms, was elevated and transformed. His madness became second sight. His poetic lamentations became political predictions. And his retreat into the woods was reinterpreted as a search for ancient wisdom, not a desperate flight from pain. The story of the wild man is a crucial, melancholic reminder that the figure of the sage is often rooted in profound personal suffering. Before he was the great enchanter, he was a broken veteran, his gift for prophecy inextricably linked to his experience of war's ultimate devastation. This convergence, the mad poet becoming the celebrated mage, is a testament to the power of story to heal and reframe history. The medieval audience didn't want to hear about a war-shattered hermit. They wanted a powerful advisor. So, the storytellers gave him a new name, a new beginning, and a destiny intertwined not with the trees of the north, but with the foundation of the greatest king. Centuries later, writers would dress this broken hermit for the court. Less beast, more conscience. The transformation of Myrddin Wyllt, the shattered poet of the north, into the grand advisor of Arthur, is a fascinating study in cultural reinterpretation. Historically, the figure of the wild man was a common archetype across Celtic traditions. These were men who, overwhelmed by grief, violence, or spiritual revelation, chose to abandon the structured society of the court and the village. They were hermits who fled bloodshed, and in the solitude of the deep forest were believed to find a profound, often unsettling wisdom. The retreat of the man into the woods following such a great battle perfectly echoed this ancient pattern. He was seen as a man who had traded the superficial, corrupting knowledge of civilization for the terrifying, essential truths of nature. His life in the wild was, initially, a story of utter failure and collapse. However, as the centuries passed and Britain's religious and moral landscape changed, so too did the meaning of the wild man. Later, chroniclers recut him for the court, not a dangerous outlier, but a trusted counselor whose forest-hard wisdom could legitimize rulers and steady the realm. They needed to make the powerful, elemental wisdom of the old traditions compatible with Christian morality. The storytellers of the medieval period began to reimagine him. The broken, war-mad hermit was replaced by the wise, saintly sage. His survival in the forest was no longer interpreted as a desperate flight, but as a purposeful withdrawal for contemplation and profound study. His communion with the animals and trees, a hallmark of Celtic nature spirituality, was reframed into a form of communion with God. The sheer power of his prophecies was thus not demonic, but divine inspiration. This process of Christianization was central to the development of the legend. It turned a potentially troubling pagan figure into a respectable, if still mysterious, advisor. He retained his connection to the elemental power of the earth, the source of his magic. But now, that power was harnessed and directed toward the higher moral goal of establishing a righteous kingdom. The legend now offered an inspiring new message, that true wisdom was not found in dusty books alone, but required a solitude that purified the spirit. The figure embodied a synthesis. He was a scholar who understood the stars, yet a creature of the forest who spoke the language of the wind. His transformation shows how medieval writers constantly reinterpreted figures from the past to serve the moral and political needs of their own time. They took a raw, painful memory of historical trauma and crafted a usable myth. The mad poet became the intellectual conscience of the kingdom, the figure who understood that true power lay not in the sword, but in the knowledge of where and when the sword should be drawn. The man as we recognize him today, the wizard of great power and political agency, coalesced into the courtly prophet in the 1130s. The agent of this creation was a Welsh cleric named Geoffrey of Monmouth, and his medium was one of the most successful books of the Middle Ages, the history of the kings of Britain. Geoffrey was a master synthesizer, a man of soaring ambition who understood the political power of a well-told story. At the time, Britain lacked a unifying epic history that could rival the grand narratives of Rome or the legends of the continent. The island's past was a jumble of fragmented chronicles, scattered poems, and local oral traditions. Geoffrey took this raw material, the tale of the fatherless boy, the legend of the dragons beneath the tower, the tragic verses of Myrddin Wilt, and the shadowy memory of a great warlord named Arthur, and wove it all into a sweeping, coherent narrative. It was in this work that the different strands were formally tied together. The wild man became Malinus Ambrosius, the courtly figure who advised not just one king, but a succession of them. Geoffrey made him the architect of Britain's destiny, responsible for two of its most famous miracles. First, he solidified his role as the visionary who warned Vortigern. Secondly, in Geoffrey of Monmouth's telling, Merlin has a ring of standing stones brought from Ireland and re-erected on the Salisbury plain. This act cemented his status as a master magician whose power transcended mere foresight. He was an elemental force, capable of physically reshaping the landscape. Geoffrey then decisively linked the prophet to the greatest legend of all. He became the indispensable advisor to King Uther Pendragon and the architect of Arthur's birth. By linking Merlin to this royal lineage, Geoffrey wasn't merely inventing a character. He was performing an act of national myth-making. He gave Britain a foundational story, a proud and impressive past, to rival the histories of its continental rivals. His work was not a pure invention, but a brilliant, artful synthesis. He took local heroes and figures and placed them onto a grand stage. His Merlin is therefore a complex historical reflection. He is part historical memory, a faint echo of real northern prophets or poets, and part national aspiration. He is the idea of the perfect sage, wise, learned, and eternally loyal to the best interests of the British people. The immediate success of the history of the kings of Britain cannot be overstated. It was treated as a genuine historical text for centuries, and it ensured that Merlin's name would endure. His legend, codified and centralized, was now portable. It could be carried into the courts of Europe, where it would be further elaborated by French and German storytellers. Through Geoffrey's work, the fractured historical memories of the post-Roman age were finally given their powerful, unifying voice, establishing the foundational myth that would define a culture for 1,000 years. The creation of Arthur, the once and future king, is the legendary prophet's most indelible act, and the moment when the line between history and myth utterly dissolves. By the time the stories of Arthur coalesced, they had passed through generations of oral tradition, but the version cemented in popular imagination focused on the dark, necessary role Merlin played in the king's conception. The story is simple and morally complex. Uther Pendragon, a fierce warrior king, was consumed with longing for Igraine, the beautiful wife of the Duke of Cornwall. Driven by his desire, Uther besieged the Duke's fortress. Merlin, understanding that Uther was the only man capable of fathering the king who could unite Britain, agreed to use his formidable power to assist him, but only under 2 strict conditions. First, Merlin demanded that Uther swear an unbreakable oath to surrender the child born of the union to him immediately after its birth. Second, he then employed his magic, not for battle or for prophecy, but for deception. He gave Uther the guise of the Duke, transforming the king's appearance, voice, and bearing so completely that he could enter the besieged fortress undetected. Uther lay with Igraine, conceiving the child who would become Arthur, while the actual Duke was killed in battle outside the fortress. This legendary act is where Merlin's role becomes definitive. He is the conscience of power, but also its necessary manipulator. He uses his wisdom and his magic to circumvent morality for the sake of a higher political goal. Historically, the real 6th century warlords who fought desperately to defend post-Roman Britain against the invaders likely inspired the figure of Arthur. Merlin, in turn, embodied the ideal of the learned advisor, the rare mind capable of controlling and directing raw military strength. The myth of the kingmaker gave medieval audiences both moral reassurance and political warning. The reassurance lay in the fact that Arthur, though conceived in sin and intrigue, was born under the guiding wisdom of such a figure. The warning was clear: strength, Uther's passion, must always be guided by wisdom, Merlin's strategy, or both will inevitably fall to chaos. The prophet ensures that the most powerful man in Britain's destiny is shaped not by impulse, but by a calculated act of statecraft and sorcery. His manipulation of the royal lineage establishes him as more than a simple magician. He is a force of sacred destiny, the only one capable of moving the pieces on the grand historical chessboard. He is the master puppeteer, but his strings are attached to the forces of fate itself. In this chapter of his life, his wisdom is his greatest weapon, proving that the most potent power is the ability to arrange circumstances so that the desired outcome becomes an inevitability, not an accident. The sword that is later pulled from the stone is merely the public symbol. The true foundation of Arthur's reign was laid in the deception orchestrated by his brilliant, manipulative mentor. As the Arthurian legends travelled across the English Channel and were embraced by French romance writers like Robert de Boron and Chrétien de Troyes, the formidable, stern advisor of the chronicles began to undergo a subtle but profound change. The figure became more human, more relatable, and tragically more vulnerable. His power remained immense, but his personal flaws were brought to the forefront. This new dimension introduced the ultimate undoing of the great sage, his encounter with Nimue, often known as the Lady of the Lake. Merlin, despite his immense power and knowledge of the arcane secrets of the universe, proved susceptible to the most human of emotions: love, infatuation, and trust. The lady, a captivating figure of immense beauty and burgeoning magical ability, became his obsession. He loved her deeply, perhaps for the first time in his long, unnatural life. In this relationship, the power dynamic was inverted. The master became the supplicant, and the student became the ultimate betrayer. According to the legend, Merlin's love blinded him to the lady's true motivations. Driven by either fear of his power or a desire to possess his secrets for herself, she relentlessly pressed him to teach her the most profound and potent of his spells. He gave in, willingly sharing the entirety of his arcane knowledge, effectively handing over the keys to his own prison. The downfall came when she used the very spells he taught her to imprison him. The location of his confinement varies: a crystal tower, a glass box, a cave beneath a rock, or most poetically, a vast tomb beneath an ancient hawthorn tree in the forest of Brocéliande. He was not killed, but sealed away, eternally entombed, unable to intervene in the fate of Arthur's declining kingdom. Historically, this shift in the narrative reflected the concerns of the period in which these romances were written. Medieval storytellers were grappling with themes of faith, temptation, and the ultimate limits of human wisdom. The tale of his downfall served as a moral parable, echoing the Christian idea that even the wisest and most divinely inspired soul can be undone by desire. It was a cautionary tale, illustrating that intellect and power are no defense against the heart's folly. Yet, it also served to preserve an older Celtic theme: the retreat of the divine, or the magical, into nature. By imprisoning him in a natural place, a cave, a hawthorn, the sea, the legend ensured that his power was not truly destroyed. It was merely sleeping, resting beneath the surface of the world, echoing the ancient belief that magic never truly leaves the earth. It simply waits to be needed again. Merlin's final act was a perfect circle. Born of spirit, he was ultimately returned to the custody of the earth, his power made safe from the chaos of men, yet tragically also rendered inert at the moment his king needed him most. The end of the great prophet's active life is not marked by a battle or a grave, but by an eternal, magical slumber. This fate, to be sealed away, alive yet unable to move, is a powerful and ancient cultural motif found throughout the folklore of Wales and Brittany. He joins a company of heroes and prophets who, according to legend, do not die, but merely sleep beneath the earth, awaiting the hour of their land's direst need. This sleeping prophet became a symbol of cultural longing for return. His presence, unseen and unheard, was a promise. As long as he rested beneath the ancient oak tree in Carmarthen, or slept in his glass tower under the sea, the hope for the revival of wisdom and the return of unity could not be truly extinguished. This legend grew strongest during times of profound political and national despair, when the country was fragmented, suffering under foreign rule, or torn apart by civil strife. The storyteller's dream of the great healer's return became a powerful solace. The enduring image of his imprisonment speaks volumes about the historical power vacuum that followed the collapse of the unified Arthurian kingdom. With the great king fallen and the round table broken, the people looked back to the age of unity as a lost golden age. The failure to maintain that unity was not blamed on Merlin's death, but on his absence, his inability to intervene. By making him merely asleep, the narrative provided a comfort. The necessary wisdom to fix the world hadn't vanished. It was simply deferred. Local tradition embraced this motif, placing the site of his eternal rest in specific, powerfully evocative locations. In Carmarthen, his spirit is said to reside within an ancient, massive oak, and the common folk held that if the oak were to finally fall, the town itself would be doomed. This physical anchoring of the legend transformed Merlin from a historical figure into a genius loci, the spirit of the place itself. Other stories place him in a glass tower beneath the waves, or deep within a mountain cave. These sites are all places of transition, separating the everyday world from the mythological realm. By locating him there, the legend ensured that his wisdom remained connected to the earth's primal forces, yet removed from the corrosive influence of humanity. This deep-seated mythology reflects a profound spiritual faith in the possibility of redemption, but it also reflects a quiet, enduring political despair. When the present is unbearable, when the land is irrevocably broken by internal feuds and external enemies, the only recourse is to dream of a hero's awakening. Merlin's slumber is the nation's dream of its own potential, a comforting narrative that assures the people that the best of their past is not gone forever, but merely waiting for the right moment to emerge and heal the fractured present. The figure of Merlin did not stop evolving with his magical imprisonment. As centuries passed, his image was constantly taken up and reshaped by generations of thinkers, poets, and artists, each projecting the values and anxieties of their own time onto his enduring form. He became less a man and more a cultural mirror, reflecting the changing intellectual landscape of Britain and Europe. In the early medieval period, the monastic chroniclers viewed him with suspicion, but also with fascination. To them, he was a necessary pagan figure, a mind of incredible, almost terrifying power, whose ultimate purpose was to serve the divine plan by establishing the Christian King Arthur. In this context, his madness and his nature-based magic were reinterpreted as a form of divine inspiration that operated outside the conventional channels of the Church. He represented the mystery of God's often opaque will. By the time of the Renaissance, when Europe rediscovered classical learning and embraced rational inquiry, Merlin was reimagined yet again. He became the learned magician of natural philosophy. He was no longer a half-demon savage, but a scholar of immense intellect who understood the secrets of astronomy, engineering, and alchemy. He symbolized the era's belief that magic was simply science, yet to be understood, a profound knowledge of the laws of nature that allowed one to manipulate them. He was an archetype for the Renaissance scholar, a figure who bridged the gap between the spiritual and the purely physical. The Victorian era, with its focus on moral earnestness and romantic melancholy, transformed him into the romantic hermit of the mist. He was the tragic figure, the noble but flawed sage who fell victim to a woman's treachery. He embodied the Victorian fascination with loss, ancient ruins, and the sublime power of the natural world. He was a symbol of Britain's deep, mysterious past, an essential link to a purer, more heroic age that was forever gone. Each age, therefore, did not merely read his story, it rewrote it in its own image. This continuous process demonstrates how myth can perform a crucial historical function. It preserves the emotional truth of history long after its facts have been blurred or forgotten. The facts of the post-Roman era, the chaos, the land grabs, the rise and fall of petty kings, are academic concerns. The feeling of that age is preserved perfectly in the story of the fatherless prophet. Today, Merlin remains, perpetually poised between the world of verifiable fact and the boundless realm of imagination. Modern historians, equipped with archaeology and linguistic analysis, view him as a fusion of desperation and invention. He is likely rooted in the collective memory of a few powerful historical figures, perhaps the tragic northern poets of the 6th century, or an influential post-Roman official who navigated the political labyrinth. Yet, these historical seeds were transformed by storytellers into Britain's archetypal wise man. The two competing narratives of his existence, the legend and the history, ultimately meet in the same profound place, in the human desire to understand chaos through story. The legend assures us he still waits, ready to return when Britain's need is greatest. This belief in his eventual return is the ultimate expression of unfulfilled hope, the persistent cultural fantasy that a single, pure font of wisdom can restore order to a fragmented world. As history tells us, he never actually existed as a single coherent man. He is a composite, a brilliant creation born from the desire to give the chaotic, dark age of Britain a focus, a moral compass, and a sense of destiny. He is the personification of wise counsel to power, the embodiment of the idea that the king must be directed by clear, profound wisdom. Yet, whether one sees him as a sleeping magician or a powerful literary device, his influence endures. He represents a profound moral journey. The wild seer, who began in the terrifying agony of madness, was refined into the calm counselor who engineered a kingdom. His life arc is a dramatic narrative of knowledge achieved through suffering. He is the voice that perpetually reminds generations that true wisdom often begins in madness, in the painful, destabilizing realization of truth, and that the mythological past, even when invented, still speaks quietly and powerfully in the present. The stories he inspired are a testament to the fact that we need the transcendent. We require a figure who can see past the immediate battle to the eventual outcome, a man whose knowledge is his greatest power. Through the ages, he's been known as a powerful wizard, a broken poet, a master engineer, and a fool for romance. But above all else, he remains the magician who shaped a nation's destiny, a legend that is far more potent than any historical fact. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of 536 AD, a year most historians consider to be the worst to have lived through in all of recorded human history. It all started at once, and without warning. Subtle though it was at first, some claimed the sun shone blue as the moon through a perpetual dry haze. Others wrote of a dim, pale light with little warmth. From Constantinople to Peking, and across every continent, early chroniclers conveyed their inescapable sense of dread and a foreboding among the people from village to village and across empires. It wasn't long before the rhythm of the seasons began to fall out of step. Forests went silent, oceans turned to stone, crops blackened and bent in the fields, as though the world itself had forgotten how to grow. And as food stores began to dwindle, many civilizations teetered on the edge of collapse. Others descended into chaos, but this was only the beginning. Before this veritable Armageddon had come and gone, its survivors would have to endure tsunamis and earthquakes, floods and fires, famine and plague, a relentless torrent of suffering that would etch itself into ancient ice and canyon walls, and even into the deep recesses of the human psyche. What unseen force set this cascade of catastrophe in motion? And how close did we really come to the precipice of annihilation? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the path of this long-forgotten cataclysm, piecing together what clues it left behind. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's bear witness to this near unraveling of the world. In the year that came before the darkness, the world was alive with ambition and the steady pulse of empires. 5 great realms, spanning continents, pursued their grand designs as though their way of life was set in stone. In Byzantium, the great city of Constantinople bustled, a beacon of power and progress. The emperor, known to history as Justinian, labored tirelessly, perhaps too much so, to restore the former glory of Rome. Beside him, the Empress Theodora, sharp-witted and fiercely determined, guided his hand. Their ultimate ambition was visible in stone and parchment. The towering dome of the Hagia Sophia was nearing its completion. Great legal minds were gathering the sprawling mass of Roman law into a single, cohesive document. The work was painstaking, but the city thrummed with the belief that this new Rome would endure forever. East of Byzantium, across the Mesopotamian plains, stood the rival empire of Sasanian Persia. At his magnificent court in Ctesiphon, the King of Kings, Khosrow I, held sway. He maintained a sophisticated balance of peace and tension with the Western Empire, their long border a line of mutual respect and constant preparation for war. Farther still, in China, rival courts governed in the north and south, yet the pursuit of lasting works continued across the fractures. Scholars and soldiers played their ancient roles. Vast Buddhist works, filled with profound spiritual depth, were being commissioned, and the great walls that carved up the landscape were extended, fortified, and manned. Life, despite the shifting political sands, carried on with its ancient rhythm of rice paddies, imperial edicts, and the steady beat of the seasons. Meanwhile, in Western Europe, a patchwork quilt of newer kingdoms was being sewn from the remnants of the old Roman West. Frankish kings and Gothic lords negotiated a tough reality, balancing the harsh necessity of war with the nascent structures of law. The world there felt younger, wilder, but settled in its own way, as the foundations of medieval life slowly took root in the old Roman soil. Across the great ocean, a different kind of sophistication reigned. In the Americas, the classic Maya cities were at their zenith. Their pyramids pierced the jungle canopy, and their astronomers tracked the heavens with unnerving precision. In the Andean highlands, 1,000 miles of terraces and roads crisscrossed the mountains, allowing vast communities to thrive at altitudes that would challenge a modern explorer. These worlds were not isolated. Trade was the subtle, binding thread. The Silk Road funneled luxury and ideas from east to west, while the Red Sea and the Mediterranean were thoroughfares for grain, oil, and metals. The seasonal winds powered the merchant ships across the Indian Ocean, linking markets from Arabia to China. Faith, too, shaped the daily routine, providing both consolation and discipline to the vast populations. Everything felt connected, predictable, and enduring. A vast, intricate machine that had found its perfect speed. No one could have anticipated how quickly this balance would unravel. The world was poised at a precipice, blind to the slow, unhurried catastrophe that was already descending upon them from above. The change arrived not with a thunderclap, but with a barely perceptible softening of the sun. It was an unsettling thing, a change so subtle that it frayed routines before anyone could name it. Across the busy capitals and the small industrious farms, the light itself began to feel wrong. It was pale and cool. In Constantinople, the vast market days seemed to shorten, not because of the hour, but because the strength of the sun had been drained away. People had to lean closer to their stalls, and the warm, inviting colors of the fabrics and spices seemed muted. The hearths in the city and the surrounding villages had to work harder, demanding more fuel than a typical year. It was a perpetual autumn day that refused to break into full summer. The historians and chroniclers of the age men whose job it was to record the enduring facts of their time, were among the first to capture this uncanny sense of unease. Procopius, a Byzantine scholar and chronicler, recorded the observation with a precision that hints at his own unease. The sun, he wrote, gave forth its light without brightness, as though its very essence had been taken from it. It was still there, but it offered light without its customary warmth, creating a dry haze that simply refused to lift. Further west, in Italy, the Roman statesman Cassiodorus, who served as a minister to the Gothic court, noted the same strange phenomenon. From his vantage point, he wrote of pale skies and, crucially, untimely frosts. This wasn't just a matter of dim light. It was a shift in the engine of the weather itself, a sudden destructive cold that struck at the heart of the seasonal cycle. The sight and the feeling of the light, according to some, were enough to settle an inescapable dread upon the populace. The confidence of emperors and citizens alike began to waver, and the strange dimness became a topic of uneasy discussion wherever people gathered. John of Ephesus, a bishop and historian, wrote of a feeling of foreboding that moved from village to village and across the great empires. He recorded how the unnerving sky and the chill air unsettled even those who had faced war and famine before. The very fabric of daily life began to pull taut. The granaries felt the pinch first, their stores suddenly finite and precious under the threat of a ruined harvest. The soldiers of the great armies, used to movement and reliable supply, found themselves colder, hungrier, and more reliant on increasingly strained logistical chains. In the great cities, the poor were the most immediately and tragically exposed, their precarious existence relying on the day-to-day work the weather no longer seemed to fully permit. It wasn't the darkness of a storm or an eclipse which had a known and expected endpoint. This was a sustained, dry dimness that seemed to absorb the color and heat from the world. It was a celestial event that had brought a mundane disaster down to earth, threatening the most fundamental relationship of mankind, the predictable cycle of planting and reaping. The human heart was left unsettled, grappling with the certainty that whatever lay ahead, this would not be a normal year. In the vast stretch of Europe and the North Atlantic, this chain of events quickly translated into a material catastrophe. The air grew colder, and the change wasn't merely a drop in temperature. It was a fundamental shift that made the already challenging northern climate hostile to life. The harvests stumbled. In a typical year, a few poor crop yields could be absorbed by a large, diversified empire. But this event was so widespread and so persistent that it affected every major grain-producing region at once. The fields that had been reliable providers for generations suddenly failed to deliver. Where grain should have plumped and yellowed, only rotten stalks remained, incapable of sustaining the dense populations of the northern kingdoms. The disaster wasn't confined to the fields. The herds began to thin. With the early, untimely frosts and the shortened growing season, the grasses that sustained the livestock were inadequate. Hunting yields collapsed as game died off or moved on. The cold, prolonged winters became a death sentence for animals weakened by a lack of summer forage. This wasn't just an inconvenience. It struck at the core of the ancient relationship between man and land. The winters seemed to lengthen and refused to relinquish their hold. The season of short days and low fires stretched on, pushing the limits of the stored food and timber. In later Norse memory, this period would be crystallized into the chilling myth of the Fimbul winter, the great winter that precedes the end of the world. Though the context was mythic, the memory was rooted in a genuine, desperate time of cold and carefully counted rations. It was a time when the sun, which should have been their savior, seemed only to mock them. Across the sea, in the newly Christianized lands of Ireland, the scribes and monks kept their annual records, the annals. These documents, usually filled with precise details of important deaths, battles, and religious festivals, offered a record of the unfolding disaster with a chilling and characteristic spare finality. One of these Irish annals simply records for the year a failure of bread. No long lamenting descriptions of the sky or the cold, just the single devastating fact that the fundamental staple of life was gone. In the North, this crisis of rationing, salvaging, and sharing was etched into the DNA of the people. They had to rely on resourcefulness and the harsh, ancient knowledge of survival. Every log of wood, every last sack of dried food, every living animal became an intensely precious commodity. The long chill stripped away the easy comforts of settled life and forced communities to turn inward, to rely on local ingenuity and the collective will to survive. It was a testament to human resilience that any survived at all. The North endured successive failed harvests, surviving through rationing and mutual aid. Yet humanity refused to forget how to live. Across the vast lands of East Asia, the upheaval of the year 536 was met not with dramatic outbursts of despair, but with the cool, meticulous record-keeping that was the hallmark of the imperial courts. Officials, guided by centuries of order and habit, noted each anomaly with unshaken composure, treating the dim skies not as omens, but as another entry in the unbroken record of natural events to be observed and controlled. The court chronicles began to fill with observations of a strange light that was thin and colorless, casting a pall over the bustling river towns and the great ceremonial quays. The normal, vibrant life of the waterways, which were the arteries of the empire, grew noticeably quieter under this persistent, diffused light. The climate anomalies were too severe to ignore. A single court chronicle, written with a characteristic brevity that conveys the utter shock of the event, observed the unprecedented occurrence of summer snow. Snowfall in the height of the warm season was more than a curiosity. It was a dire omen that signaled a deep, dangerous flaw in the seasonal order. This sudden out-of-season cold decimated crops that had expected warmth and light, turning potential harvests to frozen ruin overnight. The immediate and most pressing concern for the imperial bureaucracy was the resulting grain shortfall. Clerks, their hands steady despite the crisis unfolding outside the palace walls, tallied the losses with the same methodical approach they used for tracking eclipses or tax receipts. Their ledgers recorded the stark reality of the disaster: how much less grain was harvested, how much more was needed, and where the most acute shortages were likely to bite. This was the empire's practical confrontation with the unthinkable. This administrative response highlights a subtle but profound difference in how the calamity was processed. While the Byzantine chroniclers focused on the strange, ominous look of the sun and the moral implications of the dark days, the Chinese officials concentrated on the material consequences. The celestial event was merely the cause. The resulting food shortage and social instability were a problem that required an imperial solution. The very structure of the state, its ability to manage massive public works, its legal codes, and its vast granary system, was put to the ultimate test. To ensure stability, the courts had to carefully manage the flow of food, the deployment of troops to guard supply lines, and the delicate balance of taxation and relief. Rumors of the poor harvests in the countryside would surely reach the capitals, potentially triggering unrest among the urban populations. The imperial system, for all its sophistication, was vulnerable to mass hunger. Their leaders understood that their mandate to rule, the very mandate of heaven, was tied to their ability to sustain their people through such a profound crisis. As the year progressed, the steady hand of the bureaucracy was all that stood between the empire and the precipice of collapse. Their cool, understated observations preserved the record of a world struggling against a force it could neither see nor comprehend. The consequence of the relentless chill was the most ancient and visceral of human trials: famine. It didn't arrive everywhere at once, but rather in scattered waves, a creeping tide of shortage that relentlessly wore down the resilience of communities across the globe. As the scarcity of grain became an undeniable fact, prices climbed with a cruel, inexorable speed. The cost of a basic loaf of bread, which had been the anchor of a family's budget, grew dear, even as its quality diminished. This escalation was a clear signal that the stores were running low, and that what remained had become a weapon in the hands of merchants and rulers. The poor, who lived closest to the edge, were immediately pushed over it. Rulers, from emperors to minor kings, found themselves in an impossible bind. They had to juggle relief with levy. If they provided too much free or cheap grain, they would quickly deplete their reserves, leaving the state vulnerable in the inevitable years of aftershock. If they levied too much tax or too few provisions, they risked provoking riots, rebellion, and a loss of legitimacy. It was a knife-edge decision, played out in the halls of power as rumors arrived of frost in months that should have been safe, a terrifying sign of the world's enduring instability. In the countryside, the desperation was even more acute. The failure of a single harvest could be devastating. The failure of several across multiple seasons was annihilating. Families found themselves facing a terrible calculus of survival. They had to trade distance for the chance of a full bowl, selling off land, tools, or even family members to procure enough food to last another month. The traditional bonds of village life began to fray under the pressure of hunger, forcing mass movement and desperate choices. The memory of the great granaries, symbols of imperial foresight and abundance, began to change from a comfort to a source of resentment. The food was there, but its distribution became a matter of life and death, an act of intense political theatre. Every distribution of rations, every opening of a state storehouse, was a moment of intense tension, where order could quickly devolve into chaos. The sheer scale of the shortfall meant that no government, however well organized, could feed everyone for long. This period of hunger was a threshold. It was the point where the strange sky and the cold air translated from an atmospheric oddity into a profound human tragedy. It forced communities to confront the reality that the disaster was not a temporary phenomenon, but a sustained era of scarcity. As the hunger bit, the intricate layered stability of the 5 great worlds that had hummed along so confidently began to teeter. Many civilizations found themselves on the edge of collapse, while others were already descending into the chaos that inevitably follows when the fundamental necessity of bread is removed. The ordeal was relentless, etching itself into the bones and the minds of all who survived it. As the famine began to grip the land, the flow of goods that had bound the vast world together started to clog and thin. The intricate network of commerce, the roads, the rivers, the sea lanes, which had seemed so robust, now showed their fragility. Trade routes faltered. The reasons were practical and profound. On land, caravans were forced to turn back. Not only was there less product to carry from the ruined farms, but the roads themselves had become perilous. With food scarce, banditry rose, and desperate people often saw a laden wagon not as a source of trade, but as a target for survival. The necessary certainty that allowed merchants to commit their valuable cargo to long, slow journeys had simply vanished. On the water, the coasting ships waited in harbor. The monsoon winds still blew, but the captains held back, waiting for news of stable prices and welcoming ports that never quite materialized. An empty port was a useless stop. A hostile port, one guarding its gates and supplies, was a deadly one. The easy rhythm of sea commerce, which connected the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, was disrupted, leaving critical populations suddenly cut off from vital imports. The failure of trade quickly led to hard bargains and small wars. When food cannot be bought, it must often be taken. Towns began to guard their gates with intense caution, turning away strangers and even people from neighboring districts who might otherwise have been allies. The country paths, once routes of easy passage for farmers and peddlers, grew cautious and dangerous, marked by suspicion and fear. In this landscape of scarcity, migrations began. Whole communities, driven by starvation, left their ancestral lands in search of any place that might have a slightly better harvest, or a ruler willing to provide aid. These movements inevitably create tension as the starving masses put pressure on the reserves of the places they moved into, leading to fresh conflict and further destabilization of borders. The lines on the map that had been established by decades of diplomacy and warfare began to subtly shift as people moved in search of sustenance. The world's suffering felt like a single, monstrous event. But in reality, the survivors were enduring a terrifying sequence of calamities. It would only later become clear to historians, piecing together the evidence from ice cores and tree rings, that another blow was coming, and in quick succession. The initial, vast veil that covered the sun would be joined by a second, equally devastating atmospheric blow, which ensured that the brief respite between the first great famine and the next global disaster would be non-existent. The Earth had taken its first major punch, but the counterblow was already on its way, promising to prolong the long, desperate wait for the world to heal. The light did eventually begin to steady. The sun, while not immediately returning to its former brilliance, grew strong enough to once again warm the fields and permit the seasons to tentatively resume their ancient rhythm. However, even as the sky offered a measure of relief, the earth itself proved restless. The sheer, prolonged stress on the world had seemed to destabilize the planet's crust. As the long cold eased, a new wave of fear gripped the populated areas, particularly along the crowded coasts and great fault lines. Great shocks began to reverberate through the land, toppling the great stones of temples, homes, and fortifications. These earthquakes were often followed by equally devastating tsunamis. Bustling harbors that had been the lifeblood of trade and travel were suddenly ravaged, their waterfronts smashed, and their entrances choked with silt. The lesson of the Earth's instability was written into the very architecture of the cities and ports. The damage was recorded in both the immediate waterfronts of the devastated cities and in the sober, factual entries of local records and chronicles that tallied the cost in lives and ruined property. The survivors faced the monumental task of rebuilding. With resources scarce and reserves depleted by the famine years, this was not a simple matter of wealthy imperial decree. Instead, it became an intense test of community spirit and patience. People had to work with what timber they could salvage and what local stone remained. The new buildings were often more humble, a reflection of a generation that had learned the harsh limits of ambition. The massive, soaring constructions of the past were replaced by structures that prioritized function and resilience. This period was the aftershock in the truest sense. It was the moment when the physical damage of the great cataclysm, which had begun in the sky, was transferred to the ground beneath their feet. It reinforced the terrifying lesson that the world was no longer predictable. Just as a small degree of comfort had returned, the foundation of their lives was literally shaken. The experience of these years, the endurance required to survive the cold, the hunger, and now the trembling ground, began to subtly etch itself into the culture. The memory of the great shocks informed future building practices, making the new structures lower, sturdier, and more resistant to movement. It also instilled a deep, perhaps subconscious sense of vulnerability that would linger for generations. The people who rebuilt their towns were not the same people who had lived in them before. They had borne witness to a near unraveling of the world, and they learned to live with a new, quiet awareness of how fleeting peace and prosperity could be. They put their world back together, piece by careful piece, knowing that it might all shake apart again tomorrow. Just as the earth finally seemed to settle, a new and terrible visitor began to arrive, riding the sea lanes into the bustling ports. It was an illness, a relentless plague that moved with terrifying speed and lingered for years, long after hope should have returned. The disease, which historians would later call the Plague of Justinian, was carried by trade ships, disembarking first in the great Mediterranean hubs like Alexandria, and then quickly spreading to one of the most populous cities of the age, Constantinople. This was a killer that traveled faster than comfort and arrived without warning in the heart of the civilized world. The fear it generated was a palpable thing, a heavier pall than the atmospheric haze of years prior. Chroniclers wrote less about the precise numbers of the dead, though they were vast, and more about the terror. It was a terror that closed shutters early on the busy streets. The markets, which had only just begun to regain their vibrancy after the famine, grew unnervingly thin. The familiar sound of footsteps and voices became infrequent, a chilling echo in the once thrumming metropolis. The sickness did not discriminate. It struck rich and poor, scholar and laborer, and it did so with a devastating efficiency. Work was left half done, tools abandoned in the fields, parchment unwritten on the desks of the government, ships left half loaded at the docks. Whole households were forced into a waiting game for the worst to pass, knowing that a single cough could signal the end. The Emperor Justinian himself contracted the plague and was brought to the very brink of death. His recovery, while celebrated, demonstrated the terrifying reach of the sickness. If the most powerful man in the world was not safe, then no one was. His illness also created a temporary power vacuum at the heart of the empire, contributing to the feeling of a world coming apart. This plague was the final, brutal punctuation mark on the decade of disasters. The initial catastrophe had been atmospheric, striking the crops and the food supply. This new one was personal, striking the body and the core of society itself. The population losses were catastrophic, particularly in the most urbanized areas. The plague did more than just kill. It fundamentally disrupted the economy, the military, and the ability of the empire to respond to its enemies. The memory of the dead, piled up in mass graves, and the enduring weakness of the surviving society would leave a long echo in the centuries that followed. Humanity had endured the cold and the hunger, but this unseen foe that traveled on the breath was perhaps the hardest and most terrifying visitor of them all. Slowly, almost tentatively, the seasons learned their steps again. The sun shone with something close to its old strength. The trees budded reliably, and the great rhythm of planting and harvesting was restored. But the world that emerged from the shadow of the worst year in history was subtly different. The map of human affairs was redrawn, not by grand battles, but by invisible forces. Populations had shifted, drastically thinned by famine and plague, leaving vast tracts of land sparsely inhabited. This created new opportunities for those who remained, but it also fundamentally trimmed the power of the great empires. The Byzantine Empire, especially, saw its strength diminished by the enormous loss of life, making its ambitious goals of reconquest far more difficult to achieve. Conversely, the collapse of stability in one region often emboldened those on the periphery. Neighboring powers and rising barbarian groups saw their chance to expand into areas weakened by the plague and the reduced military capability of the central empires. Power had not been destroyed. It had been redistributed by the sheer weight of suffering. The habits of survival, born of necessity during the long chill, settled into culture. A deep-seated thrift took root. People were more cautious with their resources, storing grain and timber with greater diligence, remembering the terror of the empty winter. Its memory passed down, becoming a cautionary tale and a silent reminder of the earth's potential for betrayal. Lessons in resilience settled into law, craft, and custom. Lawmakers, forced to deal with issues of abandoned property, mass migration, and the rights of the newly orphaned, incorporated new provisions into their codes. The need for stronger, more efficient craft emerged as builders sought designs that would withstand the unpredictable earthquakes. Even the customs of funerals and mourning changed, reflecting the painful, repeated losses of the dark decade. The world had been tested to its limit, and the long echo of the event was a new, shared history of hardship. The people who lived on were a generation tempered by fire, famine, and pestilence. Their stories, their buildings, and their laws carried the invisible scars of the catastrophe. They had not been annihilated, but they had been transformed. The old, assured confidence of the 5 great worlds was replaced by a more measured approach to existence, a recognition that the earth could and would suddenly turn on its inhabitants. The memory of the thin light lived on, less as a terrifying omen and more as a profound lesson in the sheer, dogged human capacity for survival. It was a quieter, less boastful world, but one with a deeper understanding of its own strength. For centuries, the terrible period of the 530s remained a mystery, a time of famine, plague, and perpetual gloom, whose cause was attributed to God's displeasure or the inevitable whims of a cruel world. The puzzle of the thin light was the hardest piece of all, only fully fitting into place much later, when science could look back in time. The clues were subtle, yet undeniably present, waiting for discovery in the frozen archives of the planet. Scientists examining ancient tree rings found a stark anomaly. For a decade, the growth of trees across vast regions slowed to an alarming minimum. In the northern latitudes, the rings recorded a sudden, severe, and prolonged chill, a cold snap far greater and more sustained than any typical winter. Further clues were preserved in the pristine ice fields of Greenland and Antarctica. By drilling deep into the ice, scientists could analyze the ancient layers, each one representing a year of snowfall. Within the layers corresponding to the year 536 AD, they found a dramatic and unexpected deposit, a heavy concentration of sulfate. This sulfate, a kind of aerosol, could only have been deposited there by one type of event: powerful, explosive volcanic eruptions. The data began to align. The twin events, hinted at by the severe, prolonged nature of the cold, were likely 2 massive eruptions that occurred in quick succession. The first around 536, and the second a few years later. The precise volcano is still debated, but the effect was undeniable. The explosions had propelled vast amounts of ash and sulfate high into the stratosphere, far above the cleansing rain. There, these particles spread across the entire globe, creating a veil that enveloped the planet. This natural screen performed a devastating trick. It allowed light to pass through, which is why the sun was visible, but it effectively cooled the world by preventing solar heat from reaching the surface. This unseen force, the smoke we couldn't see, was the ultimate cause of the long chill, the crop failures, and the resultant famine and migration. It was a global atmospheric cataclysm that set the cascade of human suffering in motion, leading indirectly to the societal weakness that allowed the Great Plague to spread so ruthlessly. The ice and the trees told the story of a world caught in the grip of a powerful natural force, a cosmic consequence of geological upheaval. It was an event of such magnitude that it remains a stark, sober reminder of the delicate balance of our planet and the profound, humbling power of nature. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story behind the myth of Count Dracula and the ruthless 15th century warlord whose reign of terror inspired the Gothic legend of an immortal, blood-sucking monster that haunts us to this very day. In the shadowed valleys of Transylvania, mist clings to the steep folds of the Carpathian Mountains. Stone fortresses rise from cliffs like the bones of a sleeping giant, their walls scarred by centuries of siege. It was here, in a land forever caught between empires, that a young prince would quickly learn that survival demanded more than courage or loyalty. It required fear. Born to Vlad Dracul of the Order of the Dragon, Prince Vlad III inherited a throne hemmed in by treachery and threat. His childhood as a hostage of the Ottoman court taught him that mercy was a language seldom spoken. When he returned to rule Wallachia, he brought with him a mind sharpened by captivity and a heart accustomed to suspicion. His reign would be short and brutal, but unforgettable. Stories of his terrible methods spread quickly across the known world. Some saw a patriot defending his homeland against impossible odds. Others saw only a monster who turned cruelty into an art form. Was he a protector shaped by violence, or the very embodiment of it? History leaves us a tangle of both man and myth, further compounded by the classic novel that transformed this obscure nobleman from the late Middle Ages into the modern-day vampire. Tonight, for this Halloween special, we'll trace the origins of a real man whose path winds through mud-choked battlefields, deep forests, and crumbling monasteries in his unholy quest for power. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's uncover the origins of Count Dracula through the moonlit ruins of Transylvania, reawakening a story that refuses to die. To live in Transylvania was to live with uncertainty of weather, of borders, and of what waited just beyond the edge of the firelight. Heavy fog gathers in abundance in the valleys of Transylvania. The Carpathian Mountains rise above in long ridges, draped in pine and cloud. Below, the forests stretch without end, swallowing roads and hamlets alike. On cold nights, wolves howl from the ravines, and the people listening by the hearth make the sign of the cross. In these lands, the living and the dead share uneasy borders. When a neighbor falls ill or a crop withers, whispers follow. Some say the dead refuse to rest. They speak of strigoi, souls who rise again in bodies not yet cold, drawn back by hunger or unfinished wrongs. The priests recite blessings, and families drive iron nails into coffins, just to be sure. The faith here is deep, but so too is the dread beneath it. It is a world balanced between church bells and superstition, between prayer and the fear that prayer might not be enough. To the west lie Hungary and Bohemia, crowned with their kings and bishops. To the east, the vast reach of the Ottoman Empire presses forward like a storm. Between them sits Wallachia, small and stubborn, a land of wooden fortresses and weary soldiers guarding narrow passes through the mountains. Traders and travelers bring word of wars that never end, of shifting loyalties sealed by blood or broken by greed. Every promise in this borderland carries the weight of threat. It was into this world that a man called Vlad Dracul rose to power. His name, meaning the dragon, came from his oath to the Order of the Dragon, an alliance of Christian princes sworn to defend Europe from the Ottoman advance. To carry that title was to bear both honor and peril. The dragon symbol promised protection to Christendom, but it also marked its bearer as an enemy to one of the most formidable empires on earth. Dracul ruled from strongholds, built atop cliffs and river crossings, his banners marked by the coiled dragon of his order. He was a man of strategy and suspicion, ruling a country that could not afford softness. His court was small, his reach limited, but his ambition was vast, to keep Wallachia free. Each day was measured not by the turn of the sun, but by the next demand from one empire or another. The people who lived under his rule were accustomed to uncertainty. Winter brought more than frost. It brought armies. Villages vanished overnight, rebuilt, then vanished again. Stories traveled faster than soldiers. Some told of Dracul's negotiations with the Ottomans, others of secret deals with the Hungarian crown. Few could tell which rumors were true, and fewer dared to ask. In these parts, survival meant listening, obeying, and hoping to be overlooked. High in his fortress, perhaps on a night when the wind moaned through the towers, Dracul might have looked out over the darkened valleys and wondered what it meant to serve both faith and survival. The oath he swore to the Order of the Dragon had bound him to defend his land, yet that same oath chained him to the endless quarrels of greater powers. The dragon's mark was both shield and curse, and in his household a young boy was watching. The boy's name was Vlad too, the son of the dragon. From torchlit corridors and narrow windows, he learned what it meant to rule a place where friends could be bought. Borders could shift overnight, and fear was the only constant. In the fortress halls of Wallachia, a young boy grew beneath the weight of banners and candlelight. His father, Vlad Dracul, carried the symbol of the dragon upon his cloak, a coiled emblem of faith and defiance. For the boy, this was to be more than inheritance. It was to be his destiny. His earliest memories were shaped by whispers of siege and betrayal. Courtiers bowed low, but spoke in riddles. Messengers arrived from distant courts, bearing promises wrapped in threat. Beyond the castle walls, mountains hemmed the land in like the walls of a cage. To be born a prince here was not to be safe. It was to live at the center of a storm that never ended. When his father's fortunes faltered, the storm closed in. In a fragile bid to preserve his throne, Dracul struck a pact with the Ottoman Empire, sending his young sons as hostages to ensure his loyalty. The boy and his brother, Radu, were taken south across the Danube to Edirne, then the Ottoman capital. There, the air was thick and fragrant with incense, and the call to prayer echoed from high domes unfamiliar to their Christian ears. In this foreign court, the boy learned the language of survival. He watched, listened, and remembered. The Ottomans prized discipline and cunning, and he studied both. Tutors drilled him in their customs and tactics. At night, perhaps when the torches flickered low, he would think of the fortress at home, the smell of pine smoke, the murmuring river below the walls, the faces of those he no longer knew if he would see again. Hostage though he was, the boy was also learning to rule. He saw how men bent their will to power, how respect could be taken rather than given. In captivity, he learned patience, the kind that waits, observes, and endures. Years passed. News traveled north and south alike. Word reached him of his father's shifting loyalties, of nobles conspiring in the shadows, and of betrayal. Vlad Dracul was overthrown and killed, his body left in the open as warning. To the boy in Edirne, the message was clear. Mercy had no place in the game of rule. When he was at last permitted to return, he came back to a land broken by rival claims and distrust. Wallachia was fractured. Some nobles backed the Ottomans, others the Hungarians, and few trusted either. The throne his father had died for was still contested, the crown tarnished by fear and treachery. But the boy who returned was not the same as the one taken away. He had learned to measure words, to read men's faces, and to strike when the moment demanded it. At first, his rule was brief, a small flame in a storm of greater powers. Enemies encircled him. Betrayal came from within. Yet even in defeat, he did not yield easily. When he lost his throne, he vanished into the folds of foreign courts, biding his time. Somewhere within him, the child who had watched the Ottomans drill in perfect order remembered that discipline. The years of captivity had not broken him, they had forged him. Soon he would return again, harder, colder, and utterly determined. The land that had swallowed his father would learn to fear his name, and though the world would one day twist his story into legend, it was in these long, uncertain years that the man behind the myth was truly made. The son of the dragon, born of captivity, shaped by loss, and returned to rule a country that had forgotten how to believe in mercy. When the dragon's son seized Wallachia again, the land was weary. Smoke lingered above charred villages, and the roads were thick with mud and fear. Traders spoke in low voices, priests carried more burden than faith, and the boyars, the nobles, played their endless games of allegiance, each swearing loyalty to whichever side seemed least likely to fall. Into this uneasy soil, Vlad planted the flag of his rule. He was still young, but his eyes held the calm of a man who had already outlived trust. The throne he claimed was not offered, it was seized. His first acts were not grand proclamations, but cold reckonings. The boy Ars, who had betrayed his father, was summoned to feast, fed, and judged. Some were made examples, others given mercy so rare it unsettled more than punishment. To rule here required not kindness, but control. The court at the Wallachian capital became a place of purpose. Edicts were written, taxes reordered, soldiers retrained. The walls of his fortresses were strengthened, and the watchtowers were manned day and night. He rebuilt bridges, repaired grain stores, and punished thieves and corrupt officials with relentless consistency. The message was clear. The age of chaos had ended. Order would return, even if it came through fear. His people, hardened by decades of invasion and betrayal, responded with wary respect. The roads grew safer, banditry dwindled. Travelers could cross the land without losing their lives or their goods. Yet the same justice that restored stability also bred unease. The prince's punishments were severe, and mercy was rare. He kept a ledger of crimes and names, but the ink might as well have been blood. Beyond the borders, the Ottomans and Hungarians watched with suspicion. Wallachia was small, but it sat like a hinge between two great empires. Whoever held it controlled the passage of armies, the flow of tribute, and the hearts of borderlands that never stopped burning. Vlad played his enemies as he once had played his captors, patiently, cautiously, waiting for their missteps. In those years, his fortress at Poenari rose higher on the cliffs above the Argesh River, a jagged crown of stone. It was rebuilt by his command, its foundations dug by those who had betrayed him. From its towers, a messenger could see the valley for miles, the lifeline of his realm. On winter nights, when the fires in the great hall burned low, he would walk the ramparts and look out over his land, listening to the wind that howled through the mountains like a chorus of ghosts. To his followers, he was a ruler of iron will, incorruptible and unswerving. To his enemies, he was unpredictable and dangerous. Both views were true. He understood that in Wallachia, power alone was not enough. It had to be visible. A single act of weakness could unravel years of rule. And so his authority grew not only through his armies and decrees, but through the legend that began to form around his name. In the villages, people spoke of his justice in the same breath as his cruelty. A merchant who lied about his wares was said to have been impaled outside the city gates. A thief found hanged with his stolen goods at his feet. Whether all the stories were true hardly mattered. Fear became as effective a wall as any fortress. The rivers of Wallachia ran dark that spring. Across the southern plains, the Ottoman armies advanced, their banners catching the wind like a storm front of silk and iron. Vlad's spies brought word of camps stretching for miles, of generals boasting that the prince would soon bow to the Sultan. But Vlad was preparing something the invaders did not expect. To govern Wallachia was to live with the memory of occupation. The villages remembered being burned, their sons taken, their daughters sold. The prince understood that no fortress could stand forever, but reputation might. So he turned fear itself into a weapon, one that struck deeper than any blade. His soldiers moved by night, their movements precise and unseen. Fires rose in the enemy's rear camps. Wells were poisoned, roads destroyed. Food burned, so nothing could be taken. Each act denied comfort. Every silence deepened dread. When the Ottoman vanguard crossed the Danube, they expected surrender. Instead, they found empty fields and abandoned hamlets. Only the crows remained. Those who pressed forward found what history would call the forest of the impaled. Thousands of bodies stood along the road, their shadows bending in the wind. To the soldiers who saw it, the message was unmistakable. This land would rather die than kneel. The chroniclers in distant courts later wrote of it as madness, but those who fought beside him knew it was calculation. The night attack on the Wallachian capital became legend. Vlad led his men through the darkness, striking deep into the Ottoman camp where the Sultan's banners flew. The attack came like a phantom wind. Torches flared, confusion reigned, and by dawn the campaign faltered and the Sultan withdrew. Within Wallachia, the same law held. Order was enforced with ruthless precision. A peasant stealing bread or a noble plotting rebellion could expect the same fate. Justice was swift and absolute, and it gave the land an uneasy peace. Muster rolls were kept to the day, watchtowers manned at dusk, patrols logged at dawn, rations measured to the last loaf. In his absence, his shadow ruled. Beyond the borders, tales of his cruelty spread as swiftly as those of his victories. In Hungary, they whispered of impalements that blotted the sky. The Prince of Wallachia was becoming more than a man. He was becoming a symbol of dread. The truth of his rule mattered less than the fear his name inspired. He rode often at dusk, his armor catching the faint light like a burnished mirror. Perhaps he understood what he had become, or perhaps he no longer cared. To hold power in Wallachia was to dance on the edge of survival, and he had learned long ago that pity was a step toward ruin. The boy who had watched the Ottomans from his captivity now ruled with their same discipline, but where they demanded loyalty, he demanded obedience. In the cold stillness of his fortress, the prince must have known that his reputation was both shield and poison. It protected his throne, but it isolated him from all else. Beyond the walls, the wind tugged at banners until they cracked like whips in the night. In the villages below, mothers told their children to behave, or the impaler would come for them. And somewhere, deep within his stronghold, the ruler who had turned terror into a language was already listening for the next threat in the wind. Power in Wallachia was never still. The prince ruled a land pressed on every side by the might of the Ottoman Empire, the ambitions of Hungary, and the envy of his own nobles. His victories had made him feared, but fear is a restless servant. It breeds obedience for a time, and treachery soon after. Even within his court, loyalty wavered like a flame in the wind. To the south, the Sultan demanded tribute once more, claiming that peace required payment. To the west, King Matthias of Hungary sent letters heavy with praise, but light with promise. Each wanted something from the man caught between them. He read every message carefully, his hand resting on the hilt of his dagger, as though habit alone kept the blade near. For Wallachia to survive, it had to serve two masters and trust neither. The true danger, though, was not beyond his borders, but within them. The boyars, whose fathers he had broken or buried, plotted in whispers. His own brother, Radu, fair-faced and beloved at the Ottoman court, emerged as a rival. The Sultan promised Radu support, promising Wallachia as reward for his obedience. To some nobles, the choice seemed clear: side with the brother who ruled through terror, or the one backed by an empire. The prince answered in the only way he knew. Spies multiplied across the land. Letters were intercepted, envoys tested. Those found wanting met their end without ceremony. Yet even the most ruthless ruler cannot strike at every shadow. Betrayal slipped through cracks in stone, and silence in the darkened hallways of his fortress. Through the winters, the burden of rule grew heavier. The fields had recovered, the roads were guarded, but the cost of vigilance never lessened. Every tribute paid meant humiliation. Every refusal invited war. When Ottoman riders again crossed the Danube, he sent fire and ambush to meet them. When Hungarian envoys came demanding allegiance, he offered them feasts and sent them home empty-handed. Each decision bought time, never peace. The people endured it all: raids, rebuilding, and the uncertain balance of a ruler who protected them with relentless resolve. Some still prayed for him in church. Others prayed to be forgotten by him altogether. Yet none could deny that the frontiers held fast. His soldiers, once ragged and hungry, now marched in perfect lines, their discipline a reflection of their master's will. Late in his reign, stories tell of nights spent alone in the great halls of power, the fires burning low. Around him hung the banners of past victories, trophies from battles both won and survived. Perhaps he knew that no ruler of Wallachia had ever died peacefully, that his enemies outnumbered his allies 100-fold. Still, he sat upright in the carved oak chair that served as his throne, studying maps, plotting moves in a game he could never truly win. When betrayal finally came, it arrived not with armies, but with ink and seal. The Hungarian king, who had once called him ally, declared him enemy, branding him traitor to Christendom. Captured by deception, rather than defeat, the prince was taken north, imprisoned far from his land. In his absence, his brother ruled under the Sultan's hand, and Wallachia bent once more to foreign will. When the prince vanished from his throne, his story began to travel farther than he ever had in life. Across Europe, printers and scribes found a new subject for their presses. In the taverns of Saxony and the marketplaces of Nuremberg, travelers spoke of the ruler of Wallachia, whose punishments outstripped all imagination. The printing press was still young, but its hunger for sensation was endless. Pamphlets described forests of impaled enemies stretching to the horizon, rivers running red, and banquets eaten beneath the hanging bodies of the condemned. Each retelling added another layer until the prince became less a man and more a warning. To some, he was a devil cloaked in armor. To others, a grim defender of Christendom, unflinching where softer kings had failed. In the German states, woodcuts showed him seated at a feast, while victims writhed upon stakes outside his window. The text beneath claimed he took pleasure in their suffering, that his cruelty was boundless. Few who printed such tales had ever seen Wallachia, or even met a man who had. But truth mattered little. Fear sold fast, and paper carried it further than any army. Meanwhile, in the East, Ottoman chroniclers told their own versions. To them, he was not a hero of faith, but a renegade prince who betrayed treaties and mocked the Sultan's might. Hungary, too, had reason to twist the tale. From the halls of Buda to the courts of Vienna, word of his imprisonment spread faster than truth could follow. Diplomats whispered, and printers seized upon the scandal. The prince was painted as a tyrant unfit to rule, sending forged letters and accounts to foreign monarchs. Each story darkened the name further, and none dared question them. It was easier and safer to believe. As years passed, the man himself faded, but the legend flourished. The borderlands he once ruled became places of whispered caution. Travelers claimed the forests still echoed with screams, that the earth itself rejected his rest. In village tales, he was neither wholly dead nor alive, a spirit bound to the mountains, awaiting the next trespass. Such stories clung to the soil long after his bones had turned to dust. By the late 15th century, these tales had crossed languages and borders alike. German printers sold them as moral lessons. Russian scribes copied them as cautionary chronicles. The further they traveled, the less they resembled the life of any one man. A ruler who had fought to be remembered as strong and unyielding had become instead a figure of endless horror, shaped by propaganda, myth, and fascination with the monstrous. In this way, the world began to know the name that history would never shake. The details blurred, dates, battles, even motives, but the image remained. A prince of impalement, a dragon turned to shadow. Long before anyone dreamt of vampires, the myth of Dracula had already begun to breathe. Long after Vlad was gone, the lands he ruled kept his memory close. His castles fell to ruin, his banners to dust, yet his name lingered in the mouths of shepherds and villagers who spoke of him as though he had never truly died. In Wallachia, and beyond. Death was never the end. It was a passage uncertain and sometimes incomplete. The people of these borderlands had lived too long with war and plague to believe that the grave was final. When a body failed to decay, or when sickness swept through a family soon after a burial, they feared the restless dead. The Strigoi, they said, walked again. Some returned to steal the strength of the living. Others came only to wander, lost and hungry for what they once had. In the dark, even a loose board or a moaning wind could stir unease that someone's soul was not at peace. Priests knew these fears well. They read prayers over the dead, lit candles that burned for days, and sprinkled holy water on graves. Still, the old remedies endured. Villagers placed thorns in coffins, or drove iron through the shrouds to keep the bodies still. A few buried their dead face down, believing that if they rose, they would dig deeper into the earth instead of toward the living. Such acts were not cruelty, but caution, simple insurance in a world where life itself was uncertain. In these same valleys, the memory of Vlad lingered. Some told their children that his cruelty had cursed him, that his soul could find no rest. Others said he watched over the land still, punishing those who broke oaths or stole from the church. The stories shifted with each generation, until it was no longer clear whether he haunted the people or protected them. His name, Dracula, became less a title and more a spell, something spoken softly, never mocked. By the 17th century, the tales of the Strigoi had spread far beyond Wallachia. Travelers wrote of exhumations, where villagers dug up corpses said to move or bleed. In one account, a farmer's wife claimed she heard her dead husband knocking at the door each night until the local priest intervened. When the grave was opened, the body was pink, the mouth wet with what they believed was stolen blood. The villagers drove a stake through his heart and buried him again, satisfied that the visitations would cease. Such stories were retold in monasteries, and from there to curious readers in Vienna and Prague. In the West, scholars and physicians tried to explain it all. They wrote of decomposition, disease, and panic, but the people who lived among the mountains remained unconvinced. The unseen world was too near, too familiar to be dismissed. The line between faith and superstition had never been more than a thread. So, when pamphlets and travelers' tales of the Impaler reached those same lands, the two worlds began to merge. The stories of a prince who drank in fear, who punished without mercy, slid easily into folklore, already rich with the undead. Centuries after the real prince was gone, his shadow still lingered in the mountains of Eastern Europe. By the late 19th century, those same lands had become the subject of fascination for Western travelers, an old world of superstition, wild landscapes, and ancient faith. Into this curiosity stepped a man named Bram Stoker, a theatre manager from Dublin with a lifelong interest in the strange and the unseen. Stoker lived in London, at the heart of the modern age. The city hummed with electricity, invention, and empire, yet its people still loved the dark comfort of old stories. Gaslight spilled over the cobbles, but the hunger for Gothic mystery endured. Ghost tales and penny novels filled the shelves. Seances were held in drawing rooms. The line between science and spirit blurred nightly. For a man like Stoker, who spent his days managing actors and his nights writing fiction, it was fertile ground. His work on the novel that would become Dracula began slowly, through years of notes and quiet research. He read widely, travel journals, histories of the Carpathians, and collections of regional folklore. Among them was Transylvanian Superstitions by Emily Gerard, a Scottish writer who described the beliefs of peasants living in the shadow of the Carpathian mountains. She wrote of the Strigoi, the restless dead who left their graves to trouble the living. Her tone was academic, but Stoker saw the power in it. In his notes, he scribbled down fragments: vampires, superstition, disease, fear of the foreign. He jotted the word Dracula, having found it in a reference to a ruling prince of Wallachia. He soon discovered the word meant son of the dragon in one tongue and devil in another. It was a name that carried its own weather, hard, ancient, and magnetic. What he did not know, or perhaps did not care to know, was how little the real man resembled the creature he would soon imagine. Stoker never traveled to Transylvania. His version of the place came from maps, guidebooks, and the fog of imagination. Yet he captured its essence: the steep mountain passes, the isolation, the sense of something vast and unbroken by modernity. In his study, surrounded by papers and candlelight, he shaped his count not as a ruler of men, but as a predator of souls, eternal and unknowable. He worked with the patience of an archivist, but his goal was not history, it was fear. He saw in the vampire a reflection of Victorian anxieties: disease carried by touch, forbidden desire, the invasion of the foreign into the domestic. The Count would arrive in London by ship, bringing the old world into the new, and the struggle between them would form the spine of his story. Friends who read early drafts spoke of the novel's unsettling realism. Stoker used letters, diaries, and ship logs to tell his tale, grounding the impossible in the everyday. When Dracula was published in 1897, it entered a world ready to believe in it. The critics called it original, chilling, and strangely believable. The name that had once belonged to a forgotten nobleman of Wallachia now had a new life. Stoker died without ever seeing the full reach of what he had created. His Count would outlive him, cross oceans, and slip into every form of storytelling that followed. Yet in that small study in London, he unknowingly bridged centuries. A medieval prince who had ruled through fear was reborn as a creature who fed upon it. And through the imagination of one writer, the boundary between history and nightmare disappeared forever. In the spring of 1897, the world met Dracula. The novel slipped into London bookshops, thick, somber, and unlike anything else. It carried readers from modern streets into the shadows of centuries past. Told through letters, diaries, and telegrams, it framed a struggle the Victorians craved. Science against superstition, day against a night that would not end. The book landed on nerves already frayed. Empire stretched wide, while certainties at home thinned. Disease, industrial change, and shifting roles made progress feel fragile. Stoker's vampire was more than a monster. He was an idea: invasion, temptation, and the fear that civilization could be undone from within. Reviews called it morbid, extraordinary, disturbingly plausible. Few knew the name came from a Wallachian ruler. Fewer cared. The Count had slipped his origins. He did not remain on the page. Within a generation, the vampire returned on film, most famously in 1922, when a German director recast the tale as a silent nightmare. Rights were challenged. Prints were ordered destroyed. A few survived, as if refusal to die were baked into the reel. Soon after, audiences heard the voice, Bela Lugosi on stage and screen, elegant and hypnotic, turning a cloak into a spell. The role passed through eras, Christopher Lee, Gary Oldman, and many more, each face reflecting the age's anxieties, invasion, desire, contagion, power. The Count stayed the same and always changed. The legend seeped into place as well as page. In Romania, visitors traced the story's edges. Bran Castle, often marketed as Dracula's, and Poenari, the real cliff fortress of the prince behind the name. Guides braid history and folklore. Souvenirs gleam where soldiers once stood. The man who fought to hold a borderland became a symbol of something larger, our appetite for fear and the wish to outlast time. Books, films, and songs kept beating the same dark pulse. Dracula became a figure of longing as much as terror, the dream of permanence when everything else decays. He outlived the superstition that birthed him and the modernity that mocked it. A dragon's son remade into a myth without an ending. And the landscape endures. Forests still rise deep and dark. Rivers still cut stone. Villages light their evening candles. If the old ruler could see the reach of his borrowed name, he might recognize the victory he sought. In life, he sought to be remembered through fear. In death, he succeeded beyond measure. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History, True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the infamous and inescapable prison of Alcatraz Island and the 3 inmates who just might have made it to freedom. Standing alone in the yawning mouth of the frigid San Francisco Bay and perched atop a barren rocky jut, Alcatraz was built like a great fortress turned inward. Bleak and isolated, this monument to finality made manifest Dante's solemn warning at the gates of the Inferno. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. The prison guards at Alcatraz were meticulous about rules and routine. But routines turn into patterns, and patterns can be exploited. For 3 inmates in particular, these patterns became their doctrine, patience, their religion. Weeks turned into months as they sketched detailed maps and gathered their materials, dining utensils, life jackets, paper mache, and hair swept up from the prison barbershop floor. Every day they charted their progress, telling no one, and concealing their contraband from the guards, even during surprise shakedowns. Resourceful and discreet, they accumulated every small advantage, quietly preparing for one moonless summer night when they would hazard everything to reach the water's edge. But this is where the facts end and speculation begins. Is it possible the battling currents bore them all the way to safety? Or did the odds dogging their escape plan from the outset finally hasten the end that Alcatraz was always meant to deliver? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace this story from cell to shoreline and scale the walls that divide certainty from conjecture. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside these daring figures into the space between safety and freedom. Winds struck the stone like waves, constant and salt-heavy. Out beyond the reach of the city's noise and warmth, the island waited. Bare rock, narrow walls, and iron doors sunk deep into concrete. Alcatraz didn't offer the illusion of rehabilitation. It was not built for hope. It was built to contain. The prison was wedged into a rise of rock, just over a mile from San Francisco's shores. That short distance may as well have been 100. The currents between moved fast and cold, cutting around the island in tight swells. On clear mornings, inmates could see the city, hazy, golden, but it was unreachable, and that made it worse. Inside, Alcatraz ran on rhythm, wake-up calls, counts, shifts, meals that came hot and on time, but without kindness. A man in Alcatraz was not there to be changed. He was there because nothing else had worked. Cells were small, mostly identical. Each had a cot, a sink, a small table, and bars so thickly set that the gaps seemed drawn with rulers. There were rules for when to speak and when not to. Rules for standing in line. Rules for turning your head. The sound of keys was constant. Boots echoed on concrete. Beneath it all, the building itself seemed to listen. The men who ran Alcatraz believed in containment, not cruelty. Still, the effect was harsh. The island offered no shade and no softness. Its corridors grew damp in winter and held heat in summer. When the fog rolled in, it moved in heavy sheets, turning the air into something you could taste, wet metal and distance. It had once been a military fort, then a disciplinary barracks. By 1934, it was federal, designed for the kind of man who'd already broken out of other prisons or refused to bend under ordinary pressure. Alcatraz didn't have the most inmates or the worst conditions, but it had a reputation, and that was by design. No one was sent there by accident. Those who arrived were chosen. It was a place where the rules didn't just apply, they were all that remained. Conversations were brief and movements measured. The sea around the island seemed to press in at the edges of everything. There was nowhere else to go, and no one to hear you if you tried. Visitors came by ferry, then passed through gates and inspections to reach the cell blocks. Even the families of staff lived apart, in housing separate from the prison itself. Those who respected Alcatraz often did so, not because it was cruel, but because it was clean, controlled. Disturbances were rare. There was no chaos. Men behaved because there was nothing else to do. It was the full stop at the end of a long sentence. The final boundary. And it worked. For nearly 30 years, no one ever officially escaped. The system held, and the bay held with it. In all that time, there had been attempts, scraps of rope, broken locks, a stolen laundry truck. But they ended in capture or in the tide. The three men who would one day slip beneath Alcatraz's walls arrived by different paths, but each had come to the same end. Frank Morris was the first of the three. Intelligent, composed, and quiet-spoken, he had a knack for slipping through what should have held him fast. He'd escaped from several facilities before, including the federal penitentiary in Atlanta. Frank had a long record of theft and flight, and his refusal to be contained was what finally earned him a cell at Alcatraz. The Anglin brothers, John and Clarence, came from Florida. Raised in a large farming family that followed seasonal crop work, they'd spent childhood summers in Michigan, where the water was cold and deep. They knew how to swim. Their criminal record was less dramatic than Frank's, but persistent, mostly bank robbery, attempted escapes, and violations of parole. They were close, born a year apart, worked together, and often jailed together. Their loyalty was unshakable, and that made them dangerous to a system built on isolation. All three men arrived at Alcatraz separately, but within a short span. They were placed in adjacent cells, Frank in one, John next to him, and Clarence not far away. This was not arranged. It was luck, or perhaps the kind of oversight that only seems obvious in hindsight. What began as coincidence became opportunity. In those early months, they kept their heads down. They followed routines, met work quotas, and drew no attention. Alcatraz was not a place where alliances were easily formed, but these three found common ground in observation. They watched everything, the way the guards moved, how far sound carried, which vents whined and which stayed still. They spoke rarely, and never at length. But even in a place designed to prevent connection, patterns emerged. It was Morris who began to test the limits. In his cell, he tapped at the back wall. The concrete flaked a little more easily than expected. Behind it was a narrow service run, just wide enough to crawl, the route they would later use. No one had escaped through it before, but that didn't mean it couldn't be done. The brothers watched him work. Over time, as tools changed hands and routines shifted ever so slightly, the shape of a plan began to take form, spread out over months, quiet and methodical. Another inmate named Alan West was drawn in as well. His cell was near theirs, and he was willing to help, though not all would go according to plan. In those early stages, the four worked in parallel, carving into their walls a little each day. They stored dust in pockets and dumped it in the yard. They built tools from scavenged motor parts, cafeteria spoons, and wood taken from prison shops. Time moved differently in Alcatraz. Days could stretch thin, with sameness piled on top of sameness. But for these men, each hour brought progress. A screw loosened, a vent widened, a tool sharpened just a little more. They lived like the others, rising to bells, working assignments, enduring head counts. But beneath the surface, something shifted. They were no longer just surviving time. They were shaping it. They knew they might fail, that the attempt could cost them their lives. But they also knew this: there was no second plan, no other door. If they were to leave, it would be through this, through the holes they made with stolen tools and steady hands, through the crawl space no one thought to guard, and out into the black water waiting beyond the fence. In Alcatraz, every day unfolded the same way. That was the point. Routines created order, and order dulled the edges of defiance. The bells rang at set hours. Meals arrived in silence. Inmates moved in single file, heads down, steps counted. To live there was to live in repetition. But repetition, if watched closely enough, could begin to reveal its seams. Frank Morris had always been observant. From his cell, he studied the rhythms, how long guards lingered, where shadows fell during each round, which officers rushed their counts and which ones checked twice. Over time, what looked like discipline revealed something else: structure, predictability. And where there's predictability, there are openings. John and Clarence Anglin watched as well. The showers were one such window. Water pressure dipped slightly at the same time each day, likely tied to other routines across the facility. Tools were locked away in the shops, but not always counted thoroughly. Janitorial rounds overlapped with guard shifts, which meant that for a few minutes each afternoon, no one was watching the same place at the same time. They began to test things, small gestures, a scrape masked by the radio, a whispered word passed between shifts. It wasn't the guards they needed to outsmart, but the rhythm itself. If they could understand the structure, they could move between the beats. The cell block offered few places to hide anything of use, so they made space. Behind each man's vent was the utility corridor. By slowly widening the vent holes, scraping at concrete with spoons, and filed down tools, they created crawl spaces just wide enough to slip through. When the holes grew large enough, they concealed them. During cell inspections, the covers held. No one looked closer. The noise of their work was one of the biggest risks. Chiseling concrete leaves a trace. But the prison had a detail that worked in their favor: a daily music hour. Each afternoon, radios played over the PA system in the cell block. It wasn't loud, but it was just enough. They timed their loudest work to the music, chipping away beneath the sound of saxophones and violins. As the plan took shape, they began moving materials in small, careful quantities: stolen spoons, motor parts, glue, pieces of wood smuggled from workshops, raincoats taken one at a time from the laundry detail. To keep track of progress, they etched marks into the back walls, hidden where no guard would ever think to check. Over time, the three men, along with Alan West, developed a shared understanding. They didn't speak about the plan aloud. They didn't write anything down, but each knew the tasks ahead: widen the hole, build the tools, shape the raft. Piece by piece, hour by hour, it came together. Evenings were the most dangerous. At night, the prison settled into itself, and every sound felt exposed. But that was also when the plan advanced the most, when head counts were complete, lights dimmed, and the guards settled into their rounds. Then came the chiseling, the fitting, the slow shaping of escape. The concrete at Alcatraz was supposed to last the test of time, thick, reinforced, and unyielding. Yet even the strongest walls can soften under time and salt air. Behind the paint and steel of each cell vent lay a thin skin of cement, poured years before and never meant to be inspected closely. Frank Morris discovered this first: a tentative scrape with a spoon that flaked off more than he expected. Beneath it, a narrow shaft ran up the length of the block, a hidden artery of pipes and cables. It wasn't wide enough to stand in, but it was wide enough to hope. From that first discovery came the slowest work of all. Each night, after head counts and lights dimmed, they chipped at the openings. Tiny movements, calculated strokes. Dust and concrete shards were emptied into their pockets, then sprinkled out in the yard during exercise periods. Every fragment removed was another step closer to freedom, and yet also another chance for discovery. They could not afford even one mistake. To disguise the holes, they fashioned false vent grills from cardboard, soap, and paint. Each cover was hand-shaped to match the wall, with shadows drawn in pencil to mimic depth. From a guard's vantage point on the catwalk, the difference was invisible. By day, the covers sat in place as though nothing had changed. By night, they came away, revealing a gap that grew imperceptibly larger with each week. Tools multiplied in secret. Spoons taken from the mess hall were filed into chisels. They needed a drill as well. A ladder was planned too, to reach the upper plumbing once they broke through to the utility corridor. Everything had to be made from scraps, wood lifted from workshops, bits of wire tucked into sleeves, glue mixed from whatever adhesives they could find. Their work became a kind of ritual. Each man took his turn, scraping until his hands cramped, then sliding the tools to the next cell through holes drilled between the walls. Alan West was part of it as well, working on his own vent while the others moved ahead. At the end of each session, the cardboard covers went back up, the dust vanished, and the cells looked untouched. The corridor behind the cells became their secret storehouse. It was narrow, filled with pipes and stale air, but it was out of sight. They stashed tools there, along with raincoats, glue, and bits of wood for the ladder. No guard had reason to go inside. In a place built on constant watch, they had found a pocket of darkness no one bothered to see. Meanwhile, the wall gave slowly, but it gave. Each man measured progress, not in inches, but in handfuls of dust, in the way his shoulders could slide a little further through the opening. Every flake of cement was an act of defiance. Each breath in that cramped corridor behind the cell was a taste of possibility. The rock was built to be permanent, but permanence was an illusion. The men had found the seam in the stone, and now they were prying it open. For all its restrictions, Alcatraz had one flaw its designers never accounted for. The prison needed to function. That meant movement. Workers, supplies, tools, and movement meant opportunity. The inmates learned quickly that control didn't mean perfection. It simply meant paying close attention. The idea of using raincoats came from a sliver of practicality. The prison-issued coats were made of thick rubberized material, watertight, durable, and anonymous. The men gathered them one at a time, stolen from laundry bins or claimed during detail assignments, always careful to replace what they took so as not to trigger suspicion. Over weeks and months, they amassed more than 50. These were stitched into a raft and life vests using needles, carved from metal scraps, and thread pulled from seams. Paste, heat, and pressure sealed the joins. To test for leaks, they inflated the vest bladders by mouth and watched for sag. When one held its shape overnight, it was judged ready. The raft was folded flat and hidden with the rest of their stash. There would be no practice run. The first attempt had to work. Tools were harder. They fashioned a drill from a vacuum cleaner motor, discarded from maintenance, mounted onto a wooden frame, and spun with a handle from an old metal spoon. It was enough to bore holes through steel plates. Their chisels were spoons, flattened and sharpened. For glue, they used whatever adhesives they could get. Soap mixed with concrete dust, shoe polish, even the residue from old paints. Each component of the plan demanded attention to detail. Measurements were taken by counting floor tiles and estimating pipe widths. They watched how long it took guards to circle back, how often inspections were skipped, how late lights flickered out. They sketched the layout from memory, redrawing sections again and again until the picture felt exact. Maps were traced on scraps, then committed to memory and destroyed. Some things couldn't be made, only understood. The tides in San Francisco Bay were among the most treacherous in the world. The men tracked them carefully. Every paper or report that passed through inmate hands was scoured for weather data, tide charts, any clue that could inform their choice of night. They learned that outgoing tides just after dark flowed strongest toward the Golden Gate. That was the current they needed. West, Morris, and the Anglins operated like a crew. No orders, no rank, just shared necessity. They moved tools discreetly between their cells, kept timings tight, and never spoke of the plan in earshot of others. Secrecy was vital. Any leak, even a whisper, could collapse the entire thing. Other inmates must have known something was strange. Extra time in cells, strange materials vanishing, but no one spoke. Whether out of fear, respect, or simple indifference, no one gave them away. By late spring of 1962, nearly everything was in place. The vents had been widened. The raft was folded, packed, and stashed behind the wall. The ladder for the final roof climb sat disassembled in the corridor. Only one step remained, and with it, the risk that everything they'd worked toward, every scraped wall, every stolen spoon, could be undone in a single moment. Night came early to Alcatraz. After the final count, the cell block settled into a hush, layered with coughs, shifting mattresses, and the hum of fluorescent lights. But in 3 cells along the west end of B block, something else stirred. A ritual of deception more elaborate than anything the guards had reason to suspect. The human eye is trained to expect shapes: a head on a pillow, shoulders under a blanket, a face just visible in dim light. The men used this to their advantage. They had spent weeks building their decoys, not crude mannequins, but near-perfect stand-ins. Their faces were sculpted from soap, dust, and toilet paper, then hardened with layers of paint and paste. The texture was coarse, but from the tier above, they looked like sleeping men. Hair completed the illusion. Glued to the heads in uneven patches, it was just enough to break up the light and mimic the real thing. Blankets were shaped to suggest curled bodies. Breathing couldn't be faked, but most guards never looked that closely. The placement of the heads became a ritual. Each night, when the lights dimmed and final movements echoed away, the men arranged their beds carefully, tested the positioning, checked the shadows. It had to hold up through flashlight sweeps and routine glances. For the guards, it was just another evening on the tier. For the escapees, it was their greatest gamble. Timing was everything. The dummy heads bought them hours, precious time to move through the wall, gather their tools, and reach the utility corridor unseen. A discovery before dawn would trigger a full lockdown. But if they could delay it until morning count, they might already be far from the island's edge. Each man rehearsed the steps in his mind. Remove the vent, slip through the opening, reassemble the cover, enter the corridor, collect the raft, the life vests, the ladder, crawl past pipes, climb to the roof, and disappear into the night. Every link in the chain had to hold. The psychological weight was considerable. There could be no wavering, no second thoughts. To make it work, they had to trust the decoys completely. There would be no going back once they left the tier behind. Others on the block heard sounds from time to time: metal tapping, muffled scraping. 1 or 2 might have suspected something, but no one ever said a word. Whether out of loyalty, caution, or simple resignation, the tier remained silent. As the plan neared its final stage, the tension grew. West was struggling in his efforts to widen the vent in his cell. Whether he misjudged the time or underestimated the task, he fell behind, and with each day, the stakes grew sharper. The dummy heads became a strange comfort. Night after night, they lay in place like masks, fooling those paid to notice. It was a trick, but a trick grounded in patience and nerve, and it worked. By early June, the raft had been stitched, the tide chart studied, and the final plan etched into their minds. Soon, it would be time to use it. They slipped back into the same utility run and followed it to the fan shaft they'd already loosened. It wasn't on any prisoner's route. It wasn't meant to be accessed without keys and supervision. But for the 3 men planning their escape, this narrow service passage was the spine of their route. the artery that ran between confinement and open air. Accessing it required more than just breaking through the wall. They had to move without being seen, without triggering motion or noise that would carry through the steel and stone. Every inch of progress had to be earned slowly. They crawled through jagged openings behind their cells, squeezing into crawl spaces designed for maintenance, not people. Once inside, the ceiling closed in low and close. They moved on elbows and forearms, dragging tools behind them, brushing past hot pipes and loose grit. Each movement was pre-mapped. One wrong turn could land them in view of a guard's patrol or trap them in a dead end. But they had studied the space for months, charting from overheard conversations, glimpses through grates, and the rare chance to peek through supply hatches. They learned which pipes connected where, how far to the hatch above the cell block, and the dimensions of the ventilation shafts that might lead further still. The corridor ended near a fan shaft, sealed with a heavy steel grille bolted to the wall. It had been built to keep men like them in, to stop even the thought of escape before it could take hold. But the bolts were old, and the frame had corroded in places. Bit by bit, they loosened the fittings, hiding their work under grime and dust to avoid detection. The drill they had made helped carve through the metal plates. Once it gave way, the last physical barrier between them and the rooftop was gone. To climb the final wall, they would need a ladder. No one could carry such a thing openly, so they built one in sections. Wooden slats stolen from work duty, broom handles, bits of metal, each part concealed in the corridor behind their cells, awaiting assembly. It was makeshift and crude, but it only had to hold their weight long enough to clear the fence and reach the roof. Above them, the rooftop lay exposed to the elements and watched by guard towers. They couldn't linger. Everything, every slow, deliberate step taken over months, led to the hope that in a single fluid sequence, they could move unseen from cell to rooftop to water. But timing was essential. If the guards were distracted, if the fog hung low, if the floodlights shifted just long enough, they might have a chance. They tested every element except the final climb. That would be their leap into the unknown. By June 11th, the route had been opened. The fan grill was off. The raft was folded and ready. The tide charts suggested the currents might favor them. There was no certainty, only preparation, nerve, and the raw audacity of believing they might just slip the boundaries of America's most secure prison. Earlier that day, nothing in the rhythm of the island suggested anything extraordinary. Wind swept across the parade ground, gulls hovered near the chow hall, and the guards walked their patrols with the usual clipped precision. The cells were counted, meals served, and chores assigned. Within the rigid patterns of Alcatraz, normalcy was its own camouflage. For the three men preparing to vanish, it was a day of stillness and exacting focus. They said nothing. They behaved as always. There could be no deviations, no nervous glances, no rush of motion to betray what was coming. They folded sheets, scrubbed trays, and reported for duty like any other Monday. Even West, who had fallen behind in his preparations, gave no sign of desperation. But beneath that still surface, the day carried a strange weight. Every moment became a final one. Last meal in the mess hall, last glance down the tier, last chance to test the weather. The sky was favorable. The fog had settled low over the bay, dulling the lights from the city and muffling the noise that drifted across the water. In their cells, final checks were made. The heads were already placed. The raft lay ready behind the utility wall, their makeshift paddles lashed to it. Each man wore a flotation vest under his clothing, invisible unless searched. West had the most to lose that night. His vent wasn't fully cleared. He'd tried, but the concrete had resisted. He chipped away slowly throughout the day, measuring time in muscle and dust. But as night approached, it became clear he would not break through in time. The others could wait only so long. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk. By nightfall, all that remained was to climb. Lights out came just after 9:30 p.m. on June 11th. The guards moved through the tier, glancing into each cell as they passed, their eyes registering shapes and shadows. What they saw, 3 resting heads, each turned away, gave no cause for alarm. Behind the cells, the men were already moving. Morris first, then the Anglins. West remained behind, frantically working to widen the last edge of his vent. It had seized up with cement dust, hardening just enough to trap him inside his own plan. He scraped and twisted, but time was running out. At some point, the others had to go. They passed through the utility corridor one final time. No turning back now. The raft, folded and bound, was slung between them. The paddles had been wrapped in cloth to avoid a telltale knock against the pipes. They crawled through the service passage, blinking through heat and dust, reaching the top of the block. The roof hatch opened without sound. Fog drifted low over the yard. They crouched, barely visible against the concrete as they assembled the ladder and peered across the open space. The guards in the towers were silhouettes behind thick glass, scanning the darkness in slow, rehearsed arcs. Over the edge and down, the ladder held. Feet touched down in the outer yard, an area inmates were rarely allowed near. They made for the fence, dropped to their bellies, then climbed. A final sprint to the shoreline. The wind was up, pushing the brackish air inland. Water slapped against the rocks in uneven rhythms. They inflated the raft with a stolen concertina fashioned into a bellows. One man worked the pump, while the others held it steady. The water waited just beyond the last patch of dry ground. Cold, black, filled with currents that could snap a man sideways in seconds. At around 10:30 p.m., they pushed off. No one saw them go. The fog swallowed everything: water, stars, the faint light of the city beyond the bay. The raft, patched and stitched from raincoats and prison scrap, rode low, but seemed to hold. Inside, the prison slept. It wasn't until morning that the first guard noticed something was off. The count didn't align. One figure didn't stir. A stick tapped against the bars, again and again, before the papier-mâché head rolled from the pillow and struck the floor with a hollow knock. An alarm, a scramble, lights on, doors unlocked, radios hissing. The dummies were found. West was found, still in his cell, slumped and defeated. But the others were gone. A hole behind the wall, a passage to the roof, a ladder near the yard. At the shoreline, the guards found footprints, 3 sets, leading into the rocks. Then, nothing. For the first time in its history, Alcatraz had failed to hold its men. By dawn on June 12, 1962, Alcatraz was no longer the fortress it claimed to be. Guards swept the prison, alarms blared, and search boats skimmed the waters between the island and the mainland. Helicopters traced the coastline, while search parties fanned out across Angel Island and the edges of Marin County. Every tide pool and inlet was scrutinized. Every clue pulled close and examined. What they found offered fragments, but no answers. A paddle washed ashore. A packet of personal photographs, sealed carefully in rubber, floated in the shallows. Near Angel Island, scraps of raincoat material were recovered, possibly parts of the raft, but no bodies were ever discovered. And that, more than anything, kept the door to speculation wedged open. Frank Morris and brothers John and Clarence Anglin had disappeared without a trace. Officially, they were listed as missing, presumed drowned. The currents of the San Francisco Bay were known to be cold and violent. The swim alone was perilous, roughly 1.25 miles to the nearest shoreline, across churning tides and swirling undertows. No confirmed escapee had ever made it alive. The odds were, by any measure, brutal. But there were doubts. Even within the FBI, whispers persisted. The Anglins were strong swimmers, raised on the rivers of Florida. The raft, for all its crude materials, had been cleverly engineered. The tide charts suggested that, if launched at the right moment, their path could have led them to Horseshoe Bay. Some even believed they had inside help, unproven, but not impossible. Their family held to that hope. Over the years, the Anglins' relatives claimed to have received unsigned postcards, phone calls with no voice on the line, even blurry photographs showing two men in Brazil. Some dismissed these as hoaxes. Others believed them signs of something more. The FBI kept the case open for 17 years. In 1979, it was passed to the U.S. Marshals Service, which still considers it active. By now, the three men would be over 90 years of age if they survived at all. No death certificates have ever been issued, no bones found, just rumors, theories, and an enduring question. In popular imagination, the escape became legend. Hollywood took it up, romanticizing the men as underdogs against the machine. Books were written, documentaries aired, conspiracy theorists pored over tide charts and grainy mugshots, drawing red lines between half-seen connections. Alcatraz itself, long since decommissioned, opened as a tourist attraction, and the escape became its most asked-about story. Some insist the bay claimed them, that the raft punctured or drifted off course, and the men, too exhausted to swim, slipped beneath the waves. Others believe they made it to shore, disappeared into America, and lived out quiet lives under borrowed names. Every few years, a new tip surfaces, an old letter, a faded photo, a deathbed confession, but none ever lead to the men. And perhaps that's why the story endures, because it straddles that fragile line between certainty and conjecture, between what can be proven and what can only be imagined. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Yasuke, a once enslaved African man who was bestowed with the noble title of samurai and rose into the inner circle of feudal Japan's most ruthless and powerful warlord. After traveling across continents and oceans in the service of Jesuit missionaries, Yasuke arrived among the misty warring islands of Japan. At over 6 feet tall with a dark complexion, Yasuke set foot into this homogeneous and insular world as something completely alien, a figure who seemed to have emerged from another realm entirely. This enigmatic visitor soon beheld towering castles rising from the hilltops, their colorful banners snapping in the wind. He witnessed armies clashing in battle, each warrior bound to an immutable code of courage, honor, and loyalty to his daimyo. This was feudal Japan in the late 1500s, a land fractured by shifting alliances and rival warlords. Yet alongside the seemingly endless violence was ceremony and grace, a world of order woven into the chaos. In this delicate balance of battle and beauty, Yasuke would somehow navigate its unfamiliar and unforgiving culture and customs, eventually securing his place in legend as Japan's first foreign-born samurai, and a powerful one at that. But in a world where jealousies ran deep, ambition burned hot, and even the most discerning warriors could fall victim to treachery, Yasuke's meteoric rise placed him in an increasingly perilous position, one from which few could hope to emerge unscathed. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll wander through the courts and military campaigns of a turbulent age. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Yasuke into the shifting tides of a realm divided. A boy stands on the banks of a wide river, its surface glinting with light as it winds toward the distant sea. Traders pass along the shore, their shouts rising above the calls of birds, while fishing boats drift lazily in the current under a blazing African sun. The world around him is alive with movement, every sound and gesture part of the day's unbroken rhythm. This boy may have been Yasuke. His birthplace is uncertain. Some historians suggest the coast of Mozambique, where Portuguese influence pressed ever deeper inland. Others believe he may have come from Nubian lands along the Nile, where kingdoms rose and fell with the currents of empire. What is known is that Yasuke was swept into the great upheavals of the 16th century, a time when the oceans themselves became vast routes for trade, faith, and human bondage. Perhaps he was taken during a raid, seized as spoils of conflict, or sold in desperation during a time of famine. Bound to others, he would have been marched to the coast, where European and Arab traders gathered their human cargo. The sea journey that followed was brutal. Storms roared against the hull, space below deck was suffocating, and the horizon seemed endless. Yet Yasuke survived, and in surviving, grew into the imposing figure later described in Japan. By the mid-1500s, Jesuit missionaries had spread across Asia. Yasuke became part of their entourage, perhaps at first a porter, later a guard. Some accounts hint that he traveled through India, maybe as far as Goa, where Portuguese forts overlooked crowded harbors, brimming with voices, colors, and smells from across the known world. Here Yasuke would have absorbed new languages, adapted to foreign customs, and honed the discipline that set him apart. Before long, Yasuke's path carried him further still, to Japan, a land divided by warlords, yet bound together by ritual and honor. As his vessel neared the coast, he would have seen steep green mountains plunging into the sea, villages of thatch clinging to the shore, and castles perched defiantly above the waves. In the spring of 1579, Yasuke entered Kyoto, the beating heart of Japan's political and cultural life. The city was crowded with narrow streets and bustling markets, temples rising above tiled roofs, and the steady rhythm of drums. Into this world of lacquered gates and carefully ordered ritual came a figure so unusual that the city itself seemed to pause. At over 6 feet tall, Yasuke towered above the throngs. His dark complexion stood out in a society where almost every face was pale, his stature magnified by years of travel and hardship. The Jesuits who accompanied him moved through the streets with measured dignity, but their African companion drew all eyes. Crowds pressed forward to catch sight of him, murmurs turning to shouts, until the crush of bodies caused walls to collapse and roofs to cave beneath the weight of those desperate for a view. To the people of Kyoto, Yasuke was a marvel. Japan in the late 16th century was not an isolated land, yet most had never seen anyone from beyond Asia. Here, suddenly, was living proof of a wider world. As for the Jesuits, they could not have foreseen the stir his arrival would cause. Word spread quickly from Kyoto's crowded streets to the ears of men in power. In a land consumed by rivalry, nothing unusual escaped notice for long. Japan at this time was fractured, a patchwork of provinces locked in ceaseless struggle. Warlords rose and fell, each grasping for greater territory. Kyoto itself was no safe haven, for armies had marched upon it many times, and ambition never slept. In this setting of tension and possibility, Yasuke's presence became more than a curiosity. It became a matter of intrigue. What must Yasuke have thought as he walked those streets, the air filled with incense from shrines, the cries of merchants hawking wares, the rustle of silk robes as nobles passed by? He had already crossed continents, seen empires stretch across oceans, and endured hardship at sea. Yet here he was, an object of astonishment, a man who seemed to embody the vast unknown beyond Japan's shores. Some of those who glimpsed him likely felt fear, others wonder, still others envy at the attention he drew. For Yasuke himself, the experience may have been both alien and strangely familiar. Crowds had gathered before to marvel at him in India and other ports along the way, but in Kyoto, the attention was magnified, for this was a society acutely aware of appearance, difference, and ritual. In that moment, Yasuke became a living emblem of novelty and strength. He had arrived not as a conqueror, nor as a pilgrim, but as something entirely new in the eyes of those who beheld him. Kyoto buzzed with speculation. Who was this man? From what distant land had he come? And above all, what place could he possibly hold in a country so bound by hierarchy and custom? Before long, word of Yasuke's arrival reached the ear of Oda Nobunaga, the most formidable warlord of his age. Nobunaga was already a figure of legend. Born the son of a minor daimyo, he had risen through sheer will, cunning, and relentless force. By the late 1570s, he stood poised to unify Japan, a fractured land long torn by civil war. He was known as ruthless, but also curious, a man who admired imported weapons, encouraged foreign trade, and welcomed ideas that unsettled more traditional lords. It was perhaps inevitable that he would wish to see Yasuke for himself. The Jesuits arranged the meeting. Within the halls of Nobunaga's Kyoto residence, courtiers and retainers gathered as Yasuke was brought before their master. The air was heavy with incense. Lacquered screens painted with golden landscapes glimmered in the lamplight, and all eyes fixed upon the foreigner. He stood taller than any warrior present, his dark skin striking against the pale robes of the Jesuit priests. Accounts from the time suggest Nobunaga tested him in subtle ways. He ordered Yasuke to strip his upper body and be scrubbed, perhaps to determine whether his color was natural or painted. When the truth was revealed, Nobunaga is said to have laughed with delight. He admired not only Yasuke's complexion, but also his stature, his calm presence, and his apparent strength. To a leader who valued loyalty and ability above strict convention, such qualities held far more weight than ancestry. Nobunaga conversed with the Jesuits, learning of Yasuke's travels across seas and continents. Though language barriers must have stood between them, Nobunaga saw in Yasuke something more than novelty. Here was a man forged by adversity, disciplined by long service, and capable of loyalty to those he served. In a society where honor and martial skill defined worth, these were qualities any warlord could respect. For Yasuke, the meeting was pivotal. He had endured years of displacement and uncertainty, moving through cultures not his own. Now, in the presence of Japan's most powerful warlord, he was no longer only a guard in Jesuit company. He had become an individual worthy of direct attention, summoned into the gaze of a man whose ambitions stretched across the islands. In the days that followed, Nobunaga kept Yasuke close. Observers wrote of his fascination, noting how the warlord spoke freely with him, tested his strength, and even gave him gifts. Nobunaga was not a man to waste time on idle diversions. His interest was genuine. For Yasuke, the moment marked the first step toward acceptance in a world that, on the surface, seemed closed to foreigners. This meeting set in motion a transformation. Yasuke had arrived in Japan as a companion to missionaries, admired and gawked at by crowds. Now he stood in the inner circle of one who would shape the nation's destiny. Within the guarded halls of Kyoto, amid the banners and armor of Nobunaga's retainers, Yasuke's journey took a turn that would carry him far beyond anything his earlier life could have foretold. In the months that followed, Yasuke's presence at Nobunaga's side became more than spectacle. He attended councils of war, dined within the castle walls, and moved with a freedom few outsiders had ever known. Nobunaga's curiosity had shifted into recognition, and soon into something rarer still, formal acknowledgement. Granting samurai status to a foreigner was unprecedented. The warrior class was tightly woven into Japan's fabric, each bound by duty to a lord, lineage tracing back through generations. Yet Nobunaga had never been a respecter of old rules. He had opened his courts to Portuguese firearms, studied foreign maps, and surrounded himself with men chosen for ability rather than noble birth. Yasuke fit this pattern perfectly. His strength was obvious, his bearing disciplined, and his loyalty proven in years of service with the Jesuits. Contemporary accounts describe how Nobunaga delighted in Yasuke's presence. He ordered a residence prepared for him, complete with servants, clothing, and provisions. He gave Yasuke fine robes suited to the court, and later armor and weapons befitting a warrior. These were not gestures of amusement. They signaled something far deeper, acceptance into the military household of Japan's most powerful warlord. Why did Nobunaga grant such extraordinary honor? Some suggest he saw Yasuke as a symbol of his own openness to the wider world. Just as the Portuguese matchlock had transformed warfare, Yasuke stood as proof of the unknown, brought into Nobunaga's circle and turned to advantage. Others believe Nobunaga was drawn to him as an individual. His composure, his readiness to serve, his sheer presence. In either case, it reflected Nobunaga's willingness to cross lines others dared not. Yasuke himself must have felt the weight of this transformation. Only months earlier, he had been regarded as a curiosity by the crowds of Kyoto. Now, he was bound to a daimyo of immense power, entrusted with weapons, honored with rank, and placed in the heart of Japan's struggles. To be given a katana, the very soul of a samurai, was to be admitted into a brotherhood defined by honor, courage, and service unto death. Within Nobunaga's court, Yasuke's acceptance caused astonishment. Retainers who had inherited their places by birth watched as a man from beyond the seas was welcomed beside them. Some may have bristled at the breach of order. Others marveled at the boldness of it. Nobunaga did not care. His household reflected his own will, not the customs of old. The decision also carried a practical edge. Nobunaga was embroiled in campaigns across Japan, and strength was always welcome. Yasuke's size and skill made him formidable in the field, but his presence also carried symbolic weight. To have a foreign-born warrior at his side demonstrated Nobunaga's reach, his cosmopolitan authority, his defiance of tradition. It was as if he declared that no boundary of class, of race, of origin could limit his vision. From this moment forward, Yasuke ceased to be merely a servant or bodyguard. He became samurai. He walked among men of rank, ate at their side, and bore the armor that marked him as part of their order. In a land where birth was destiny, his rise was nothing short of extraordinary. Life within Nobunaga's castles was a study in contrast. Behind high stone walls and timber gates, order prevailed, even as the provinces beyond seethed with unrest. For Yasuke, now a member of the household, daily life revealed a rhythm of ceremony, strategy, and preparation for war. The great fortress at Azuchi, built upon the shores of Lake Biwa, embodied Nobunaga's ambition. Rising tier upon tier, its walls painted in brilliant colors, it was both a military stronghold and a display of splendor. Courtiers moved through corridors of polished wood, monks debated matters of faith in lofty chambers, and soldiers drilled in the courtyards. Here Yasuke found himself immersed in the daily workings of one of the most powerful centers in Japan. His duties varied. At times he stood among Nobunaga's personal guards, a visible presence whose height and bearing marked him apart. At others, he joined feasts in great halls lit by lanterns, where lords from across the provinces gathered to pledge loyalty or seek favor. Musicians played flutes and drums, dancers moved with deliberate grace, and food was served in abundance. The Jesuits who visited Nobunaga's court recorded their astonishment. Louis Froys, a missionary chronicler, wrote of the African samurai with admiration, noting his strength and discipline. Foreign envoys, too, marveled at him, for his very presence reflected the scope of Nobunaga's rule. Within the warlord's circle, Yasuke became more than a warrior. He was a symbol of Nobunaga's openness to the wider world. Amid splendor, the reality of war was never far. Nobunaga held councils of strategy, maps spread before him, messengers bringing word of shifting alliances and rival armies. Yasuke would have seen the precision with which plans were laid, the stern discipline expected of every commander. He witnessed the energy of a man determined to break centuries of division and bring the nation under one hand. Castle life also exposed Yasuke to the codes of etiquette and ceremony that underpinned samurai society. Bowing at the correct angle, addressing lords with the proper words, observing rituals at shrines, each detail mattered. For a foreigner, mastering these customs was no small task, yet Yasuke adapted. His discipline, already proven through years of service, now served him in navigating the subtleties of a culture vastly different from his own. Nobunaga, though ruthless in battle, valued refinement. He collected art, hosted tea ceremonies, and engaged in discussions of poetry and philosophy. Yasuke, standing at the edge of such gatherings, absorbed a world in which elegance and violence coexisted. In the same halls where poems were recited, armor was polished for the next campaign. At Azuchi and other fortresses, Yasuke's presence was more than tolerated. It was celebrated. Nobunaga took pride in showing him to visiting dignitaries, not as an oddity, but as proof of his own authority and discernment. To have a foreign-born samurai by his side was to declare his power extended beyond the traditional order. For Yasuke, life in the castle must have carried both wonder and burden. He had traveled further than most men could imagine, and now he stood at the center of a court where splendor and strategy intertwined. The red glow of torches against painted walls, the sound of armor clattering in the courtyards, the faint scent of incense drifting through corridors. These became the texture of his days. Life at court was only one side of a samurai's duty. For Yasuke, the other side came with the clash of weapons, the smoke of burning villages, and the weight of armor carried into battle. Nobunaga was constantly on campaign, striking at rival warlords who contested his rise, and Yasuke marched with him into the fractured provinces of Japan. The armies of the 16th century were vast and disciplined. Long lines of Ashigaru foot soldiers carried spears, their armor simple but effective. Archers loosed arrows in volleys, while musketeers armed with Portuguese matchlocks unleashed thunder that echoed across the valleys. Among them rode samurai of higher rank, bearing polished armor and banners marked with the crests of their lords. Yasuke, dressed now in lacquered iron plates and carrying his own katana, became one among these warriors. Accounts do not detail every battle he fought, yet they speak of his presence in the field. To fight beside him would have been a reassurance. To face him, a daunting prospect. On horseback or on foot, Yasuke's strength and discipline were said to shine in the chaos of combat. Campaigns carried the army through rugged landscapes. They marched across river valleys where mist clung to the water, climbed mountain passes where roads twisted between pines, and advanced on castles perched high on ridges. Supplies followed in long trains: rice, arrows, powder for muskets, each step measured and calculated. Yasuke learned to live by the rhythm of the march, to endure fatigue, and to keep vigilance when campfires glowed against the night. War was relentless. Villages fell under siege, castles resisted with desperation, and alliances shifted with the tide of fortune. Nobunaga demanded discipline from all who served him, and Yasuke's loyalty did not waver. Whether standing guard before his lord or pressing forward in the melee, he proved himself again and again. Witnesses recorded their impressions. Records tell of the African samurai's strength and courage, astonished at his ability to adapt so swiftly to the codes and practices of Japan. For Nobunaga, Yasuke became more than a bodyguard. He was a warrior in his household, one whose presence lent weight to his reputation as a lord open to skill wherever it might be found. By the early 1580s, Nobunaga's star burned at its brightest. He had crushed rivals, expanded his dominion, and filled his castles with treasures that spoke of ambition beyond any daimyo before him. Yet power bred resentment. Beneath the order of his household, beneath the splendor of Azuchi and the triumphs of his campaigns, discontent stirred. Among Nobunaga's generals, one in particular nursed grievances. Akechi Mitsuhide had long served with loyalty, commanding armies and administering provinces. Yet Nobunaga's sharp tongue and harsh manner cut him deeply. Tales spread of insults delivered in public, humiliations inflicted even after victories. As the years passed, Mitsuhide felt his resentment grow as a quiet ember fanned into flame. Yasuke would have seen the tensions from within the household. He stood close as councils were held, as Nobunaga berated his commanders, as alliances were forged and broken. Perhaps he noticed the hardening of Mitsuhide's expression, the restrained silence that masked a deepening bitterness. The Jesuits, too, sensed unrest, though even they could not have foreseen what was to come. The summer of 1582 brought signs of change. Nobunaga prepared to march west against the powerful Mori clan. His armies stretched across the provinces. Mitsuhide was given command of forces to support the campaign. Outwardly, it was another demonstration of trust. Inwardly, it was the final spark for rebellion. The betrayal was swift. Instead of leading his troops to join the larger campaign, Mitsuhide turned them back toward Kyoto. His banners unfurled not in support of Nobunaga, but in defiance. "The enemy is at Honnoji," his soldiers cried, naming the temple where their lord rested. With that declaration, Japan's most feared warlord found himself suddenly encircled. Yasuke, stationed near his master, would have felt the shift like a blade drawn in the dark. The loyalty of years was about to be tested in a single night. Nobunaga, who had trusted his general, now faced betrayal, from within his own household. The seeds of resentment had flowered into treachery, and the fate of an empire hung in the balance. On a humid June night in 1582, Nobunaga lodged at the temple of Honnoji in Kyoto. It was a rare moment of calm in his relentless campaigns, the warlord resting with only a small retinue. Yasuke was there, standing among the guards who kept watch over the wooden halls and lantern-lit courtyards. The city outside lay unaware that history was about to shift. At dawn, the first signs of danger appeared. Shouts rose in the streets, the distant thud of marching feet grew louder, and soon the banners of Akechi Mitsuhide's troops came into view. Thousands advanced on the temple, their spears and matchlocks bristling. Inside, confusion turned quickly to grim resolve. Nobunaga realized at once the depth of the betrayal. The temple was lightly fortified, his household caught unprepared. Yasuke and the guards scrambled to meet the assault, but the sheer scale of Mitsuhide's force left little hope. Arrows rained down, muskets cracked, and the temple walls shuddered as flames took hold. The wooden beams of Honnoji groaned as fire spread. Smoke filled the corridors, choking the air. Yasuke fought fiercely in the chaos, his armor glinting in the firelight as he tried to hold back the attackers. Yet even his strength could not stem the tide. Nobunaga, refusing the dishonor of capture, chose the path of seppuku, the ritual death of a samurai. Within those burning halls, one of Japan's greatest figures ended his life by his own hand. For Yasuke, the moment must have been shattering. The Lord who had lifted him from obscurity, who had granted him the honor of samurai, was gone in an instant. Around him the household fell, retainers cut down, the temple consumed. Still he fought, not for victory, but for loyalty, until the last hope of defense was gone. Mitsuhide's men pressed into the smoldering ruins, seizing those who survived. Yasuke was among them, captured but not killed. Perhaps they hesitated at his stature, or perhaps they saw little point in executing a foreigner. Unlike many of Nobunaga's household, he was spared, though stripped of his place and his arms. The fall of Honnoji marked the end of Nobunaga's meteoric rise and the beginning of chaos that would sweep Japan. For Yasuke, it was the breaking of the world he had known. The man who had trusted him, who had crossed the boundaries of tradition to welcome him as a samurai, lay dead amid the ashes. The household that had given him belonging was scattered. The temple smoldered long after dawn, blackened beams jutting against the sky, the air heavy with the smell of fire and death. Kyoto reeled from the shock. Nobunaga's enemies rejoiced, his allies scrambled, and the future of the nation shifted on its axis. Yasuke, the African warrior who had stood at the heart of it, now faced an uncertain fate. When the flames of Honnoji faded and Nobunaga lay dead, the victors turned their attention to those who had survived. Yasuke, battered and exhausted, was taken into custody by Mitsuhide's soldiers. For many of Nobunaga's retainers, capture meant death, executions carried out swiftly to erase loyalty to the fallen lord. Yet Yasuke's fate diverged from theirs. Some chronicles suggest that Mitsuhide dismissed him, remarking that the African warrior was a man of little consequence. Others claim he was delivered back into the hands of the Jesuits, his sword stripped away, but his life spared. Whatever the case, Yasuke did not meet the fate of so many others in Nobunaga's service. He disappeared from the battlefield of history almost as abruptly as he had entered it. What happened to him afterward is unknown. Some scholars believe he returned to the Jesuit mission, resuming the role of bodyguard and companion as he had before his rise to samurai. Perhaps he once again stood watch at the doors of churches, protecting the priests who debated faith in distant halls. Others wonder if he lingered in Kyoto, living quietly in obscurity, his brief blaze of renown fading into the background of a country in turmoil. There are even wilder suggestions that Yasuke traveled north, joining another lord in service, or that he attempted to return to the seas, seeking passage back through India and Africa. None of these stories are supported by firm evidence, but each reflects the allure of his mystery. A man who had stood at the right hand of Nobunaga could hardly vanish without leaving echoes. What is certain is that Mitsuhide's triumph was short-lived. Within weeks, he was defeated by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, another of Nobunaga's brilliant generals. The flames that consumed Honnoji ignited a struggle that would carry on until Japan was finally unified under Tokugawa Ieyasu. Yasuke, however, left no trace in this new order. His name is absent from records of the later campaigns, as though history closed its ledger upon him the moment Nobunaga fell. For listeners centuries later, this absence is part of his enduring fascination. A boy taken from Africa, carried across seas, elevated to the highest rank available to a foreigner in Japan, and then suddenly gone. Did he die in obscurity, remembered only by a handful of missionaries? Did he live long years unknown, perhaps still carrying the katana once entrusted to him, though never again wielded in battle? We cannot know. The threads of his life dissolve into speculation, leaving us only the fragments of Jesuit writings and Japanese chronicles. Yet sometimes the power of a story lies not in its certainty, but in its mystery. Yasuke's disappearance reminds us how easily a life can be lost to history, even those that once burned brightly in the courts of kings and warlords. From the ashes of Honnoji, Japan's destiny marched onward. For Yasuke, the path faded into silence. The African samurai, who had risen from bondage to stand beside one of history's most formidable warlords, left behind questions that still stir the imagination today. Beyond the written record, Yasuke endures as a symbol. For some, he represents the global exchanges of the 16th century, when oceans connected continents in ways both violent and transformative. For others, he is a figure of resilience, a man who endured loss and dislocation, yet carved a place for himself in one of the most closed and hierarchical societies in the world. His story whispers of possibility, that even in the harshest of circumstances, dignity and courage can find recognition. Legends have grown around him. In later centuries, plays and tales embroidered his life, casting him as a warrior of almost mythical power. Modern retellings have made him a hero in novels, films, and art. Each reinvention speaks less to what can be proven, and more to the enduring allure of a man whose life seems too improbable to be forgotten. The truth, stripped of embellishment, is enough. Yasuke was real. He stood at Nobunaga's side, was granted the weapons and rank of a samurai, and fought in the defining conflicts of his time. His disappearance from record does not erase the fact that for a brief, brilliant span, he lived a life that crossed the boundaries of continents and cultures, leaving a story still told centuries later. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Boudica, the Celtic warrior queen who openly defied a once invincible empire that dominated the length and breadth of the known world. Picture the misty hills of ancient Britannia. The air is alive with the scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Ancient megaliths flicker with bonfire light as the pounding of heavy drums rises above an ocean of black forest, thick with moss. Strange coins bearing the profile of a distant emperor begin to pass from hand to hand, and with them come taxes, penalties, and a faint shadow of unease that creeps from beyond the horizon. Here, we meet a formidable figure, tall and august with piercing eyes, a radiant sweep of auburn hair bound in elaborate braids, and grasping a long iron spear. This is Boudica, Queen of the Iceni, a proud people rooted for centuries in the windswept lowlands of modern-day Norfolk. Following the sudden death of her husband, the heavy hand of Rome fell upon her kingdom, stripping her of dignity and leaving her family scarred by their cruelty. Rome demanded her submission. Boudica answered them with destruction and ruin. Her rebellion was no reckless charge, but a calculated fury. With her army of woad-painted warriors, Boudica swept through settlement after settlement like a howling winter gale. The Romans, for their part, found themselves staggered and humiliated, seething with indignation at the audacity of their new subjects. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the path of a warrior queen who stood unflinching before certain death. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's charge full tilt into the fray with Boudica, defiant Celtic warrior queen. The Britain of the 1st century was a land of mist, marsh, and deep green forests, where rivers cut through the earth like silver ribbons, and the sky seemed always in motion. Among its tribes, life carried on in ways older than memory. Round houses of timber and thatch clustered on low hills, smoke rising from hearth fires, while herds grazed in meadows fenced with woven branches. These were people bound to the land. They worshipped in groves of oak and yew, believing the spirits of gods and ancestors lingered in the roots and stones. Druids kept knowledge alive in song and memory, for no sacred law was written. The tribes were proud and varied, each with their own customs, sometimes allies, sometimes enemies. They raided one another as they had for centuries, but nothing in their past rivaled the power that had begun to press from the south. Rome's legions had first landed decades earlier under Julius Caesar, though that invasion had faltered. Later emperors returned with greater determination, until Britain, or most of it, was drawn into their vast dominion. Across the island, the marks of empire spread. Straight roads cut through woodland, coins stamped with imperial faces clinked in trade, and new towns rose with stone walls and tiled roofs. Roman order seemed unshakable, yet beneath it, resentment simmered. Among the tribes, some tolerated Rome for trade and protection. Others bristled at tribute, taxes, and the swagger of foreign officials. On the broad flatlands of what is now Norfolk, the Iceni stood on that fault line. Their chariots rattled over open fields, horses bright with bronze fittings, and warriors stepped out with skin stained with blue swirls of woad. It was into this world that a tall, striking woman came to prominence. She carried herself with dignity, her presence commanding, her gaze direct, and her bearing regal. She was queen beside her husband, Praesatagus, who ruled the Iceni through an arrangement with Rome. For a time, this arrangement seemed to work. Praesatagus retained his lands and was allowed to govern his people so long as he acknowledged Rome's supremacy and paid the expected tribute. The Iceni prospered in relative peace. Trade goods flowed from the continent in abundance. Yet even in those years, mistrust lingered. The tribes understood that Rome gave only with one hand, while taking far more with the other. Life in these years was filled with both beauty and tension. Children chased each other through reed beds, while elders told stories around fires. Markets bustled with the sounds of barter, yet in the distance, marching feet on Roman roads echoed like a warning. Soldiers in segmented armor passed through, their eagle standards gleaming, their discipline unbending. They were a reminder that sovereignty was tolerated, not guaranteed. As the seasons turned, the people of Britain could not have known that their land would soon tremble. Their hills and fields, their rivers and towns, all would be swept into a storm, born not in Rome, but among themselves. At the heart of it would stand the woman whose defiance would make her name endure for nearly 2,000 years. In the flat, windswept lowlands of eastern Britain lay the lands of the Iceni. Their fields stretched wide beneath a restless sky. Their rivers wound slowly to the sea. It was here that a queen came to stand tall, both in stature and in spirit, alongside her husband the king. Together, they shaped the destiny of their tribe, in an age when foreign power pressed harder each year. Those who looked upon her spoke of her presence before her words. She was strikingly tall, her frame commanding, her auburn hair flowing down in heavy waves and bound in intricate plaits. She was not a figure hidden in the background, but one who walked at the front of processions, her spear a symbol of authority as much as of war. The people saw in her both the dignity of lineage and the fierce pride of a leader unwilling to shrink beneath the gaze of Rome. Prasutagus himself was no fool. He recognized the strength of the empire to the south and understood that open defiance too early would spell destruction. Mindful of Rome's habits, he set his affairs to protect his line, naming the emperor alongside his daughters in his will. It was a careful hedge that would soon be swept aside. This peace, uneasy though it was, brought some prosperity. The Iceni shaped fine talks of gold and bronze. Trade flowed through markets where local produce mixed with Roman imports. Chariots rattled across the countryside, carrying warriors whose horses were adorned with shining harness. Yet behind these scenes of daily life lay a deeper tension. Rome was patient, but its patience was rarely endless. The empire did not tolerate independence for long, and its governors carried instructions to tighten control where opportunity arose. For the people, Rome was both an opportunity and a shadow. Its coins made trade easier, yet they carried the faces of distant emperors few would ever see. Its soldiers were formidable, their armor glinting in sun or rain, but their presence reminded every tribe that true power lay elsewhere. Even within Iceni lands, there was a sense that the treaty was only a pause in a longer game. The queen bore this tension with unyielding dignity. She was both wife and mother, matriarch and warrior. Her daughters played within the roundhouse compounds, their laughter mingling with the sounds of livestock, smithing hammers, and the steady rhythm of village life. Around them, elders tended fields, druids observed the cycles of the moon, and warriors prepared spears and shields. It was a world that felt enduring, but its foundations were less secure than many realized. Rome allowed some local kings and queens rule, so long as they obeyed, paid, and provided troops. Useful for a while, never permanent. Their system relied on submission, and when a monarch died, they often claimed the territory outright. Prasutagus surely understood this risk, yet he hoped to preserve his line by naming both the emperor and his daughters as heirs, balancing loyalty with family honor. His queen, with her stern gaze and strong voice, stood beside him in this choice, perhaps sensing even then that Rome's word was brittle. For now, the land was calm enough. The fires burned in roundhouses, the harvest was gathered, the roads were travelled by merchants and soldiers alike. Yet the balance was delicate. Each year, Rome's grip grew a little tighter, and as it did, the queen watched and waited. The death of the king marked the end of a fragile peace. For years he had balanced his people's independence with the demands of Rome, keeping their land secure through loyalty and tribute. In his will, he attempted one last act of diplomacy. Half of his kingdom, he declared, would pass to the emperor and half to his daughters, ensuring both Rome's favor and his family's future. It was a compromise born of caution, but compromise was not in the empire's nature. When news of his death reached the Roman authorities, they swept aside the will as though it held no weight. To them, there was no half measure, no shared inheritance. A regional king's passing meant that his land now belonged fully to Rome. The Iceni were not heirs, but subjects, and their wealth was to be seized. The response was swift and cruel. Officials arrived to claim property, stripping the nobles of their estates, repossessing treasures that had been guarded for generations. The queen herself was dragged before them, publicly flogged as though she were no more than a criminal. Her daughters suffered even worse. Enduring a violation meant not only to break their bodies, but to humiliate their people. The message was clear. The Iceni were to bow or be broken. Yet humiliation can spark something greater than fear. Among the tribe, anger burned hotter than any hearth fire. The elders remembered their dignity, the warriors their oaths, the women their lineage. The queen, scarred but unbowed, stood before them not as a victim, but as a rallying figure. Her suffering had become their own, and her defiance was theirs to share. Across the lowlands, rumors spread. Other tribes heard of Rome's treatment of a queen and her daughters. Old grievances stirred, long simmering resentment rising to the surface. The Trinovantes, a neighbouring tribe in modern Essex, long weary of Roman settlers building temples to foreign gods on their land, listened closely. Farmers who had paid heavy taxes, and warriors who had bent under the burden of tribute, all began to wonder whether this was the moment to resist. The Iceni themselves prepared with grim determination. Spears were honed, shields repaired, horses trained for chariots. In the roundhouses, druids spoke of omens, women crying out that destruction was near, waters turning red, statues of Roman gods toppling. These signs were read as the will of the divine, proof that rebellion was not only justified, but sanctified. For the Romans, it was business as usual. Governors and financiers counted their profits. Veterans settled on seized land. Merchants carried on trade. Few suspected the storm gathering beyond the forests and marshes. They underestimated the strength of memory, the depth of pride, and the fury of a people whose honor had been so callously trampled. The queen, once forced to endure the lash, now stood taller than ever in the eyes of her people. She had become more than a monarch. She was the living embodiment of their defiance. Where Rome had sought to humiliate, they had instead forged a symbol too powerful to ignore. The death of the king opened to them a new path. It was not the one he had envisioned, nor the peace he had tried to preserve. It was harsher, darker, but also inevitable. The empire had broken its promise, and in doing so had awoken a rebellion that would shake Britain to its core. In the wake of Rome's cruelty, the Iceni did not stand alone. Across the fields and forests, word traveled swiftly, carried on the lips of traders, travelers, and discontented farmers. Stories of the queen's flogging and her daughter's humiliation struck chords of outrage in neighboring lands. The Trinovantes, already resentful of Roman settlers who had taken their fertile ground and raised a grand temple to the emperor at Camulodunum, were the first to respond. Their hatred had been simmering, and now it found its spark. Around the campfires, leaders spoke of old grievances, taxes that drained harvests, land confiscations that pushed families from their homes, and the endless arrogance of Roman officials who dismissed Celtic laws as if they were nothing. The Queen's defiance became a rallying cry, her suffering proof of Rome's contempt. In villages from the eastern coast to the wooded valleys, chiefs listened to envoys from the Iceni and weighed their choices. Some feared Rome's retribution, yet others saw a chance to reclaim freedom. Preparations began quietly, but with determination. Chariots were pulled from storage, their wooden frames strengthened, their wheels bound with iron. Spears were sharpened, shields repaired with new hides. Warriors readied themselves for battle. Women, too, joined the gatherings, carrying food, tending fires, and singing chants that bound the assembly with a sense of purpose older than empire. At the center of it all stood the Queen. She was not hidden behind walls or veils, but visible, her tall form commanding attention, her hair catching the light of fire and torch. She spoke to the assembled tribes of justice denied, of the gods who would not allow such insult to pass unanswered. Her words were measured yet fierce, her presence a living reminder of what Rome had done. The Druids lent their voices as well. They spoke of omens, statues of the goddess Victory turning from the Romans, the sea foaming red with strange tides, and voices heard in sacred groves predicting the fall of cities. These prophecies, whether born of faith or fear, deepened the conviction that the gods themselves favored rebellion. In this sense, the struggle was not only against legions, but against fate itself, and fate had shifted to their side. The Roman presence in Britain was formidable, yet their forces were stretched thin. Many soldiers were away campaigning in Wales, where the governor, Suetonius Paulinus, was focused on crushing Druid strongholds on the island of Mona. This left settlements in the east less defended, their garrisons small and complacent. It was an opportunity as fleeting as it was vital, and the tribes knew they must act before it slipped away. As alliances formed, an army began to take shape. Tens of thousands gathered. They came from fields and villages, from marsh and woodland, men and women alike, carrying whatever weapons they could muster. The host swelled, a tide of humanity driven not by pay or command, but by fury, memory, and the desire for vengeance. In these moments of gathering, the land itself seemed to tremble with anticipation. Fires burned through the night, drums sounded across hills, and the breath of countless horses steamed in the cool air. For generations the tribes had lived with rivalry and division, yet now they were bound together by something greater than old disputes. Rome had overstepped, and in doing so had unified those who once stood apart. The first blow fell upon Camulodunum, the Roman colony known today as Colchester. Built upon the site of an old tribal capital, it had been reshaped in stone and tile, its streets laid out in orderly lines, its walls more symbolic than strong. At its heart rose the temple of Claudius, a gleaming monument to the emperor that to the tribes stood not as a shrine, but as a fortress of arrogance built with their labor and taxes. The settlers within the town were veterans of Roman campaigns, men who had been granted land as reward for their service. They lived with the assurance that their empire was eternal, and they treated the local Britons with disdain. Few believed the rumors of rebellion that spread through the countryside. Even as reports reached them of tribes gathering in vast numbers, the colonists imagined that the governor would soon return with legions to scatter the discontented. But when the host arrived, the iron-bound wheels rattled the field strips and hedge banks for miles. Iceni chariots rolled across the fields. Warriors daubed in blue swept through the outskirts, and the cries of the advancing horde rose above the smoke of burning farmsteads. The town, poorly defended, had no legion to protect it. Only a small garrison and the temple stood as resistance. The defenders fell back into the temple, barricading doors, rationing scant stores and sending runners for help. The garrison had no engines and few missiles. For 2 days they held out, while flames consumed the streets outside, and the tribes dismantled what little fortification the colony had. On the 3rd day, the doors gave under fire-hardened rams. Ladders went up, the inner court was taken room by room, and the last defenders were cut down among toppled columns. The destruction of Camulodunum was complete. Houses and villas crumbled into ash, fields were stripped bare, and the colony that had been Rome's proud foothold in the east was swept from the map. Ancient accounts speak of the rage of the tribes, sparing little in their fury. For the Britons, this was justice, the punishment of oppressors who had mocked their ways, seized their land, and dishonored their queen. From the countryside, more tribes now joined the swelling rebellion. The victory at Camulodunum proved that Rome was not invincible, that the legions could be humbled, their towns burned. The news traveled fast, carried by survivors and witnesses, reaching London and beyond. Panic spread among settlers and officials, many of whom began to flee south in hopes of finding protection. For the Queen, this first triumph was both vengeance and beginning. She had shown her people that Rome could be defied, that humiliation could be answered with fire. Yet she knew too that Rome's response would come. Suetonius Paulinus still commanded legions in Britain, and when he returned from Wales, he would bring the discipline and cruelty for which Rome was feared. For now, though, the tide was with the tribes. Fires smouldered across Camulodunum's ruins, smoke drifting into the sky as a signal to all Britain. The temple was gone, the colony erased, and the uprising had taken its first city. As the warriors rested, sharpening their spears and tending to their wounded, their eyes turned southwards. There, along the Thames, lay Londinium, young, prosperous, and utterly unprepared. South along the Thames lay Londinium, a settlement still young but thriving. Traders from across the empire filled its markets with goods from Gaul, Spain, and the Mediterranean. Its streets hummed with the movement of merchants, soldiers, and families who had come to build new lives under Roman protection. Unlike Camulodunum, it had no grand temple to an emperor, but it was the beating heart of commerce in Roman Britain. Its timber bridges spanned the river, and its warehouses overflowed with grain, hides, and imported luxuries. Yet behind this prosperity lay fragility. Londinium had no strong walls, no legion posted for its defense. When word arrived of the destruction at Colchester, fear spread quickly through its streets. Rumors of slaughter, temples torn down, and colonies erased unsettled even the most confident settlers. Some gathered possessions, preparing to flee. Others begged for protection from the governor. But Suetonius Paulinus was far to the west, marching his legions back from Wales. He paused briefly at Londinium, weighing the city's fate. The settlement was prosperous, but militarily worthless. He judged it indefensible with the forces at hand, and marched on, leaving its people to their fate. Into this vacuum swept the rebel host. From the north and east, warriors advanced in a surge of chariots, horses, and marching feet. Their numbers had grown with each victory, swelling into the tens of thousands. At their head rode the queen, her tall frame rising above the throng, auburn hair catching the sun, spear gleaming. To the tribes, Londinium was a symbol of Rome's wealth, and to see it fall would be to prove their uprising unstoppable. The attack came swiftly. Fires were set to the thatched roofs, flames leaping from one timber building to the next. Markets and storehouses collapsed in roaring heat, their contents lost to the blaze. Smoke poured into the sky, darkening the horizon as the city's people tried in vain to flee. For many, escape was impossible. The bridges clogged with desperate crowds, boats overturned in the river, and the streets became choking channels of fire and panic. Ancient writers described the devastation with awe and horror. To them, Londinium's destruction was a catastrophe, a wound to the empire itself. Yet to the tribes, it was justice, swift and cleansing. The warehouses that had stored their tribute were reduced to ash, the houses of Roman merchants leveled, their wealth scattered. For the first time, Rome's proud claim to permanence in Britain seemed fragile. When the flames at last subsided, Londinium was no more than smouldering timbers and blackened earth. Survivors crept southward, carrying tales of fire and ruin. To the Britons who had taken part, it was a triumph, proof that the gods favored their cause. But in the back of every mind lay the question of how long such fortune could last. For now, however, the Queen's revolt seemed unstoppable. Colchester lay in ruins, London burned, and the road ahead was open. Another Roman settlement, Verulamium, lay just beyond, and the tribes moved towards it with the same fire in their hearts. Each step forward carried them deeper into defiance, their victories mounting, their resolve hardening. The land of Britain shook with their passage, and the empire itself, far away across the sea, began to feel the tremors. Northwest of London lay Verulamium, the Roman town we now know as St. Albans. It was smaller than Londinium, but still prosperous, its streets lined with workshops, villas, and market stalls. For Rome, it was a place of order and profit, an outpost of civilization among what they considered wild tribes. For the rebels, it was the next mark on their path, another settlement raised upon land that had once been free. By the time the host approached, the smoke of London still lingered on the wind. Survivors who had fled spread word of fire and destruction, their stories thick with fear. Some at Verulamium tried to flee, while others stayed, trusting that Rome would not abandon them as it had London. Yet the legions were still far off, and the town lay exposed. The rebels advanced with the confidence of triumph. Their chariots thundered over fields, horses snorting in the cold morning air, wheels flashing with bronze. Warriors marched in swelling ranks, their voices raised in chants that echoed across the hills. At their center rode their queen, fearless and unflinching. To the Britons, she was no longer only a monarch, but the living emblem of their struggle. Verulamium's defenses could not withstand such numbers. Fires were set swiftly, flames leaping from roof to roof, turning the timber town into a furnace. Workshops collapsed, markets vanished in smoke, and the cries of the desperate rose with the roar of fire. Ancient writers tell us that tens of thousands perished, their accounts heavy with the horror of what unfolded. To the Romans, it was massacre. To the tribes, it was vengeance long denied. For the Britons, this third victory carried enormous weight. In less than a season, 3 major Roman centers had been destroyed. Camulodunum had fallen, Londinium burned, and now Verulamium lay in ashes. The uprising had grown beyond anything the empire expected. Britain's tribes, once divided by rivalries, were united by triumph. The land rang with the sound of drums, and the smoke of conquest carried far into the distance. Yet in the embers of victory, a shadow loomed. Each settlement destroyed brought the Romans closer to a reckoning. Suetonius Paulinus, governor of Britain, was no ordinary commander. Hardened by campaigns in Africa and Gaul, he was ruthless, patient, and disciplined. Even as the towns burned, he was gathering what remained of the legions, drawing soldiers back from scattered posts, concentrating his force for one decisive clash. Among the rebels, there was both exultation and uncertainty. Some believed Rome could never recover from such blows, that Britain might finally be free of the invader. Others sensed the danger ahead. As Verulamium's ruins smoldered, the tribes celebrated in the fields. Horses stamped and whinnied, drums pounded, and warriors raised spears to the sky. The queen stood among them, the firelight reflecting in her hair, her figure tall against the smoke. Her defiance had carried them this far, her people transformed by her endurance into an army that seemed to sweep all before it. But on the horizon, beyond the forests and the hills, the legions were marching. They would not come as scattered settlers or panicked garrisons. They would come as Rome itself, determined to restore their dominion. The great clash was drawing near. While smoke still rose from the ruins of Verulamium, the governor of Britain was preparing his answer. Suetonius Paulinus had been far away when the revolt began, driving his legions through the mountains of Wales to destroy the Druids on the island of Mona. It was a brutal campaign, meant to break the spiritual heart of the tribes, but the rebellion forced his hand. He marched back east with grim purpose, gathering every soldier he could along the way. The rebellion had burned with terrifying speed, but Rome was patient. Suetonius understood that one defeat could mean the loss of the whole province, and so he refused to waste men in reckless defense. He had abandoned Londinium because it could not be held. He had allowed Verulamium to fall because he needed time. While the tribes exhausted themselves in fire and fury, he drew his legions together, forging them into a single, unbreakable spear. His forces were still small compared to the mass of rebels. Ancient accounts say perhaps 10,000 soldiers, hardened legionaries, auxiliaries, and cavalry, against a host that may have numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Yet Suetonius knew that numbers alone did not win battles. Rome's discipline was its strength. Each soldier had drilled until the shield was an extension of the arm, the short sword as natural as breath. In open ground, properly positioned, a Roman legion was more than an army. It was a machine. The countryside between the Midlands and the coast filled with fear. Refugees stumbled south, carrying stories of slaughter. Farms were abandoned, markets left empty. Those loyal to Rome prayed for the legions to return, while others weighed whether to join the rebellion or wait for its outcome. The land seemed to hold its breath, poised between liberation and devastation. Meanwhile, the rebels exulted in their triumphs. They believed the empire broken, the governor powerless, the soldiers too few to resist them. Confidence swelled like a rising tide. The queen urged her warriors onward, her tall figure a beacon of defiance. Victory had come so swiftly that many believed it would continue without end. But in their triumph lay danger. Their forces were vast, but unwieldy. Families followed the host, carts filled with food and possessions, slowing their march. Suetonius planned for advantage, not spectacle. He meant to compress the rebel front, force a head-on clash, and deny his flanks the space where numbers tell. He gathered what troops he had, stripped the baggage, and directed his men to prevail by drill, the weight of their shields, and timing rather than sheer numbers. As the governor prepared, messengers rode to and fro. Orders were barked, camps dug, weapons sharpened. The soldiers knew the odds, yet their confidence in Roman training held steady. They had seen tribes before, in Gaul, Spain, and in Africa. They knew the chaos of great hosts and trusted that order would prevail. The stage was set for a confrontation that would decide not only the fate of a queen, but of the entire province. Suetonius formed his army on a constricted shelf of ground, hemmed by thick woodland, with a gentle rise ahead. The legions dressed their line in tight ranks, auxiliaries held the wings, and the cavalry waited out on the flanks. Javelins were stacked ready. The front cohort knelt behind a fence of shields, while the standards lifted in the breeze. Across the open approach, the rebel host spilled forward, their wagons massed in the rear. The rebels arrived in a mass that seemed endless. Ancient writers claimed more than 100,000, perhaps 200,000, though such numbers were surely exaggerated. Yet to the Romans, looking out from their narrow line, it must have felt as though the entire island had risen against them. Men, women, and children had followed the host, and the warriors, daubed in blue and armed with spears and axes, shouted curses at the legion. At the center, the queen directed the chariot teams with clipped signals, drawing the surge toward the Roman front. Before the clash, she addressed her people. Ancient sources tell of her fierce words, declaring that she fought not for wealth or power, but for justice, for freedom, for the honor of her family and all Britain. Her voice carried across the crowd, stirring their hearts with anger and resolve. The charge began as a roar. Chariots surged forward, horses pounding, wheels flashing in the sun. Warriors poured across the field, their cries rising like thunder. But as they neared, the Roman heavy javelins flew. Heavy javelins pierced shields and bodies, bringing down the first wave in a stumble of blood and dust. The legions advanced in step, shields locked, swords thrusting with measured force. The rebels pressed hard, but the narrow ground worked against them. Their vast numbers became a hindrance. Those at the rear could not reach the fight, while those at the front were crushed against Roman shields. The discipline of the legions did not falter. Each movement was drilled, each advance controlled. Slowly, inexorably, the rebels were driven back. Then the Roman cavalry swept out from the flanks, cutting into the mass of warriors. The carts and families in the rear became a deadly trap. Pressed from behind, the tribes had nowhere to retreat. Chaos turned to rout. The battlefield, a crush of bodies. The cries of the desperate swallowed by the sound of iron and hooves. By the day's end, the rebellion lay broken. Ancient sources speak of dreadful losses among the Britons. What is clear is that the uprising, so fierce and so close to success, had been shattered in a single encounter. The legions stood bloodied, but intact. Suetonius had gambled everything on this ground, and his decision had saved the province. For the queen, it was the end of her defiance in the field. Defeated, but not forgotten, she vanished from the records soon after, her fate wrapped in mystery. When the battle was lost, the great tide of rebellion ebbed as swiftly as it had risen. Survivors scattered into forests and marshes, carrying with them the memory of fire and fury. The queen herself slipped from the pages of certainty into the realm of legend. Some said she took poison, unwilling to be paraded in chains through the streets of Rome. Others believed illness claimed her after the strain of war. A few whispered that she escaped, vanishing into the wilds to live out her days unseen. Though her body was never found, her shadow endured. To the Romans, she was a savage leader whose defiance had nearly cost them a province. To her people, she was more than that: a mother, a queen, a symbol of a spirit that would not be subdued. The lands of the Iceni bore the scars of Rome's vengeance, yet her story passed from voice to voice, remembered in fireside tales and in the uneasy respect of her enemies. The scale of her revolt shook the empire. 3 towns had been reduced to blackened earth, tens of thousands of settlers and soldiers slain, and for a brief moment the Roman hold on Britain tottered on the edge of collapse. It was a reminder that even the mightiest empire could tremble when faced with the fury of those it thought broken. Centuries later, when Rome itself fell, her name still lingered. In time, she became a figure of national memory, her statue raised in London, her defiance retold in chronicles, poetry, and legend. She was remembered not only for what she destroyed, but for what she embodied: the refusal to bow, even when the odds were insurmountable. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of D.B. Cooper, the infamous and elusive skyjacker who vanished into the clouds from a jetliner over the Pacific Northwest with over $200,000 in cash. The story begins with a nondescript figure standing in a queue on the tarmac, waiting to board a flight to Seattle. His description is largely unremarkable. A man of average height, with a dark suit and carrying a briefcase, blending seamlessly with the other passengers. He ordered a drink and watched the rain slide across the window as the aircraft taxied toward takeoff. It had all the makings of an ordinary flight, or so it seemed, until Cooper calmly handed a note to a flight attendant detailing his demands. What soon followed was a carefully executed plan, unmatched in forethought or precision. Cooper demanded parachutes and a ransom. Upon landing, he released the passengers and instructed the pilots to take off again. The jet flew low and slow through choppy weather, with only radar and instruments to guide them. Before the night was over, D.B. Cooper would leap from the plane and be the first skyjacker in history to collect a ransom and remain at large. Who was this mysterious man? What became of him? And where did he gain the skills and experience needed to orchestrate such an operation? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll examine what's known and many of the more intriguing theories that continue to spark debate. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's leap into the unknown with D.B. Cooper as we explore one of the most enduring, unsolved mysteries in American history. It was the afternoon of the 24th of November, 1971, the day before Thanksgiving, when a man joined the queue to board Northwest Orient Flight 305 in Portland. The weather was damp and unsettled, rain streaking across the tarmac and collecting in shallow pools beneath the wing of the aircraft. Travelers shuffled forward, coats buttoned, bags clutched. Among them was a figure in a dark business suit with a black tie and a long overcoat, carrying only a briefcase. He was in his mid-40s, of average height, with neatly combed hair. Nothing about him drew attention. He purchased his ticket with cash at the counter, just $20 for the short hop to Seattle. Once aboard, he moved down the narrow aisle and settled into seat 18C, near the rear of the aircraft. He placed the briefcase beside him and ordered a bourbon and soda. The flight was only 30 minutes long, yet he appeared unhurried and oddly comfortable in the close space of the cabin. Witnesses later remembered his dark sunglasses, which he wore even inside. To those nearby, he seemed like a businessman heading home for the holiday, passing unnoticed among the other travelers. The crew prepared for takeoff. The engines roared, and the plane began its roll down the wet runway. As the wheels lifted from the ground and Portland fell away beneath them, the man reclined slightly and sipped his drink. For the flight attendants, it was another routine leg, a short shuttle that carried commuters and holiday travelers alike. Nothing about this passenger hinted at what was to come. Florence Schaffner, one of the flight attendants, passed through the aisle, as she had done countless times before. The man in 18C handed her a folded note. She tucked it unopened into her pocket, assuming it was a telephone number, as many flight attendants received from traveling men. But a moment later, he leaned towards her and said in a calm voice that she should read it. She unfolded the paper and read the following: "Miss, I have a bomb in my briefcase and want you to sit by me." When asked discreetly what he meant, he opened his briefcase just enough for her to glimpse a bundle of red cylinders connected by wires. He then gave instructions. She was to deliver his demands to the cockpit. He wanted $200,000 in $20 bills, 4 parachutes, and a fuel truck waiting in Seattle. He spoke without panic or aggression, more like a man negotiating terms than making threats. In the cockpit, the captain and his crew received the message with a mix of disbelief and urgency. Protocol was clear. They informed air traffic control, which in turn contacted the FBI. For the passengers seated toward the front, nothing seemed unusual. The flight continued smoothly through the gray skies of the Pacific Northwest. Drinks were served, magazines opened, briefcases set on knees. Only the crew knew that the course of events had shifted. Behind the calm exterior of the cabin, a hijacking was underway. The man remained composed, watching the attendants with a steady gaze. He adjusted his tie and waited as if he had all the time in the world. For those who observed him closely, it was this calmness that stood out most. He was not frantic, not boastful, and not cruel. He was methodical, prepared, and quietly assured of what would happen next. Florence steadied herself, then looked back to the man at the rear of the plane. He was almost businesslike, as if he had been preparing for this exchange for months. When she hesitated, he unlatched his briefcase. Inside was a neat bundle of red cylinders attached by wires to a central battery. It was shown only for a moment, but the sight was enough to confirm the threat. She closed the case and carried his instructions forward to the cockpit. The pilots received the note with controlled alarm. The captain, William Scott, had flown countless hours on this route, yet nothing in his training truly prepared him for this. He listened carefully as Schaffner repeated the hijacker's demands. The request was clear, specific, and surprisingly detailed. It was also practical. Unlike many hijackers of the era, he had not asked for millions or made wild political statements. He wanted money, a way out, and enough time to disappear. Through the radio, air traffic control relayed the demands to Seattle, and the FBI began to assemble the ransom. Banks were contacted, bills were gathered, serial numbers were recorded. Time was short, and yet the instructions were carried out efficiently. The aircraft continued north, as though nothing unusual had occurred, while a flurry of activity unfolded on the ground. Meanwhile, back in the cabin, the hijacker remained calm. He ordered another drink, smoked a Raleigh cigarette, and gave little away. The attendants described him as polite, even courteous, though firm in his instructions. He insisted that blinds be drawn on the windows to reduce visibility from outside. Passengers, seated forward and unaware of the drama, assumed only that weather or mechanical issues were slowing their journey. Florence Schaffner was soon replaced in her duties by Tina Mucklow, another flight attendant. She sat near the hijacker for most of the journey, relaying his instructions and answering his questions. The minutes stretched on as the aircraft drew closer to Seattle. Fuel burned steadily, gauges ticked forward, and dusk began to settle across the Pacific Northwest. Outside, the landscape darkened into a patchwork of rivers, forests, and small towns, their lights flickering against a lowering sky. In the cabin, however, time felt suspended. For the crew, the situation carried a strange duality. At the front of the plane, pilots held to their course, listening for updates from the ground, their minds focused on the next steps. At the rear, the hijacker sat with his briefcase at his side, his demeanor almost relaxed. Between them, the flight attendants moved carefully, serving drinks to unsuspecting passengers while keeping an eye on every small gesture from seat 18C. By the time Seattle came into view, both sides of this tense negotiation were already set in motion. The FBI had secured the ransom, the parachutes had been gathered, and the runway awaited with law enforcement standing by. As the jetliner neared Seattle, preparations on the ground gathered pace. At the FBI office, phones rang in short bursts, while agents coordinated with a downtown bank to pull together the ransom in used $20 bills. Clerks worked a swift assembly line, photographing and logging serial numbers, stacking notes into rubber-banded bricks that would fit easily into a duffel bag. At the same time, Agents contacted a local skydiving school for parachutes. Packs were checked for completeness, bundled into canvas bags, and driven to SeaTac under escort. No speeches, no grandstanding, only the urgent routine of a plan taking shape. At the airport, operations staff cleared a remote stand well away from terminal windows. Fuel trucks and stair units were positioned on call rather than in view. Police and federal cars held in the shadows beyond the floodlights. Blue beacons capped, engines low. Controllers reserved a taxi route that would keep the aircraft out of public sight as soon as it landed. The aim was simple: reduce opportunities for panic, contain risk, and keep options open. In the cabin, attendants maintained a measured rhythm. They checked belts, straightened galley latches, and moved with the practiced economy of people who knew every inch of the aisle. Up front, most travelers remained absorbed in their own small worlds. A newspaper folded to the crossword, a magazine article halfway done, a window view traded for a few minutes of rest. SeaTac's damp evening settled over the field, vapor rising off the concrete, thin spray drifting beneath the lights. The airside radios carried clipped exchanges: runway, stand, handlers, tower. None of it carried beyond the cockpit door. The crew received a final set of instructions from the man at the rear. The pilots acknowledged and focused on the descent. Touchdown came just after 5:30. Reverse thrust swelled and faded. The aircraft slowed and turned clear of the active runway. Following tower guidance, it taxied away from the terminal, threading past hangars and service roads toward the chosen stand. From outside, it looked like any other evening arrival diverted for a technical check. From inside, it was a narrow corridor of decisions, each one feeding into the next. The money convoy rolled through a secure gate, while the parachutes arrived by a separate route. Airfield staff kept their distance, deferring to the agents now clustered at a control point near the perimeter road. The orders were to move deliberately, minimize contact, and keep everything off the main apron. No rush, no crowding at the stairs. Engines stayed running as the cabin pressure remained steady. The smell of warm fuel drifted faintly through the air ducts. The jet came to a final stop at the remote position. The captain and first officer ran their checklists, eyes flicking across instruments, each line a small reassurance in an evening that offered few. Beyond the windows, shapes moved at the edge of the floodlit circle, unresolved and patient. The next phase would take place out of public view. No announcements over the loudspeaker, no scenes on the main concourse. The aeroplane had been positioned, the lists completed, the deliveries timed. What happened next would be between the people on the steps and the people on board. The steps rose to the forward door and held there, the handrails gleaming under the floodlights. A ground handler climbed just high enough to pass over the canvas sack, then retreated. Agents, keeping their distance, watched for a signal from the cabin. Inside, the atmosphere tightened, but held. The bag came aboard. The door closed again. Passengers began to disembark in small groups. Attendants guided them down the stairs with practiced care. A hand at the elbow here, a word of reassurance there, and handed them over to waiting staff, who shepherded them to a bus. 36 in all, moving steadily from warm cabin air to the damp evening, most convinced this was a delay best forgotten. Their part in the story ended at the bottom step. With the seats now empty, attention narrowed to essentials. The sack was opened on a rear galley counter, the bricks of cash checked for number and condition, then transferred into a duffel. The parachute packs were set out and inspected. Harnesses, risers, pins. He kept one reserve by his side and cut neat strips from another to lash the money more securely. When preparations were complete, he set out the plan for departure. The aircraft would head south, refueling in Reno before continuing toward Mexico City. The flight would depart under reduced altitude and speed, with the rear air stairs available for use after takeoff. Lighting would be kept low, and the cabin managed to avoid drawing attention to the back of the aeroplane. The instructions were crisp and left little room for debate. The captain relayed the plan to Tower and Operations, who relayed it in turn to the agents at the perimeter. There were discussions nobody on board would hear, options weighed, contingencies drafted, but the choice was already made. With passengers off and tempers cool, a controlled departure was safer than a forced endgame on the stand. Fuel flowed, figures were signed off, a last check of doors and latches. The staircase was withdrawn and the forward door secured. The crew took their places. The cabin, now pared down to essentials, felt strangely spacious, as though the aeroplane had shed its daytime role and become something leaner, more purposeful. From the rear, he gave a small nod that meant only proceed. The engines wound to a steady hum. The aircraft eased off the blocks and began its slow turn back toward the taxiway. Through the flight deck windows, the runway lights drew a white path across the darkness. On the apron behind, the cluster of vehicles remained still. Their presence felt more than seen. There was no announcement for the non-existent cabin, no wave from the door, only the practical rhythm of a departure at the edge of the field. The plane paused at the hold, received its clearance, and rolled forward, gathering speed. Within moments, it lifted back into the Pacific Northwest night, leaving behind a stand washed in yellow light and a handful of people who had just watched the most unusual exchange of their careers. What happened next would be decided above the clouds, beyond the reach of floodlights and fences, where instruments and intention would carry the story on. From the cockpit, Captain William Scott could feel the unusual drag of the aircraft as it flew under the strict conditions Cooper had imposed. The landing gear stayed lowered, the flaps set at 15 degrees, and the altitude held at around 10,000 feet. The airspeed was kept just above stall level, far slower than usual for a passenger jet. The cabin itself remained depressurized, making the atmosphere inside feel heavier, as though the flight was already brushing against the edge of the wilderness below. In the cabin, the hijacker kept to himself. He ordered the flight attendant, Tina Mucklow, to sit away from him and draw the curtain. From then on, she would see only glimpses of his movements. He stayed calm, occasionally adjusting the duffel bag or the parachute packs. The flight pushed southward into worsening weather. Winds buffeted the aircraft, rain hammered against the metal skin, and turbulence caused the wings to shudder. To the pilots, conditions were challenging, but manageable. To the man preparing to leap from the rear stair, it was a formidable test. The temperature outside hovered just above freezing, with heavy cloud, no moonlight, and a rough patchwork of forest and river beneath. The ground was invisible. At 8:05 p.m., the cockpit intercom buzzed. Cooper had an instruction: lower the rear air stair. The pilots explained that doing so in flight would be dangerous, but he insisted. They complied as far as possible. Warning lights in the cockpit showed the stair had been unlocked, though the rushing air made it nearly impossible to extend fully while airborne. Cooper appeared unfazed. He gathered the bag of money, secured it with strips cut from one of the parachute cords, and fixed a parachute to his back. For a while, the crew heard nothing. Then, at 8:13 p.m., a sudden shift jolted the plane. The nose pitched upward sharply, forcing the pilots to correct. In the logbook, it was noted as a sudden change in the plane's balance. To those on board, it felt like weight and balance had changed abruptly. Someone had jumped from the back of the aircraft. The cockpit crew held their course, unsure whether he had jumped or remained crouched in the stairwell. They dared not leave their posts to check. The cabin behind them was dark, the roar of wind rushing through the open stair, making it impossible to hear anything clearly. For the next hour, they continued toward Reno, eyes on the instruments, minds replaying the strange sensation they had felt. When at last they landed just after 10 p.m., law enforcement surrounded the plane. Armed agents approached cautiously, searching the cabin with weapons raised. But there was no one at the rear. The stair hung heavy in the night air, buffeted by wind. The man who had boarded in Portland that afternoon had vanished. Somewhere in the vast, rain-soaked expanse below, between rivers, forests, and mountains, he had stepped into darkness. Whether he survived or not remained unknown. The plane soon touched down in Reno. What followed was one of the most extensive searches in the history of American law enforcement. The authorities began combing the wilderness of southwest Washington, focusing on a stretch of rugged terrain between aerial and woodland. It was an unforgiving landscape of thick pine forest, winding rivers, and steep ridges, all made treacherous by November rain and winter chill. Helicopters swept low over the trees, while ground teams pushed through brush and mud with dogs at their side. Paratroopers from nearby bases joined the effort, retracing the likely flight path and calculating descent zones. Maps were pinned with grids, and each day new areas were marked off, yet no parachute, no body, no equipment, and no bag of money were ever found. Investigators faced serious challenges. The exact jump point was uncertain. Turbulence, wind drift, and the limitations of radar made it nearly impossible to know precisely where Cooper had made his escape. The search zone covered miles of dense, inaccessible ground. Streams ran fast and high with rain, easily carrying away evidence. The possibility remained that he had landed far outside the area altogether. Attention then turned to what he had left behind on the aircraft. On seat 18C lay a black clip-on tie, its cheap fabric pinched with use. In later years, scientists analyzing it under powerful microscopes found traces of rare metals, titanium, stainless steel, and aluminium, particles associated with advanced manufacturing industries. This raised the possibility that Cooper had worked in or around aerospace facilities, giving him both the knowledge and confidence to attempt such a jump. The crew also recalled that he had smoked several Raleigh cigarettes during the flight. 8 butts were collected from the armrest ashtray, bagged as evidence, but in time they were misplaced, a costly loss. Had they been preserved, modern DNA techniques might have provided the strongest clue of all. Fingerprints lifted from the seat and from a few items were inconclusive, matching no one with certainty. The money itself became another thread in the story. Banks across the country were alerted to check incoming notes for the serial numbers documented by the FBI, but none of the bills appeared in normal commerce. It was as though the cash had vanished with the man. Then, in 1980, nearly a decade after the hijacking, a boy digging a fire pit along the Columbia River uncovered 3 bundles of bills buried in the sand. The notes, still bound with rubber bands, matched the ransom serial numbers exactly. In total, nearly $6,000 had resurfaced. The find raised more questions than it answered. Did Cooper bury the money himself, or had it washed downstream from some unknown resting place? Why only part of the ransom? The remainder was still missing. Despite thousands of hours spent searching forests, rivers, and financial records, the trail grew colder with each passing year. The evidence that remained was tantalizing but incomplete. A tie covered in mysterious particles, a handful of bills discovered by chance, and memories held by a crew who could never forget that long, rain-soaked night. For many who have studied the case, the most persuasive idea is that the man survived his jump and disappeared into the world. This theory rests on one central point. He seemed too well prepared, too deliberate in his choices, to have intended anything else. From the beginning, the hijacking showed signs of careful planning. He chose a Boeing 727, one of the few commercial aircraft with rear air stairs that could be lowered in flight. He asked for several parachutes, ensuring the authorities would not dare provide him with a sabotaged pack. He knew to order the plane flown at a safe altitude for a parachute descent, and at a reduced speed that kept the jump feasible. These were not random details. They suggested either prior research or direct experience in aviation and parachuting. Supporters of the survival theory argue that he could have landed near one of the many roads or clearings below, removed his parachute, and simply walked away. The Pacific Northwest was a region he may have known well, and in 1971, its forests offered endless places to hide. If he had transport waiting, he could have vanished within hours. Over the years, several suspects were considered strong candidates under this theory. One was Kenneth Christiansen, a former paratrooper and employee of Northwest Orient. He matched some elements of the composite sketch, lived in the region, and had the skills to manage such a jump. His family later suggested he had once hinted at involvement. Another was Dwayne Webber, who allegedly confessed on his deathbed that he was Cooper. His widow recalled him talking in vague terms about leaving fingerprints on an aircraft and suffering an injury from a parachute jump. A third suspect was L.D. Cooper, who was identified by a niece who claimed family members had suspected him for years. Each of these men carried fragments of the story, but none could be tied directly to the evidence. Fingerprints were inconclusive, DNA from the tie too limited, and witness descriptions too variable. Still, the suspicion lingered. They fit the profile of a man with the nerve and knowledge to carry off such a plan. What adds weight to the survival theory is the mystery of the money. Other than the small cash discovered in 1980, none of the bills have ever appeared in circulation. If Cooper had died in the woods with the ransom on him, searchers might have found at least part of the bundle in later years. Yet no trace emerged, suggesting he may have hidden or laundered it carefully, or chosen never to spend it at all. There is also his behavior during the hijacking. Witnesses described him as calm, polite, and in control. He was not reckless or impulsive. He smoked, drank, and even offered to request meals for the crew. This demeanor implied someone confident in his plan. He did not act like a man preparing to die in a desperate gamble, but like one executing an escape. If he survived, then the greatest question remains: what became of him? Some imagine he slipped into a new life under a different name, the money stashed or spent carefully in small amounts. Others suggest he may have lived modestly, content with having pulled off such a feat. For those who believe this theory, the enduring appeal lies in its possibility. Somewhere in America, a man may have lived out his days with a secret no one could ever prove, having vanished from the rear stair of a jetliner into legend. The second major theory holds that Cooper never lived to tell his tale. According to this view, the night sky over Washington claimed him within minutes of leaving the aircraft. Investigators who favor this explanation point to the many hazards stacked against him: weather, clothing, equipment, and terrain. The jump was made in November, with a storm sweeping across the Pacific Northwest. Winds gusted at more than 30 knots, and rain fell steadily. Visibility was poor, and the ground below was a patchwork of rivers, steep hillsides, and dense pine forest. For an experienced parachutist with proper gear, it would have been a formidable test. For a man in a suit, loafers, and a trench coat, it bordered on suicidal. The parachutes he was given were not ideal. Among them was a reserve pack, intended only for training, sewn shut and not functional for actual use. Whether through ignorance or misjudgment, Cooper took it with him, strapping it on along with the main chute. He also chose to carry the heavy sack of money, bound with cut parachute cords. The additional weight made the jump more dangerous, the landing more uncertain. FBI agents argued that the odds were firmly against survival. The aircraft was flying through darkness at roughly 200 knots. He had no visible night vision equipment, no altimeter, and no clear landing zone. Without light or landmarks, he would have had little control over where he came down. If he landed in a river, the weight of the cash and the cold water could have ended him quickly. If he struck forest or rock at an awkward angle, the parachute might not have saved him. The lack of evidence in this view supports the theory of death. No bills appeared in circulation, no body was ever recovered, and no parachute was found intact. The discovery of $5,800 in decaying bills along the Columbia River in 1980 could fit the idea that the ransom was scattered during a fall, or perhaps it was washed downstream after a fatal landing. That the rest of the money vanished entirely only deepens the mystery, but to many investigators, it suggested that Cooper never lived to spend it. Over the years, this became the official leaning for investigators. They argued that while his plan showed some forethought, he lacked the equipment and conditions needed to succeed. He may have known how to exit a plane, but he had not chosen the night well. The case agent, Ralph Himmelsbach, often remarked that Cooper's survival was highly unlikely, calling the jump foolhardy at best. Yet the problem remains. If he died, why was nothing found? The search zones were combed repeatedly, but no trace of human remains, parachute fabric, or the bulk of the cash ever surfaced. For some, this undercuts the theory entirely. For others, the wilderness is simply too vast and too capable of swallowing evidence without trace. The appeal of this explanation is its simplicity. It requires no elaborate escape plan, no hidden life lived in secrecy. It presents the hijacking as a desperate gamble that ended in failure. The man's body claimed by rivers, mountains, or forest floor. Not long after the hijacking of Flight 305, another case emerged that seemed almost too similar to ignore. In April 1972, just 5 months after the man vanished from the skies over Washington, a Vietnam veteran named Richard Floyd McCoy Jr. commandeered a jetliner on its way to Los Angeles. His method mirrored Cooper's in striking detail. He demanded money, ordered parachutes, and escaped through the aircraft's rear stairway. For many observers, the resemblance raised an immediate question. Had Cooper struck again? McCoy was 30 years old, a decorated helicopter pilot with the Utah National Guard. He had combat experience, knew how to parachute, and was comfortable with aircraft. His crime followed a similar pattern. He secured a ransom of $500,000 in cash, forced the crew to fly at low altitude and speed, and leapt from the plane into the night. But unlike Cooper, McCoy did not vanish. Within 2 days, he was identified and arrested after leaving behind clear evidence, including fingerprints and handwriting that matched a note passed to the crew. Those who believe Cooper and McCoy were the same person point to the uncanny parallels. Both selected the Boeing 727 for its rear stair feature. Both requested parachutes and ransom money in smaller bills. Both instructed pilots to maintain a low, slow flight profile suitable for jumping. To some, McCoy seemed to be refining the method Cooper had pioneered. Even his physical appearance bore similarities to sketches drawn from eyewitnesses in 1971. Yet the FBI ultimately dismissed the idea. The differences between the two men were significant. Cooper was described as being in his mid-40s, calm, polite, and reserved. McCoy was much younger, outspoken, and impulsive. He was also a devout Mormon who neither smoked nor drank, in contrast to Cooper's steady consumption of bourbon and cigarettes. The composure shown on Flight 305 did not align with McCoy's behavior. There were technical distinctions as well. McCoy used a handgun during his hijacking, while Cooper relied on the threat of explosives. McCoy's escape was clumsier, his identity exposed quickly, and his arrest swift. In contrast, Cooper left behind only mysteries and no definitive trace. To FBI investigators, the contrast in style was too great to reconcile. Still, some remain convinced that McCoy could have been the original hijacker. They suggest that Cooper may have been younger than witnesses estimated, disguising himself with dark glasses and a carefully chosen outfit. They note McCoy's military background, his parachuting skills, and his daring nature. For these theorists, the differences in personality might reflect nothing more than two different nights, one successful, the other less so. The story of McCoy ended violently. After being sentenced to 45 years in prison, he escaped with several accomplices in 1974, only to be tracked down 3 months later. During the attempt to capture him, a gunfight broke out, and McCoy was killed. His death ensured that he could never face questions directly about the Cooper case. For some, that left an open door. For others, it closed the matter for good. Whether or not he was Cooper, McCoy proved that such an escape was possible, but the differences in manner, age, and detail remain obstacles too large for most investigators to ignore. The link between the two cases lingers mainly in the imagination. McCoy may have imitated Cooper, or perhaps not. In either case, McCoy's story highlighted how the Cooper hijacking reshaped air travel security and left investigators with questions they could never fully settle. More than half a century has passed since the night a man in a dark suit and sunglasses stepped from a Boeing 727 into storm and darkness. Yet his story endures, woven into American folklore as firmly as any tale of outlaws or explorers. The mystery of who he was and what became of him has resisted every attempt at resolution, leaving behind a legend that feels both improbable and irresistible. The hijacking changed aviation forever. Within months, new measures were introduced to prevent any repeat. Aircraft were fitted with a simple device known as the Cooper vane, a mechanical latch that stopped the rear stairway from being lowered in flight. Security at airports tightened, and the era of easy, low-cost skyjackings came to an abrupt end. Airlines and authorities alike recognized that the skies could never again be taken for granted. The case itself became the longest unsolved skyjacking in history. Thousands of suspects were investigated, from ex-military paratroopers to troubled loners with criminal pasts. Files swelled with interviews, tips, and speculation. Yet no one ever matched the fingerprints, the DNA, or the missing ransom. In 2016, after 45 years of inquiry, the FBI officially closed the case, conceding that the man they called Cooper may never be identified. Still, the fascination has only grown. Books, films, and documentaries revisit the details, each offering their own theory. Amateur sleuths pore over flight paths and weather records. Treasure hunters sift through riverbanks, hoping to find more bills scattered by time. Cooper has become part of popular culture, a symbol of defiance and mystery, his name invoked alongside figures who lived on the edge of the possible. What makes the legend so enduring is not only the daring of the act, but the absence of an ending. Did he die that night, swallowed by the wilderness? Or did he walk away, blending back into ordinary life with the satisfaction of having outwitted the FBI? The lack of closure gives the story its power, a riddle suspended between possibility and impossibility. For those who believe he lived, Cooper stands as a man who achieved the impossible, a clean getaway, vanishing with a small fortune. For those who believe he perished, he remains a reminder of human limits, a gambler undone by the very conditions he sought to exploit. Either way, his place in history is secure. Today, the name D.B. Cooper is known far beyond the aviation world. He represents an unsolved question, a moment when a man vanished between the worlds of the possible and the impossible. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the legendary Bermuda Triangle, that fabled stretch of ocean where myth and mystery have been woven together for centuries. In part one of our journey, we traced its foundations from Christopher Columbus and his account of strange lights flickering over the waters. Then, to the hidden reefs of Bermuda that lured countless wooden vessels to their unfortunate end. We spoke of supposed ghost ships discovered sailing aimlessly with no one aboard, and endless mats of seaweed ensnaring its victims as if compelled by some unseen, sinister force. Tonight, we return to those same waters, not by galleon or caravel, but from the flight decks of the modern age. We'll step aboard an aircraft carrier to observe a squadron of American bombers vanish from radar in an instant. We'll wonder at the fate of a massive naval ship swallowed by the sea with hundreds of souls aboard. We'll hear of modern merchant ships slipping into fog banks, never to re-emerge. Throughout these tales of disappearance, truth and imagination coincide. Could it have been a rogue wave, or perhaps methane gases from the seabed? Or was it simply equipment failure, or a sudden storm? Other less credible theories include fables of long-lost cities, time slips, or visitors from beyond the stars, and we'll explore these too, but just for a bit of fun. In any case, what should we believe? And why does this corner of the Atlantic still hold our imagination so firmly? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow these mysteries across both sea and sky, from believable theories to pure conjecture. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey again into the enduring legend of the Bermuda Triangle. The USS Cyclops was a giant of her age. At more than 500 feet long and 65 feet across the beam, she loomed over smaller vessels wherever she sailed. Her twin funnels gave her an unmistakable profile, black smoke curling into the sky as her engines churned. Commissioned in 1910, she had spent years supplying coal to the American fleet, carrying her cargo steadily between bases and across oceans. When the United States entered the First World War, Cyclops became even more vital. Her holds filled with fuel for warships and with ores needed for armaments. By early 1918, the war in Europe raged on, though far from American shores. Cyclops had been serving in the South Atlantic, bringing manganese ore from Brazil to the United States, a key ingredient for hardening steel. Her decks were busy with sailors in navy blues, engines echoing deep in her hull, the rhythm of machinery pulsing day and night. She was not built for glamour or speed, but for strength. She was the Navy's dependable workhorse. When she docked in Rio de Janeiro that February, she was already heavy with manganese. From there, she began her homeward journey, stopping first at Barbados to take on coal and provisions. For a brief moment, the ship and her crew were anchored in sunlight, a welcome pause before the long passage north. Locals in Bridgetown saw her lying in the harbor, vast against the shore, her crew mingling on deck or stepping briefly onto land. She took in hundreds of tons of coal, stocked her galleys, and prepared for the next stage of her voyage. On the morning of the 4th of March, she set out once more, her prow turning northward. The sea lane between Barbados and Baltimore was well traveled. Other ships made the same journey every week, their routes recorded in logs and shipping news. Cyclops should have been no different. She was a collier under naval command, her course steady, her pace unremarkable. Yet after leaving port, no one saw her again. Days passed. Families in Maryland prepared for reunions, watching the calendar as the expected date of arrival drew near. At first, there was little concern. Ships could be delayed by weather or mechanical trouble. But as days turned into a week, with no telegrams, no sightings, unease began to spread. Soon it became clear that something had gone wrong. The Navy waited for a distress call that never came. Other ships scanned the horizon for smoke or drifting wreckage, but found nothing. The absence was total. Not a single splinter of wood, no lifeboat, no life jacket ever surfaced. Newspapers reported the loss with growing alarm. 309 people had been aboard, sailors, officers, and a scattering of civilians. And every one of them had disappeared along with the ship. In Baltimore, telegrams arrived at family homes, each message short and devastating. Cyclops missing, presumed lost. The Navy opened an inquiry, gathering statements from officers who had seen her last in Barbados, studying her cargo lists and charts. No conclusion could be drawn. The Atlantic had simply taken her, leaving no explanation. For the families, there was no closure, only the ache of absence. For the Navy, the loss stood as the greatest non-combat disaster in its history, a ship and crew swallowed without a trace. Over the years, the Cyclops became a name spoken with a shiver, her fate a story retold over and again as a steel giant that had simply slipped beneath the horizon, never to be seen again. The airfield at Fort Lauderdale buzzed with routine on December 5th, 1945. The war had ended just months before, and the United States Navy was shifting into peacetime training. Rows of Grumman Avenger bombers sat on the tarmac, their broad wings folded up like great seabirds. Painted in dark blue, each machine was powerful and dependable, designed for long-range patrols and torpedo runs. They had proven themselves in combat across the Pacific. Now, on this calm winter day, they were lined up for practice runs over the Atlantic. 5 of these aircraft would form the training mission known as Flight 19. At their head was Lieutenant Charles Taylor, a veteran pilot who had seen years of service in the war. Behind him were younger men, many fresh from training schools, eager but still learning. 14 crewmen prepared to board. They checked their gear, strapped on their life vests, and climbed into the cramped interiors of their planes. Ground crews moved between them, securing panels, fueling tanks, and making last adjustments to engines that roared to life one after another. The plan was straightforward. Flight 19 would take off, fly east over the ocean for a set distance, then turn north, and finally return westward to base. It was a standard triangular course, one designed to sharpen navigation and coordination. For those on the ground, the mission was unremarkable. Just another group of trainees practicing over the open sea. The Avengers lifted into the sky shortly after 2 in the afternoon, their engines thrumming over the coast before fading into the distance. At first, all seemed well. Radio messages came back confirming their course. The weather was mild, with scattered clouds and moderate seas below. Nothing suggested what was to come. Hours later, however, the first signs of trouble reached the base. Radio operators heard Lieutenant Taylor's voice reporting compass difficulties. Bearings did not make sense, positions seemed uncertain, and the formation had begun to drift off its planned route. Other messages followed, filled with confusion. Some suggested they were over the Florida Keys. Others thought they had gone too far east. The crew's training was being tested in ways they hadn't expected. As the afternoon wore on, radio contact grew more fragmented. Static cut across transmissions. Voices strained with uncertainty. Controllers on the ground tried to guide the men home, offering bearings and reassurances. But the words seemed not to reach their mark. Flight 19 pressed on, low on fuel, lost somewhere between sea and sky. Darkness came swiftly in December. By nightfall, base commanders realized the planes were not returning. A search and rescue mission was launched immediately, with aircraft and ships fanning out over the waters east of Florida. Among them was a large Martin Mariner flying boat carrying 13 men. It too vanished after taking off. Around this time, a tanker reported seeing an explosion far off the bow. For days, hundreds of vessels and aircraft combed the waters. The search was among the largest ever mounted in peacetime, yet no wreckage of the Avengers was found. The search returned empty-handed. Only the waves rolled on, indifferent to the loss. 14 men from Flight 19 and 13 more from the rescue plane were gone. The official report described the incident as cause unknown. Families of the crew were left with telegrams of sympathy and the enduring ache of uncertainty. What began as a simple training flight had ended as one of the most baffling disappearances in naval aviation. In the years following the war, the skies over the Atlantic grew busier than ever. Civilian airliners, sleek and promising, carried passengers between Britain, Bermuda, and the Americas. These were the early days of long-haul commercial flying, when routes still felt adventurous and the ocean stretched beneath like an endless, restless plain. Crews were trained, engines inspected, and each flight carried with it the optimism of a new era. Yet the ocean, vast and inscrutable, was not always forgiving. On the 30th of January 1948, a British South American Airways plane known as Star Tiger prepared to leave the Azores for Bermuda. She was an Avro Tudor IV, a long-winged aircraft designed to carry dozens of passengers in relative comfort. That winter had been unusually harsh across the North Atlantic, and delays had disrupted her schedule. When she finally departed Santa Maria, she carried 25, including crew and passengers. The flight plan was direct. Star Tiger would fly low, below 2,000 feet, to avoid fierce headwinds. Her captain, David McMillan, was experienced and confident, supported by a skilled crew. As the hours passed, routine radio messages flowed back to air traffic control, confirming position and fuel. By dawn, the plane was nearing its destination. Then, the reports simply stopped. Radio traffic ceased without warning. Navigation beacons called into the void, and nothing answered. Bermuda prepared to welcome the flight, but watched in disbelief as the expected arrival time came and went without an aircraft in sight. Barely a year later, the story repeated itself. On the 17th of January 1949, another British South American Airways Tudor, this one named Star Ariel, lifted from Bermuda, bound for Kingston, Jamaica. She carried 7 crew and 13 passengers, including business people and holiday makers. Weather at departure was clear, visibility good, and spirits high. Shortly after takeoff, Captain John McPhee reported his position and course. His final transmission came minutes later, calm and routine. After that, silence. The loss of Star Ariel was perhaps even more confounding than that of her sister ship. Conditions had been near perfect, and the aircraft was in fine mechanical order. The search that followed was exhaustive. Dozens of planes and ships scoured the seas between Bermuda and Jamaica. They found no life rafts, no oil slicks, no floating debris. 20 souls were gone, just as the 25 before them had. In London, the disappearances drew grim attention. British South American Airways had now lost 2 of its aircraft in similar circumstances. en routes through the same region of ocean. Newspapers published photographs of the missing, their faces printed above headlines filled with unease. Families grieved without answers, and aviation authorities were left unable to explain what had occurred. These tragedies shook confidence in post-war aviation. The Tudor aircraft themselves were scrutinized, yet no clear fault was established. Crews had been capable, weather was not extreme, and the ocean beneath offered no clues. The Tudor fleet would eventually be withdrawn, but the mystery of those flights remained unsolved. For passengers stepping aboard planes in the years that followed, the names Star Tiger and Star Ariel lingered like faint shadows. They represented not only loss, but also the unnerving possibility that even in an age of radio, radar, and modern engines, aircraft could still vanish into the expanse between sky and sea. The mid-20th century brought an age of enormous ships. Freighters and tankers moved with heavy dignity across the trade routes of the Atlantic, carrying food, oil, and raw materials between continents. They were the arteries of global commerce, built strong to withstand weather and long months at sea. Their decks stretched for hundreds of feet. Their cargo holds vast caverns of steel. From the bridge, captains watched horizons for changes in wind and cloud, while crews tended engines and kept to the rhythm of watches. The Caribbean and Western Atlantic were especially busy. Tankers pushed north toward refineries on the American coast. Grain ships sailed from the Gulf of Mexico. Passenger liners threaded their way through the same waters, their decks crowded with holidaymakers. The routes were well established, mapped and charted since the days of wooden caravels, yet still the ocean remained unpredictable. The Marine Sulphur Queen was a ship fated never to return. She began her life as a T-2 tanker in the Second World War, built to ferry fuel across oceans, before being rebuilt in the 1960s to carry her cargo throughout the Gulf. On the 4th of February, 1963, she departed Beaumont, Texas, with nearly 15,000 tons aboard and a crew of 39. Her course took her through the Florida Straits, bound for Norfolk, Virginia. At first, everything seemed routine. She was sighted off Key West, her engines steady, her bow pointed northeast. Weather was mild, and no messages of trouble were sent. Then, without warning, she was gone. When she failed to arrive in Norfolk, the Coast Guard launched a vast search. Aircraft scoured the waters, ships swept the currents, and hundreds of miles were combed for wreckage. All that was found were a few scattered life jackets and pieces of wood. Too little to tell a story. The Marine Sulphur Queen was gone, her crew with her, but hers was not the only absence. In December 1967, the cabin cruiser Witchcraft set out from Miami with 2 men aboard, intending only a short pleasure trip to admire the city lights from the sea. Less than a mile offshore, she radioed the Coast Guard, reporting she seemed to have struck something or taken damage. A patrol boat rushed to her location within minutes. When it arrived, the Witchcraft had disappeared. No hull, no men, not even floating debris remained where she had been. Such incidents unnerved even seasoned mariners. Merchantmen were not fragile craft. They were built of steel, powered by strong engines, their crews trained in drills and safety routines. For them to vanish so suddenly, leaving behind no evidence, was a blow to confidence in the very systems of modern seafaring. Families waited for word that never came, ports prepared for arrivals that never appeared. The merchant marine kept sailing, of course. Trade did not stop, but among captains and crews, tales circulated of tankers and freighters that had slipped away into absence. By the 1950s, writers and journalists began to gather scattered tales of loss and present them as part of a single mystery. What had once been scattered incidents became linked in the public imagination, stories drawn together and woven into an ominous pattern. An article in the Miami Herald first suggested a connection. It was a short piece, more observation than theory, yet it struck a chord. The writer noted that ships and planes had vanished in the waters of the Triangle. Readers who knew the region began to recall their own stories of mishap or near disaster, and the idea of a zone of danger began to take form. The notion was fueled further in 1952, when a feature in Fate magazine laid out a series of disappearances with dramatic flair. The writer, George Sand, framed the events as part of a mystery not yet explained. His words reached an audience hungry for both post-war adventure and unexplained phenomena. By the time his article had circulated, the seeds of the Bermuda Triangle legend had been planted. Through the 1960s and 70s, books carried the idea far beyond Florida. Authors like Vincent Gaddis and Charles Berlitz published bestsellers filled with accounts of ships and planes lost without explanation. Maps with neat triangular borders appeared on dust jackets and in magazines, inviting readers to imagine a cursed zone of sea. Berlitz's book, The Bermuda Triangle, released in 1974, sold millions of copies worldwide. His book transformed the idea from maritime folklore into international fascination. These stories were written with drama and conviction. Accounts of Flight 19, the USS Cyclops, the Star Tiger, and many others were retold in ways that heightened their strangeness. Gaps in the record became evidence of mystery. Routine losses that might otherwise have been forgotten were bound together by a single phrase, the Bermuda Triangle. In headlines and paperbacks, a place that had been only ocean became something more, a region with a reputation. The media of the time thrived on such tales. Television documentaries followed, showing maps, animated reconstructions, and actors portraying the final moments aboard doomed vessels. Magazines with lurid covers sold at newsstands, promising new revelations about the Devil's Triangle. The legend became part of popular culture, mentioned in films, novels, and conversations wherever people spoke of the sea's dangers. For sailors and pilots, the name was more complicated. Many dismissed it as exaggeration, the product of writers who had never been to sea. Others admitted that the clustering of disasters was hard to ignore. But by now, the reputation had taken hold. To passengers stepping aboard a plane bound for Bermuda, the words Bermuda Triangle might stir an involuntary shiver. To children leafing through paperbacks, it became a mystery to share in hushed tones. For centuries, the ocean has held power to astonish, but those who lived by it knew that danger often came from natural forces rather than the supernatural. When the Bermuda Triangle became a household phrase, scientists and mariners looked first to the sea itself for explanations. One of the most persuasive ideas lay in the waves. The Atlantic is no tame body of water. Within the triangle, currents twist and clash, storms sweep in without warning, and walls of water can tower over 90 feet. Such a wave, striking broadside, could overwhelm even a tanker, leaving little behind but scattered debris. For sailors, the sea has never needed mystery to be deadly. The seabed beneath these waters adds another layer of risk. Along the continental shelf, the floor drops sharply into trenches thousands of feet deep. Wreckage that sinks here may never be found, swallowed in mud and pressure. Some scientists have even suggested that frozen methane hydrates within the seabed might suddenly release, sending up vast bubbles of gas that could reduce the buoyancy of water. A ship caught above might lose stability and founder before its crew could respond. While unproven, the idea reminds us that the seabed itself is restless, shifting, and unstable. Weather is another constant companion in these latitudes. The triangle sits where warm air from the tropics collides with cooler systems drifting down from the north. Thunderstorms can appear in minutes, lashing rain across decks and blinding pilots in cloud. Hurricanes, born in the equatorial Atlantic, often carve their first path through these very waters, tearing apart ships with winds and waves of colossal force. Even without a named storm, sudden squalls could catch a vessel off guard. The sea is treacherous, but the sky above it carries its own hazards. Pilots flying over the triangle knew that compasses could be unreliable here. The region is one of the few places on Earth where true north and magnetic north roughly align, a quirk that can confuse instruments and in earlier decades lead navigators off course. Clouds build quickly, masking the horizon. At night, without clear stars to guide by, disorientation comes easily. During the mid-20th century, when radio systems were less reliable and radar was still developing, such challenges could prove fatal. A pilot distracted by a flickering compass or struggling against unexpected headwinds might drift far from his intended path. Low fuel, poor visibility, and mechanical strain could combine until there was no chance of recovery. For aviators and seafarers, these were not abstract possibilities, but everyday realities. A mariner might recall a sudden squall that nearly capsized his vessel, or a pilot could describe turbulence so fierce it sent engines into strain. The fact that most survived did not erase the truth. The same conditions that merely tested one crew could overwhelm another. Seen this way, the triangle's reputation could be explained not by hidden forces, but by a concentration of natural perils. Strong currents, shifting weather, treacherous skies, each could tip a routine voyage into disaster. To those who sought reason, the wonder wasn't that ships and planes were lost here, but that so many passed through safely. Even as scientists pointed to storms, waves, and human error, the public imagination reached for explanations far more extraordinary. The Bermuda Triangle had, by the 1960s and 70s, become more than a place on a map. It was a stage on which some of the most extravagant ideas of the age were played out. One strand of speculation traced its roots back to Plato. In his dialogues, he described Atlantis, a civilization said to have perished beneath the waves in a single day and night of misfortune. Writers seized on the thought that the triangle might conceal its ruins. Perhaps, they suggested, some remnant of that lost city still pulsed with hidden energy, interfering with compasses and radios, pulling down ships and planes. Illustrations showed gleaming temples lying in the depths, beams of force rising from crystal towers. Readers were left to wonder if an ancient civilization had left behind technology beyond modern understanding. Others looked upward rather than downward. The age of space travel and science fiction was in full swing, and with it came the notion of visitors from beyond Earth. To those who embraced this vision, the missing ships and planes were not accidents at all, but abductions. Some imagined that crews had been taken aboard alien craft, their vessels dragged into the sky as specimens for study. Paperbacks depicted glowing discs hovering above aircraft, rays of light pulling them into darkness. A still more unusual suggestion was that the region contained rifts in time itself. Writers spoke of planes and ships slipping through invisible doors, never to return. Stories circulated of crews emerging in other eras, bewildered by surroundings centuries removed from their own. Though such tales belonged more to the realm of fantasy than evidence, they were repeated often enough to lodge in memory. These ideas gained traction, not only because they were dramatic, but because they matched the spirit of the era. The decades after the war were alive with curiosity about the unknown. Space exploration, the Cold War, and the rise of popular science fiction made audiences receptive to speculation that stretched far beyond the ordinary. The Bermuda Triangle provided the perfect canvas, vast, mysterious, and already associated with loss. Magazines sold quickly, with covers promising revelations about alien bases or ancient power sources. Television documentaries lingered on stories of time warps, dramatizing them with shadowy reconstructions. Even serious libraries found their shelves filled with colorful volumes describing the triangle as a gateway to other worlds. For those who preferred wonder to reason, the theories were irresistible. Yet even as they stretched credibility, these stories added to the triangle's endurance in popular culture. Children grew up reading them, travelers whispered them on long flights, and sailors joked about them while scanning the horizon. Atlantis, aliens, and time warps might not have persuaded scientists, but they gave the legend of the Bermuda Triangle its most extravagant and enduring color. As the reputation of the Bermuda Triangle spread through paperbacks and television specials, researchers began to take a closer look at the facts behind the stories. They did not set out to dazzle or frighten, but to sift records, examine logs, and ask a simple question: was this region truly more dangerous than any other part of the sea? What they found was less a mystery of the ocean and more a mystery of reporting. Many of the so-called vanishings had been exaggerated. Some vessels reported as lost later turned up damaged but afloat, or were discovered to have gone down in storms well documented at the time. Flights said to have disappeared in perfect weather were found on closer inspection to have departed in poor conditions. Insurance companies, whose livelihood depended on assessing risk, quietly published statistics. Their records showed that the number of losses in the Triangle was no higher than in any other heavily trafficked region. Ships and planes had always been vulnerable to storms, equipment failure, and human error. To the actuaries, the sea between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico was busy, but not cursed. The U.S. Coast Guard echoed the same conclusion. In official statements, it described the waters as no more treacherous than others of similar size. Files were kept on incidents, but there was no evidence of forces beyond the natural. When sailors asked, officials spoke plainly. The ocean is wide, the weather fierce, and navigational mistakes are costly. That is all. Investigators also found that popular writers had sometimes distorted timelines to create patterns. Incidents separated by decades were grouped together to suggest clusters. In some cases, ships that had been declared lost had in fact sent distress calls, giving clear indications of storms or mechanical breakdowns. But these details rarely made it into the most dramatic accounts. Simplicity served the story better than accuracy. Scientists studying navigation pointed out that compasses in the region behaved normally except for one unusual feature. The area lies near a point where true north and magnetic north roughly coincide. While this could confuse inexperienced navigators in earlier decades, it was no supernatural anomaly, simply a quirk of geography. Likewise, the unpredictable weather, strong currents, and deep trenches of the Atlantic were hazards long known to mariners. For skeptics, the Bermuda Triangle was a lesson in how stories grow. A handful of disappearances, tragic but explainable, had been retold in ways that magnified their mystery. Each retelling left out the mundane, emphasized the strange, and built a sense of pattern where none truly existed. The triangle was less a danger of the ocean than a creation of the human imagination, fed by repetition and embellishment. And yet, skeptics found that reason alone rarely swept away belief. The allure of the unknown proved stronger than charts or statistics. Even as reports explained storms, squalls, and human error, readers continued to buy books that spoke of aliens and lost cities. The triangle remained a place where the rational and the wondrous collided. In the end, researchers concluded that the Bermuda Triangle was not exceptional in its hazards. What made it exceptional was the story told about it, a tale repeated so often that it came to feel inevitable, as though the ocean itself had chosen to keep its secrets. Legends don't persist because they are proven. Rather, it's because they speak to something deep within us. The Bermuda Triangle has held the imagination for more than half a century, long after researchers declared its mysteries overstated. Its endurance lies not in statistics or charts, but in the way the human mind responds to the vastness of the unknown. For sailors, the name still carries a certain weight. A mariner setting course through the Straits of Florida may smile at the thought of the triangle, but the story lingers all the same. Pilots, too, glance at their instruments a little more carefully when flying above the region. The legend has become part of the landscape, an invisible feature as real in thought as any reef or current. In popular culture, the triangle lives on with remarkable persistence. Films, novels, and television programs continue to use it as a setting where the ordinary dissolves into the extraordinary. Children read of planes that vanished into cloud, or ships that sailed never to return, and the sense of awe is renewed for another generation. The legend survives because it offers both fear and wonder, a reminder that despite all we have mapped and measured, the sea retains a mystery of its own. For families who lost loved ones, of course, the triangle is not a story, but a grief. Behind every mystery stands a roster of names, each one a person whose absence left a mark. Their fates deserve remembrance not for myth, but for the lives lived and cut short. The legend may have grown around them, yet at its heart are tragedies as real as any storm. Still, the question remains, why this region? Why does the idea of the triangle hold such fascination when other seas have claimed as many, if not more? Perhaps it is because the stories fit so neatly within a shape we can draw on a map. Perhaps it is because so many tales were gathered at the right moment, in an age eager for mystery. Or perhaps it is simply because the mind resists the notion that the sea is indifferent, preferring instead to imagine it as deliberate, even enchanted. The truth is that the Bermuda Triangle is both less and more than its reputation suggests. Less, because the ocean here is no deadlier than anywhere else, its storms and currents part of the natural order. Yet more, because the legend has transcended fact, becoming a symbol of the unknown. It is not just a place, but an idea, a reminder of the illusion of safety and of how little control we hold when sky and sea close around us. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well.